Family Immortal Cultivation. Starting as a spiritual farmer, this video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 526. Everyone spy on the magical powers and treasures. Dragon Yang True Fire Claw-shaped magical weapon. The Fire Dragon Sword was one of the 3 third-grade lower-grade fire magic weapons Ling Pengyun found in the storage bag of Fire Cloud Master, who is in the nascent soul inheritance of the Poison Blood Demon sect. The other 2 third-grade lower-grade magic weapons were called Fire Dragon Shield and Fire Dragon Ring. These 2 magic weapons were defense and entrapment magic weapons respectively. The Fire Dragon Shield was also in Ling Pengyun's hands, and the Fire Dragon Ring was given to Bao Yuan, master of Bailing sect. These 3 magic weapons were all forged by the peerless casual cultivator Fire Cloud Master, who killed a late giant and fire dragon thousands of years ago and entrusted a casual cultivator weapon master friend with the materials from his body. If it weren't for the fact that Fire Cloud Master's friend's weapon refining level was not strong, the grade of the 3 magic weapons of the Fire Dragon Sword could at least be improved. Of course, these 3 magic weapons also reached the superior level of the 3rd grade lower grade realm because of the high grade of the main materials, and their power was comparable to that of the 3rd grade middle grade magic weapons. Ling Pengyun held a long banner to control ghosts and waved it gently. 6 mountain-moving evil ghosts several feet in size flew out of it and turned into a mountain-moving evil ghost 18 feet in size. It walked in the air and first killed the red gold bear monster in the 5 elements return to origin formation. The burning origin magic lamp spewed out a large amount of burning origin true fire, sweeping out. On the tip of the superior fire dragon sword, a huge sword light of 60 feet surged out, turning into a red sword shadow that dispersed a large area of clouds in the sky, and quickly slid across the sky with a crisp sword sound. The red gold bear in the 5 elements returned to origin formation, which was at the peak of the 3rd level of the golden core, had just suppressed the surging blood and ki in its body with its spiritual power, and its spiritual power could not be raised for a while. It was already a bit difficult to block the 5 elements return to origin sword and the Bihai Chongyuan treasure orb that attacked first. With the arrival of the 3 powerful attacks of the mountain-moving evil ghost, the burning Yuan true fire, and the fire dragon sword, the red gold bear at the peak of the 3rd level of the golden core could not defeat 4 hands with 2 fists, and was immediately beaten back. In desperation, the red gold bear had to use its own life spell Red Gold Mysterious Yuan Cover. A red gold light curtain was also propped up by it. With the help of this light curtain, it gradually stabilized its position. However, the power of the Bihai Chongyuan orb, the 5 elements returning Yuan flying sword, the mountain-moving evil ghost, the burning Yuan true fire, and the fire dragon sword that Ling Pengyun used was not weak, and the defensive light curtain propped up by the red gold bear was turbulent, and the flashing spiritual light of this light curtain quickly dimmed. Poison Dragon City, on the main city wall. Seeing Ling Pengyun's full-strength attack, the clan leader Ling Yunhong turned his head and looked at Ling Pengyun's murderous look, and also knew Ling Pengyun's plan. He waved his hand to stabilize the cloud shuttle that had been knocked back dozens of feet by the 3rd level golden core peak red gold bear monster, and slammed it onto the defensive light curtain held up by the bear monster. Then, he kept pinching his hands together and used the top-level middle-level magical power Dragon Yang True Fire, which conjured up a large piece of Dragon Yang True Fire. This piece of Dragon Yang True Fire gathered in one place and quickly condensed into a pure Yang Fire Dragon of more than 50 feet. Although this pure Yang Fire Dragon had dull eyes, it was extremely majestic. Once it appeared, it spread out a kind of high-ranking aura that pressed in all directions. The millions of low-level monsters and even the 14 golden core demon kings that were attacking the city felt the suppression from their blood, which weakened their strength by at least 0.5%. This grand show also alarmed the other golden core true persons who were fighting against the golden core monster beasts. These giants Henrin all came from big sects and had some knowledge. Through the fire dragon's micro-momentum, they all guessed that the technique Ling Yunhong used had an extraordinary origin. At least it was a technique of the level of magical treasure. At the same time, Zuaniyang Liaodao, Liayang's Henrin, who specialized in fire-related techniques, and Yao Wang's Henrin from Yao Wang Valley also showed some excitement in their eyes. According to their experience, the power of the fire dragon magic treasure technique is more than that. However, They only thought that Ling Yunhong was unable to exert the true power of the Fire Dragon Magic Treasure Technique because of his low cultivation level. The Fire Dragon Magic Treasure Technique was consistent with the properties of the techniques they practiced. If they could obtain it, their strength would be enough to increase by several times. However, these three people were all old hands in the world. They were surprised to see that Ling Yunhong, who was only at the first level of Jinden, could obtain such a powerful magic treasure technique that their sect did not have. They turned their heads to look at Bailing's Henren, the master of Bailing sect, who had a good relationship with the Ling family, and took a look at Bailing's Henren's expression. What surprised the three was that although Master Bai Ling was also surprised when he saw Ling Yunhong perform the powerful Fire Dragon magical art, they also noticed a hint of fear and envy on Master Bai Ling's face. Apart from that, there was no other expression. If Ling Yunhong had a high level of cultivation and performed this art, it would be normal for Master Bai Ling not to be concerned but to be afraid. But Ling Yunhong was only at the first level of Jinden cultivation. It was very strange that Master Bai Ling, who was always insidious, did not covet such a low-level Jinden with such a magic. In this way, the amount of information contained in this was huge. After thinking about it for a while, Taoist Zhuan Yang, Master Lai Yang, and Master Yao Wang, who were extremely excited about the powerful Fire Dragon art performed by Ling Yunhong, suddenly came up with a guess in their hearts. This art was given by a master, and the master's strength must be extraordinary. In an instant, the three people's concerns about the Fire Dragon magical art disappeared in smoke. If Ling Yunhong didn't have someone behind him, and that person was powerful, then the insidious Bai Ling's Henren would have already tried to snatch the magic. Thinking of this, the three people gradually thought of the fact that the Ling family had produced 2 golden elixirs in recent years. The three people attributed this to the master behind the Ling family. This also made the three of them feel a little bit of awe for the Ling family. Thinking back, the three people also put their minds back on the battle. And Ling Yunhong, who condensed the pure Yang Fire Dragon, also shot the pure Yang Fire Dragon at this moment. This pure Yang Fire Dragon was extremely fast. In just half a breath, it hit the defensive light curtain held up by the golden elixir level 3 peak bear monster, and the 5 elements returned to origin formation. Boom! Under the impact of the Fire Dragon, a huge wave suddenly emerged. A small crack appeared at the place of impact. Obviously, this magical power that is good at alchemy is not as powerful as that of the magic cultivator when facing monsters, but it is not weak. Compared with the magic power, the power of this magic power when facing monsters is at least comparable to the top lower magic power. The top lower magic power is at least 60% stronger than the life spells of the cultivators of the same level, and at least more than twice as strong as the ordinary spells of the same level. In addition, Ling Yunhong formed a middle-level golden elixir, and with the blessing of the yin and yang primordial energy, his spiritual power is enough to be as strong as that of the third-level golden elixir cultivator. With enough spiritual power, he can fight against a third-level golden elixir strongman with his pure yang true fire alone. With a continuous bombardment of this powerful pure yang fire dragon and the means used by Ling Pengyun, the defensive light curtain held up by the red gold bear monster was covered with spider-like cracks in just 3 breaths. With a sound of breaking, the defensive light curtain suddenly broke into countless pieces and turned into ashes. The attacks of the pure Yang Fire Dragon and others also hit the red gold bear monster at the peak of the 3rd level of the golden collar. Seeing this, the red gold bear monster had a rare look of fear in its eyes. Under desperation, it had to open its mouth and offer the red gold treasure armor that had been nurtured for hundreds of years and had just been upgraded to the 3rd level middle grade realm some time ago. It was forged with a piece of 3rd level upper grade gold attributed precious iron as the source and a large amount of 3rd level precious iron. This heavy treasure armor, which was only the size of a fist and appeared golden in color, turned around and suddenly grew larger, and fit very smoothly on the body of the red gold bear monster at the peak of the 3rd level of the golden collar. Then, it offered another offensive life magic weapon red gold claw and performed a short-term burst method angry bear technique. There were 2 sets of red gold claws, which were respectively set on the claws of the bear monster. The angry bear technique is a relatively sophisticated explosive combat method that was improved by several Yuaning demon kings of the red gold bear clan over tens of thousands of years. This technique is divided into 2 levels. The first level will burn the spiritual power in the body after it is performed, increasing the strength by about 50%. Although this first level is not as strong as other desperate methods, it does not have side effects like other desperate spells after it is performed. For example, it will be weak for a certain period of time, or the essence in blood will be greatly reduced. And the second level of this method, once performed, will explode twice the strength within 100 breaths, but the cost is also huge, and it will take at least 10 years to recover. At this time, this red gold bear at the peak of the third level of the golden core is performing the first level of the angry bear technique. With the blessing of this technique, its cultivation has also soared to the fourth level of the golden core. With the improvement brought by the two life magic weapons and cultivation, this red gold bear monster is at peace. It uses its hands wearing red gold full body armor to block in front of it, and hard fights the attacks of the pure yang fire dragon and others. The third level medium grade magic weapon red gold full body armor on its body, which belongs to the top middle level of its life magic weapon, is extremely strong, and it was actually blocked by this bear in such a simple way. With such an advantage, the red gold bear demon was overjoyed. It arrogantly roared at the pure yang fire dragon in front of it that kept hitting it and made it feel very uncomfortable with the breath of a superior. Then, it waved its claws wearing the third level medium grade life magic weapon red gold claw, which also belongs to the top middle level, and turned into an airtight claw shadow to block all the attacks. In addition, it also paid special attention to the pure yang fire dragon. 50% of its claw attacks basically fell on this powerful pure yang fire dragon. And the merits brought by each claw were not small. In just half a breath, it dispersed half of the flames on the fire dragon. This also made the red gold bear demon more rampant, and finally led out a roar of celebration and advance. Ling Pengyun, who was standing on the main wall of Poison Dragon City, saw this scene, but he was not afraid. Instead, he looked at the red gold claws of the bear demon whose cultivation level had soared to the fourth level of the golden core with deep meaning, and muttered to himself, "Rare claw magic weapon, it is rare. It just so happens that my physique has been improved to the ordinary first level golden core physical cultivation level with the help of the golden core thunder tribulation. If I have the help of this magic weapon, my physique comparable to the first level golden core physical cultivation can be used." Chapter 527, Strong Killing of Fenbao. After coming to his senses, his eyes narrowed, his hands formed a spell, and he muttered a sentence. 5 elements return to origin rope. Exit. The 5 elements returned to origin formation that trapped the bear monster whose cultivation had soared to the fourth level of the golden core trembled again, and a 30-foot-long rope suddenly appeared behind the bear monster in the formation, which was resisting several attacks. The aura of this long rope was extremely secretive, and the speed was extremely fast. Before the bear monster could react, this long rope magic weapon had already climbed onto its body, and then wrapped around its hands like a long snake, tying them together. After the power of the formation, this rope was blessed, and its power was comparable to that of a third-level low-grade magic weapon. Even if the strength of this bear monster was improved through secret methods, the power it controlled soared to as much as 800,000 pounds. But in a short period of time, this bear monster still found it difficult to break free from the long rope tied to its hands. This also made it unable to fight, and its strength was greatly reduced. The next moment, the pure Yang Fire Dragon, Burning Yuan True Fire, Blue Sea Heavy Yuan Pearl, 5 Elements Returning Yuan Sword, Fire Dragon Flying Sword and other attack methods that were previously blocked by its hands were no longer able to resist, and they all bombarded the red gold full-body treasure armor on the bear's body, causing a series of piercing sounds of golden swords and iron rings. The bear monster was also beaten back continuously due to the residual power transmitted by the treasure armor. In addition, the pure Yang Fire Dragon, Burning Yuan True Fire and other attack methods all have good power, especially the pure Yang Fire Dragon, Burning Yuan True Fire, and Fire Dragon Sword, which are powerful enough to be comparable to the third-level middle-grade magic weapons. In this way, even if the treasure armor on the bear monster is of high quality and strong, it is still a bit overwhelmed under the bombardment of so many powerful magic weapons, and the glittering luster on its treasure armor gradually becomes dim. In just 10 breaths, the treasure armor is already covered with scratches. Even the arm guards protecting the bear's hands have been hit with holes and become broken. The Burning Yuan True Fire, which was comparable to the third-level middle-grade True Fire, also burned on the flesh of his hands along the holes on his arm guards. Although the fourth-level red gold bear of the golden core was strong, it could not resist the invasion of the Burning Yuan True Fire. The red gold hair on his arms was burned by the true fire first, followed by his flesh. A hint of meat fragrance also came. And the bear monster also let out a painful wail. Although the bear mobilized the spiritual power in its body in time to block the burning yuan true fire and prevent the fire from continuing to burn the flesh on its hands, the flesh that had been burned by the burning yuan true fire before still felt a burning pain at this moment. In addition to the current crisis, if it continues to maintain the status quo, I am afraid it will not be much better. It was ruthless in its heart and directly performed the second level of the angry bear technique, the blood bear technique. All of a sudden, the blood and the few blood essences in its body began to burn crazily, turning into a continuous flow of spiritual power to feed back to the bear. Its cultivation level also skyrocketed. In just half a breath, its cultivation level reached the peak of the 6th level of the golden core, and it was only one step away from the 7th level of the golden core. As its cultivation level increased greatly, its strength, which was already stronger than that of monsters of the same level, also skyrocketed to nearly 1,000,000 pounds. It roared, bursting with a huge force of nearly 1,000,000 pounds, and suddenly broke free from the 5 elements return to origin rope wrapped around its hands. Although the 5 elements return to origin rope was strong, the power of this bear monster was too great. In just half a breath, cracks appeared on the rope. This situation moved Ling Pengyun, who was confident that he could kill this monster. You know, the original cultivation level of this bear was only the peak of the 3rd level of the golden core. Now it has been promoted to 3 levels. I underestimated this demon king from the Yuan clan. Ling Pengyun's face also showed a solemn expression. In order to prevent the 5 elements returning to the origin rope from being damaged, he raised his hand and waved it away. The red gold bear demon, whose hands were no longer bound by the 5 elements returning to the origin rope, was already furious. It waved its claws that had regained their freedom frantically, slapping at the attacks and repelling them one by one. Even the powerful pure yang fire dragon was dispersed by it in a short period of time. The size of the fire dragon also became smaller. Ling Pengyun secretly knew that he could not let this bear attack again. If he did not make any response, the bear's strength would probably be enough to break the 5 elements returning to the origin formation and escape. He shouted to Ling Yanhong beside him. "Grandpa Yanhong, use the killing move." Ling Yanhong knew what he meant, nodded slightly, and quickly made a seal with both hands. Pure Yang Fire Furnace. Transform. The Pure Yang Fire Dragon, which was being beaten by the bear monster, suddenly roared. The scorching sun power from the sky continued to gather in the body of this fire dragon, helping it to become stronger. In an instant, the size of this fire dragon grew to more than 60 feet. Then, this fire dragon changed again. It suddenly spread out, turning into a large piece of pure yang true fire that swept towards the red gold bear, wrapped it inside, and turned into a pure yang fire furnace. 9 fire chains transformed from pure yang true fire also formed, binding the hands and feet of the red gold bear monster in the furnace. The burning yuan true fire transformed from Ling Pengyun's top-level lower magic weapon, the burning yuan law lamp, also turned into chains of fire, entwining the body of the bear monster. The 480,000 Jin Bi Haizhuang Yuan Baos who in the 18 Zhang tall moving mountain evil ghost pressed on the body of the bear monster. The fire dragon sword and the 5 elements returning to origin flying sword attacked the bear monster's claws without the protection of armor, causing the bear monster to suffer. It was also trapped by many magic weapons, and it was difficult to escape in a short time even with its huge strength. The next moment, 4 sword sounds resounded through the sky. 4 azure sea sky swords, more than 50 feet long, also appeared in the air. These 4 azure sea sky swords turned into dazzling sword lights, carrying bursts of pleasant sword sounds, and quickly crossed 1,000 feet and killed the bear monster. Even if the bear monster supported the last means of life-saving golden pill divine power body protection Yuan Gang in time. Although this set of body protection Yuan Gang has strong defense, even because it used the desperate method, its defense is enough to be comparable to the power of the 3rd level upper grade defense magic weapon. But when it used this method, it also took away more of its spare strength. It was also difficult for it to break free from the other magic weapons on its body. In such an entanglement, after 100 breaths, the desperate method used by the bear monster also expired. Then, the aura of this bear monster, which had reached the peak of the 6th level of the golden core, quickly dropped back to the 3rd level of the golden core. The protective Yuan Gang it held up also became extremely dim. Ling Pengyun seized the opportunity and urged the superior third-level lower-grade fire dragon sword to smash it with one sword. He also transferred more spiritual power into the Burning Yuan magic lamp and summoned more Burning Yuan true fire. He mobilized this true fire to burn the flesh and blood along the arm guards full of holes on the bear monster's hands. At this time, the weak bear monster was no longer able to use spiritual power to resist the burning of the true fire as before, which also caused its arms to be burned to ashes in just half a breath, and only the pair of red gold claws magic weapons remained. After the success, the Burning Yuan true fire also swept along its flesh and blood to other parts. However, after a while, the head of this bear monster, which was in a weak period of desperate magic, was burned clean by the true fire. At this moment, its golden elixir also burst out from its abdomen, but it was retained by the gravity magnetic field of the Bahai orb. Standing on the wall of the Poison Dragon City, Ling Pengyun saw this happy event and showed joy on his face. However, looking at the red gold bear monster whose body was only half burned by the Burning Yuan true fire, he showed a look of pity on his face. He had previously planned to kill the bear monster instead of fighting it, waiting for the other human golden elixirs to come to support it, because he was thinking about the flesh and blood containing rich spiritual energy on the monster. Now that most of it has been lost, he naturally felt distressed. Then, he raised his hand and waved back the magic weapon he had sacrificed, and then directly performed the art of controlling objects from a distance of thousands of feet, and moved the body of the red gold bear monster, which was only half of the body left, as well as its golden elixir in the pair of red gold claws, into the Poison Dragon City. He threw the red gold bear's golden elixir and the solid red gold armor on its body to Ling Yuanhong beside him and said to him, "Grandfather, this golden elixir is for you to make elixirs. You just happen to have no defensive magic weapon, so this armor can make up for your shortcomings. I want the red gold claws of this bear monster. I plan to leave the remaining half of its flesh and blood to my wife to cook spiritual food to help her improve her cultivation." Ling Yuanhong reached out to take the golden elixir handed over. Hearing this, his eyes moved slightly and asked, "Pengyun, do you plan to help Sidai break through the golden elixir first?" Ling Pengyun did not hide his thoughts and nodded. Yes, Sidai's cultivation has reached the 9th level of foundation building now, and another golden elixir seed Pengyun in the clan has only reached the peak of the 8th level of foundation building now. As long as nothing unexpected happens, my wife will definitely reach the perfection of foundation building faster than Pengyun. The best get the opportunity first. This is the custom in the world of immortal cultivation. After Ling Yuanhong waved his hand to cast a soundproof ban around his body, a look of approval appeared on his face, and he said, "Although Sidai's fighting power is not strong, her cultivation aptitude is not bad. She is a master of the spiritual kitchen and your wife. If she can achieve the golden elixir, it will be of great benefit to the family. I agree with both you and the family." After saying this, Ling Yuanhong asked another question. "However, what are you going to do with Pengyun? In the future, our clan can only exchange 3 different ordinary golden elixir spiritual objects from Bailingman with the fire wolf swallowing the moon technique. If you want to help Sidai break through the golden elixir, it is best to give these 3 golden elixir spiritual objects to Sidai. But if you do this, Pengyun will not have the golden elixir spiritual objects to help him break through the golden elixir in the future." Ling Pengyun answered, "I have already thought about Pengyun's breakthrough to the golden core. I have passed a breath of yin-yang Taichu Ki to Pengyun, which can increase his chance of breaking through the golden core by 10%. Now, Grandpa, you and I are both quite powerful. We can easily kill a cultivator in the early stage of the golden core with our combined strength, and we can also fight a cultivator in the middle stage of the golden core with our combined strength. In this case, in a few years, after the family has collected a batch of spiritual stones, we will have some strength to not be afraid of cultivators of the same level, and we can directly go to the major markets to buy golden core spiritual objects. When the time comes, buy Pengyun 2 golden core spiritual objects, and Pengyun's chance of breaking through the golden core will be about 30%, which is not small. We are not ashamed of him." Ling Yuanhong was a little surprised, and then a kind smile rose on his face, looking at Ling Pengyun and said with a smile, "You gave Pengyun that opportunity, and you were willing to find 2 ordinary golden core spiritual objects for Pengyun. This is indeed not ashamed of him." Chapter 528, Kill a Monster and Get a Treasure. While Ling Pengyun and Ling Yuanhong were talking, the Red Gold Bear King, who was at the peak of the 9th level of the golden core, and who is working together with the White Cloud Spirit Fox King, who is at the Golden Core Perfection realm, to resist the Taoist Zhuan Yang, also noticed the tragic death of his fellow Golden Core. It suddenly felt a surge of anger in its heart, and it let out angry roars. Even among the Red Gold Bear clan of the Yuanying Demon Clan, there are not many Golden Core Demon Kings. Moreover, the Golden Core Bear monsters it brought this time were all the direct descendants of its father, who was at the Yuanying realm. Once its father knew about the death of its fellow Golden Core, it would be punished. It glared at the Poison Dragon City, which was protected by the third-level formation, and the two bear killers, Ling Pengyun and Ling Yunhong, on the city wall, and its killing intent was even stronger. Now it wanted to kill the two human Golden Cores to vent its anger, but it was blocked by the Taoist Zhuan Yang, who was at the Golden Core Perfection realm, and the third-level city defense formation of the Poison Dragon City. Under such circumstances, it also transferred its anger to the Zhuanyang sword, the third-grade superior life magic weapon in front of it that was constantly suppressing it. In anger, the Red Gold Bear King, which was more than 100 feet in size, directly took out the heavy life magic weapon Red Gold Wolf Tooth Club that had been nurtured for hundreds of years. This club exudes an aura that is stronger than ordinary third-grade superior magic weapons. Its size is even larger, reaching nearly 200 feet, and the whole body is red gold. Except for the handle, the rest of the position is covered with sharp barbs. The quality of this club is also very high. It is a few points stronger than the Red Gold Claw, which is also an offensive magic weapon of the Red Gold Bear clan, and has reached the level of superior life magic weapons. This club is a heavy magic weapon, and the weight contained is not low, reaching 2 million jin, which is nearly twice as strong as the heavy magic weapon of the same level. In addition, the origin of this stick is also extraordinary. Although it is also a magic weapon of the Red Gold Bear clan, the forging method of this superior life magic weapon is the most core inheritance of the Red Gold Bear clan. Only the Red Gold Bear, who has entered the late stage of the Golden Core, can obtain the forging method of this superior attack magic weapon from the Red Gold Bear's Yuanying Demon King. The Red Gold Bear King, who is at the peak of the 9th level of the Golden Core, tightly grasped the Red Gold Wolf Tooth Club in his hands, exerted his strength, and bombarded the sword light of the Zhuanyang sword that was more than 140 feet long, breaking up a lot of its sword light. After a few moves, the Red Gold Bear King relied on this superior life magic weapon, the Red Gold Wolf Tooth Club, to suppress the Zhuanyang sword. However, this Zhuanyang sword is also extraordinary after all. It belongs to the top middle level magic weapon. Although it is weaker than the Red Gold Wolf Tooth Club in terms of power, it is still no problem to continue to fight with a bear monster under the blessing of the strong spiritual power of the old Taoist Zhuanyang. This small incident was quickly settled. At the same time, on the wall of Poison Dragon City, the old Taoist Qingshi, who had reached the 3rd level of Jinden and was fighting a 3rd level Jinden Red Gold Bear with a 3rd level intermediate magic weapon Qingshi Whisk of the Qingshi Taoist Temple, was a little surprised to see Ling Pengyun and Ling Yunhong kill a 3rd level Jinden Peak Red Gold Bear so quickly. However, when he thought of Ling Pengyun's killing of an ordinary 3rd level Jinden Peak Demon King alone in his early years, and the magical power that Ling Yunhong, the patriarch of the Ling family, had just used was not weak, he was relieved. Then, he looked at the two top-level intermediate 3rd-level lower-grade life magic weapons Red Gold Full Body Armor and Red Treasure Claw worn by the 3rd-level Jinden Red Gold Bear monster that was fighting with him, and his eyes slightly revealed a hint of excitement. The quality of these two items is very good. Even if the human race's golden elixir cannot fully exert their power, they can still exert the power of the top-lower magic weapon. If these two magic weapons are put on the market, they can be sold for at least 350,000 spiritual stones, especially the Red Gold Full Body Armor with particularly good defense, which can be sold for at least 400,000 spiritual stones. Such benefits are also extremely huge for the Taoist Qingshi, the master of the temple. Without being distracted too much, the Taoist Qingshi immediately greeted Ling Pengyun and Ling Yunhong, who had just separated from him not far away, and pointed to the Red Gold Bear monster with a 3rd level of golden elixir that he was fighting. To Ling Taoists, please help me kill this monster, and we will share the benefits of it equally. Ling Pengyun and Ling Yunhong, who had just finished a battle, turned their heads and looked. When they saw that the Red Gold Bear monster pointed by Taoist Qingshi was only at the 3rd level of golden elixir, they were also a little tempted, but neither of them agreed immediately. Ling Pengyun, who was familiar with Taoist Qingshi, also bargained. There are two of us. Taoist Qingshi, you only give us 50% of the benefits. It's not a good friend. After killing the bear monster, my grandfather and I will get 65% of the benefits, and you will get 35% alone. If Taoist agrees to this division of benefits, my grandfather and I will help you. If Taoist disagrees, my grandfather and I will help the other Taoists. Taoist Qingshi heard this and considered that if it was calculated based on 3 people, he would get the most benefits among the 3. In addition, Ling Pengyun and Ling Yanhong were not weaker than him in strength. If they helped, it was almost certain that he would kill the 3rd-level red gold bear. In this way, he could get away and go to help the other Taoists get more benefits, so he gritted his teeth and agreed. Okay, let's divide the benefits like this. Ling Pengyun and Ling Yanhong heard this, and their faces were filled with joy. Then, the two of them used their respective magic weapons to help Taoist Qingshi and besiege the red gold bear at the 3rd level of the Golden Core Realm outside the city. The red gold bear at the 3rd level of the Golden Core Realm was several times weaker than the red gold bear that Ling Pengyun and Ling Yanhong had killed before, and could only fight Taoist Qingshi on equal terms. Now that Ling Pengyun and Ling Yanhong had come to support them, the bear was simply unable to resist. After a few moves, the bear lost its footing and could no longer resist so many attacks, causing its body to be bombarded by magic weapons. If it weren't for the relatively strong set of its life magic weapon red gold armor, it would have been killed by now. Then, it cast several defensive spells. But even so, the bear didn't last long. In just half an instant of time, Ling Pengyun and the other two cut off its head. Taoist Qingshi also used the art of controlling objects to summon the corpse of the 3rd-level golden elixir bear monster and its magic weapon into the city. Then, he said to Ling Pengyun, the grandfather and grandson who were approaching him, this bear monster only has this 3rd-level lower-grade red gold armor and 2 magic weapons, the red gold claws, which are worth 400,000 spirit stones and 350,000 spirit stones respectively. Its corpse plus its golden elixir is worth at most 50,000 spirit stones, and its soul is worth about 10,000 spirit stones. After careful calculation, the total value of the bear monster we killed this time is about 810,000 spirit stones. I am short of a good quality defensive magic weapon. If you two Taoist friends can give me the red gold armor of this bear monster, I am willing to make up the difference of 120,000 spirit stones later. Ling Pengyun already has a superior 3rd-level lower-grade magic weapon, the Fire Dragon Shield, and Ling Yanhong also has a red gold armor. Both of them are not short of defensive magic weapons. In addition, since Taoist Qingshi was willing to make up the difference, they gave him a favor and gave him the red gold armor. Taoist Qingshi was very happy about this. With the help of the armor, his defense would be stronger, and he would have a greater chance of survival if he encountered danger in the future. He also thanked Ling Pengyun and his grandson. Thank you, fellow Taoists, for giving me the treasure. Ling Yanhong and Ling Pengyun didn't care about it. After waving their hands, they looked at the body of the 3rd-level red gold bear monster, the golden elixir, and the 3rd-level lower-grade magic weapon red gold claw. Ling Pengyun saw that the body of this red gold bear monster was well preserved. Except for the head being cut off, there were only some flesh wounds on his body because of the protection of the red gold armor. It was not like the bear monster he killed before, which lost half of its body. Then, he had an idea. This bear demon has a strong physique, so it is a good material for refining a demon corpse. A month ago, the corpse-controlled treasure book of the Demon Cultivation Corpse Deo Golden Elixir Inheritance that he collected from the Poison Blood Demon sect did not record the method of refining the corpse of a demon beast into a demon corpse. However, some such methods were seen in some of the miscellaneous key training and foundation building techniques of the corpse Deo. However, the methods of refining the corpse of a demon beast into a demon corpse recorded in those miscellaneous techniques were not very advanced, and could only refine the corpse of a demon beast into the most common iron corpse. For example, the demon corpse that mastered the 5 elements was not recorded. From this, it can be seen that low-level demon cultivators of the corpse Deo do not value the corpse of a demon beast very much. Thinking back, Ling Pengyun said to his grandfather Ling Yanhong, who had not spoken beside him, "Grandfather, I have a use for this 3rd-level giant bear monster's corpse, its giant, and its soul. These 3 items belong to me, and the 3rd-level lower-grade magic weapon level red gold claw belongs to you, Grandfather, okay. Ling Yanhuang heard this, his face lit up, and nodded. Of course. His body had also been tempered by the giant in thunder tribulation, and had a strength comparable to that of a first-level giant in physical cultivator. With the help of that good red gold claw, he could have one more means of attack. Then, Ling Pengyun waved his hand and pinched his fingers, performing a small spell to collect souls, leading out the soul of the third-level giant and bear monster and putting it into the soul-collecting bottle. After the benefits were divided, he and Ling Yanhuang had consumed most of their spiritual power after 2 consecutive battles, so they sat cross-legged on the city wall, absorbing the spiritual energy produced by the third-level spiritual vein in the city into their bodies and pouring it into their jinden. The Taoist priest Qingshi, who still had a lot of spiritual power left, was delighted as he went to help the rest of the human race's golden elixirs and kill the demon king outside the city. Chapter 529. The superior third-grade top-grade inverted vein talisman and broken array talisman appeared frequently, and the city was broken. Half a day later, the human race's jinden relied on the advantage of the third-level defensive formation in the Poison Dragon City to not only make up for the gap between the 2 jinden realm masters, but also occupied an absolute advantage in the battle between the 2 sides. During this period of fighting, 4 red gold bear monsters in the early stage of the jinden were killed by the human race's jinden. The Red Gold Bear King, who had a very strong background and was at the peak of the 9th level of the jinden, noticed this and his hatred for the human race's jinden increased even more. It glanced at the battle situation and saw that whether it was the 6 red gold bear monsters of the same clan, the Bayun Spirit Fox King of the Bayun Spirit Fox clan, or the other 2 Bayun Spirit Fox monsters in the middle stage of the jinden, they were all in a bad situation. They were besieged by the human race's jinden. If it dragged on, there would be casualties. Thinking of this, it felt a little painful and spit out a treasure talisman with a flashing aura and a breath as high as the 3rd level upper grade. As soon as this treasure talisman came out, it was noticed by the Zhuanyang Taoist priest who was fighting with the Bear King in the Poison Dragon City. His face darkened, and he quickly shouted to the 3rd level middle grade formation master, Liang Laodao, who has entangled 2 middle stage giant monsters with a 3rd level middle grade life formation. Not good. Brother Liang, that Bear King has a 3rd level upper grade reversed meridian talisman. You should use all your strength to activate the 3rd level middle grade meridian suppressing formation in the city. When the old Taoist Liang heard this, his eyes immediately looked at the treasure talisman that the Bear King had just taken out outside the city. When he sensed the breath of the treasure talisman, he was shocked. Immediately, he decisively took back the life formation flag that trapped the 2 middle stage giant monsters outside the city. Then he raised his hand and took out a formation plate from his storage bag. He sat cross-legged on the ground and kept pinching the magic formula to hit the formation plate. The formation plate flashed with spiritual light and emitted infinite suction to the outside. Nearly half of the spiritual energy of the entire Poison Dragon City was absorbed into the body by this formation plate. Then, the ground around the Poison Dragon City began to emit spiritual light and became countless times harder. The invisible ground vein deep underground in the Poison Dragon City was protected by the power of the 36 yellow formation flags beside it, gathering a lot of spiritual light, making this ground vein like wearing a treasure armor. The Red Gold Bear King, who saw this scene, showed a trace of contempt. A mere 3rd level medium grade vein suppressing formation wants to block this superior 3rd level top grade reverse vein refined by my mother, dreaming. When the city is broken, I will use you damned human race to commemorate the golden elixir of my race who died in this battle. It's a pity for my precious talisman. If I want to make contributions during the next monster chaos, I can only go back to my clan after this incident and ask my mother for another one of these precious talismans. After the monsters entered the golden elixir, their spiritual intelligence increased greatly, and they can be said to be seekers in this world of immortal cultivation. They can also practice the 100 arts of the human race. Among the Yuanying demon clan of the Red Gold Bear, there are many high-level 100 arts. The mother of this Red Gold Bear King is a skilled 3rd level upper grade talisman maker. And his father, the demon king of the Yuanying realm, is a rare 4th level weapon refiner in the world. As for the 3rd level upper grade inverted vein talisman in the Bear King's hand, it was prepared for the Demon Beast Rebellion decades later. The demon clan in the Bayun Mountains was annihilated by 90%, and its strength was greatly damaged. This time, its father sent it here, and also intended to let it stay here for hundreds of years to keep it safe. and wait until the demon clan here recovers its strength before it can return to the clan. As a result, when it left the clan, it asked its mother for this talisman, intending to capture a Yan country human settlement during the next Demon Beast Rebellion and expand the territory of the Red Gold Bear clan. Thinking back, the bear raised his hand and played the inverted vein talisman in his hand. The magic light of this treasure talisman flashed, and it turned into an invisible yellow dragon, which quickly merged into the depths of the ground. With its invisible body, it broke through the light curtain supported by the city defense formation of the Poison Dragon City, entered the depths of the Poison Dragon City, and bombarded the invisible ground vein under the Poison Dragon City, which was like a piece of spiritual armor. Under the bombardment of this dragon, the spiritual light of the spiritual armor that was transformed by the spiritual formation around the ground vein became increasingly dim. However, in just 3 breaths, this spiritual armor was shattered. The invisible yellow dragon transformed by the treasure talisman also bit on the ground vein, and actually bit the thick ground vein to pieces. After that, this yellow dragon crushed the other small ground vein branches of the dragon of the Poison Dragon City defense formation, one by one. In an instant, the ground near the Poison Dragon City shook, as if the sound of the wailing of heaven and earth came from deep underground. The defensive formation of the Poison Dragon City, which was arranged based on the power of the earth veins, also became increasingly dim due to the destruction of the earth veins. In just a moment, the power of this formation dropped by as much as 70%. What's more, the entire area of 100 miles around the Poison Dragon City was like a natural disaster, as if an earth dragon had turned over deep underground, erupting in a terrifying earthquake. Countless deep pits suddenly appeared in the Poison Dragon City, and countless buildings in the city collapsed as a result, and countless mortals in the city died as a result. Rumble. No. The Taoist Xuanyang, who was standing on the main city wall of the Poison Dragon Market, saw the weakening of the formation, his eyes turned red, and he shouted. The formation disc in front of the third-level middle-grade formation master Liang, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, also had countless cracks and broke into pieces. Liang's Henren also suffered from the backlash of the formation, and his blood and qi rolled in his body. It took a lot of effort to stabilize the situation in his body. Ling Pengyun and Ling Yunhong, who were sitting cross-legged on the city wall to absorb the spiritual energy in the city to restore their spiritual power, were also awakened by the surrounding movement. When they saw the scene of the mountains collapsing and the ground cracking around them, they all showed shock on their faces. Then, they saw the Bear King outside the city, who was at the peak of the 9th level of the golden elixir, throw out another spiritual talisman that exuded the upper 3rd level of the upper grade. This spiritual talisman turned into a spiritual light and fell on the defensive light curtain supported by the Poison Dragon City's city defense formation, emitting infinite suction and absorbing a large amount of spiritual energy in the formation. The city defense formation, which had been backfired due to the interruption of the deep underground veins, also greatly reduced its power. Cracks appeared on this formation. However, in an instant, the defensive light curtain supported by the entire city defense formation was like covered with spider silk, and became precarious. Break the formation talisman. The city is going to be broken. Ling Pengyun and Ling Yunhong saw this scene, and fear suddenly appeared on their faces. Not far from them, Master Bai Ling saw that the situation was not right and was about to use his escape technique to escape, but he thought of his disciple Bao Yuan, who he had high hopes for, was still here. If he left his disciple Bao Yuan, who was at the 1st level of the Golden Core, alone here, he would definitely not have much chance of survival. Helplessly, he sighed and took out a Bai Ling Sec's 3rd level middle grade flying boat Bai Ling flying boat from his storage bag and stepped on it. He also called Master Bao Yuan, who was not far away, and got on the flying boat. Then, he glanced at Ling Pengyun and Ling Yunhong who were standing beside him, hesitated for a while, and after considering this matter, he still needed to rely on these two people to compete with Xuanyang's sect, so he called them. Fellow Taoist Pengyun, fellow Taoist Yunhong, hurry up and get on the flying boat. The city's defensive formation is about to break. Without it, we will have no chance of survival if we fight the millions of monsters outside the mountain and the remaining 10 monster kings. Follow me. Ling Pengyun and Ling Yunhong, whose spiritual power had recovered half, knew that what they said was true. Previously, it was because of the advantage of the city defense formation that they did not need to activate defenses to resist the attacks of the giant and monster kings and millions of low-level monsters outside the city, and could attack with all their strength, which was why they were able to kill 4 giant and monster kings in just half a day. Now that the two sides have been fighting for half a day, most of the human giant stationed in Dulong City have consumed a lot of spiritual power. On the other hand, the group of giant and monster kings outside the city have a great momentum of victory and are getting braver and braver. Obviously, they still have a lot of spare power. Once they fight head-on, the human giant will definitely be at a disadvantage, and the chance of winning is less than 10%. Under such circumstances, Ling Pengyun and Ling Yanhong naturally did not need to think too much and immediately boarded the flying boat of Bailing's Henren. The Taoist Qingshi, who saw that something was wrong, ran forward shamelessly and pleaded with Bailing's Henren. "Dao Bailing, can you take me with you again? If it is possible, I will definitely repay you in the future." Bailing's Henren considered that the sect was on good terms with the Qingshi Taoist Hall, and the two sides had a good relationship. There was still room for one more person on the Bailing flying boat, so he nodded and agreed to it. Taoist Qingshi looked happy and jumped on the flying boat immediately. Then, Bailing's Henren controlled the third-level middle-grade Bailing flying boat under his feet, which could travel more than 800,000 miles a day, and turned it into a white spiritual light. It quickly flew out of the Poison Dragon City towards the wall where the Wu Giant and Demon King was, and blasted a gap in the Crack City defense formation, and escaped from the gap. Seeing this, Yao Wang's Henren, the master of Yao Wang Valley who had reached the 6th level of Jinden, also wanted to escape. However, in order to avoid the revenge of Xuanyang sect in the future, he politely said something to Xuanyang sect master Xuanyang Liodao before he fled the place in a 3rd-level inferior flying boat. Xuanyang Liodao and the other 5 Jinden of Xuanyang sect were extremely angry when they saw that the Jinden's Henren who came to support them had all fled. In this way, there were only 5 Jinden left in the Poison Dragon City. If the defense formation of the Poison Dragon City was intact, they could hold out for a while longer. But now, the formation was on the verge of breaking. At that time, the millions of low-level monsters and 10 Jinden monster kings outside the city would rush directly into the city. With the power of the 5 Jinden, they were no match for those monsters. "Brother Xuanyang, how about we go too?" The old Taoist Liang, who was attacked by the backlash of the deep underground meridian formation, now looked a little pale. He looked at the huge number of monsters outside the city, and his eyes darkened. Jinyang's Henren, Kishu's Henren, and Tuiyang's Henren, who were all from Bailing sect but only at the initial stage of Jinden, thought so in their hearts, but they did not dare to say much, and just looked at the sect master Xuanyang Liodao. Xuanyang Liodao looked at the millions of mortals under the command of the sect in Dulong City, and his heart was extremely entangled. This group of mortals is huge, and at least 100 or even hundreds of people with spiritual roots can be produced every year. It is because of these mortals that Xuanyang sect has gradually become so powerful now. And he and the other Jinden in the sect were also born from the mortal world. He also attaches more importance to these mortals in the sect. But if he does not leave at this time, he will have a great probability of disappearing. Once he died, Xuanyang sect would be invaded by other sects in Yan state without a Jinden perfect realm real person. Moreover, because of the feud with the Red Gold Bear clan this time, the next time the monster beasts riot, Xuanyang sect would not be in a good situation and would be retaliated by the Red Gold Bear clan. If the sect did not have him in charge, the sect would be destroyed with a high probability, and the number of deaths would be even higher. The Red Gold Bear clan only promised not to send the Jinden Demon King for the counterattack on Banished Mountain range this time, but did not say whether there would be any other actions in the next monster beast riot. After considering many things, the old Taoist Xuanyang exhaled a turbid breath with a helpless look on his face, and said in a low voice, "Well, let's go. Let's keep the city defense formation, so that the mortals in the city can live longer, which is the last thing we can do for them." After saying this, the already old Taoist Xuanyang seemed to be even older. His relatively straight body also bent a lot. Then, Xuanyang Liodao and other Jinden took out dozens of flying boats and took the 5,000 cultivators in the city away from the Poison Dragon City. These flying boats can only carry a limited number of people, and it is difficult to accommodate the mortals in the city. The Bear King outside the city, who was at the peak of the 9th level of the Jinden realm, saw that the 2 spiritual talismans, the Inverted Veins Talisman and the Array-Breaking Talisman, successfully reduced the power of the city defense formation of the Poison Dragon City and forced the human Jinden out of the outside world. He was very happy. This bear ordered the millions of low-level monsters under his command to continue attacking the city, but to leave the mortals in the poisoned dragon city for himself to eat. Then, he took the remaining 9 Jinden to chase Ling Pengyun and other Jinden who fled the poisoned dragon city. The flying boat group of Xuanyang sect was too large, and there were many second-level flying boats of lower grade. After a while, the monster kings caught up with the flying boats of Xuanyang sect. Then, the Bear King at the peak of the 9th level of the Jinden realm, the White Cloud Spirit Fox King at the perfect Jinden realm, 2 White Cloud Spirit Fox Kings at the middle Jinden stage, and 2 Red Gold Bear monsters at the early Jinden stage. A total of 6 Jinden monster kings attacked the flying boats together. Another Red Gold Bear monster at the late Jinden stage and 2 Red Gold Bears at the middle Jinden stage were sent by the Bear King to chase Ling Pengyun and other Jindens who had fled on the bailing flying boat. The last bear monster at the middle Jinden stage was sent to chase the Medicine King of Medicine King Valley. Horizontal Ellipsis. Chapter 530. The 3rd level middle grade Swift Wind Talisman appears again and is being hunted down. A few hours later, Ling Pengyun and his companions had just left the vast poison dragon pond on the bailing flying boat and entered the Qingshi dojo adjacent to this area, when they noticed that a late Jinden and 2 mid-Jinden red gold bear monsters were chasing them from thousands of miles away. Moreover, the 3 bear monsters were extremely fast, and were getting closer and closer to the bailing flying boat. Everyone was shocked when they saw this scene. The speed of the bailing flying boat they were riding was not slow. This flying boat was enough to reach more than 800,000 miles a day. Only the 6th level Jinden monsters could barely reach such a speed. They could understand that the late-stage Jinden Red Gold Bear could catch up. After all, this bear escape technique was enough to reach more than 900,000 miles a day, which was faster than the bailing flying boat. But the 2 bear monsters were only at the 4th or 5th level of Jinden. According to common sense, their flying speed was at most about 600,000 or 700,000 miles a day. Under such circumstances, it was strange that the 2 bear monsters, whose cultivation was only at the 4th or 5th level of the golden core, could catch up with a bailing flying boat, which was of the middle grade of the 3rd level. However, after a careful observation, everyone found something strange about the 2 bear monsters at the 4th or 5th level of the golden core. The 2 bear monsters at the 4th or 5th level of the golden core both had a treasure talisman with a gleaming spiritual light and a 3rd grade aura attached to their bodies. Relying on the effect of these treasure talismans, the 2 bear monsters at the 4th or 5th level of the golden core had countless gusts of wind around them that pushed them forward, making their speed of performing escape techniques 2 or 3 times faster, enough to reach about 800,000 or 900,000 miles a day. In this way, their speed was a little faster than the bailing flying boat. The gust of wind was a spiritual talisman that enhanced speed, and the lowest grade was the 3rd level. It could increase the speed of the attack when attached to the body. Bailing Zhenren, who controlled the bailing flying boat, frowned when he saw this situation. In order to avoid the 3 bear monsters behind him catching up, delaying his escape time and causing the other giant and demon kings to catch up, he did not hesitate to consume his spiritual power and directly activated the Bailing escape technique attached to the flying boat. In an instant, the flying boat flashed with spiritual light, turning into light and shadow sliding across the sky, and the speed increased by nearly double. After a few breaths, the Bailing flying boat left the 3 bear monsters behind, and it was difficult to see the figures of the 3 bear monsters with the naked eye. However, for this reason, the spiritual power in Bailing Zhenren's body was also constantly consumed. In addition, Bailing Zhenren fought with the giant and demon king for half a day when he was in the poison dragon city. This also made it possible for Bailing Zhenren to activate the flying boat escape technique for only half an instant of time, and the spiritual power in his Jinden was about to be exhausted. Although later, Bailing Zhenren used 3 spiritual power restoration talismans drawn by the 3rd level lower grade talisman maker Ling Fu Laozu of Bailingman to stick on his body, restoring nearly half of his spiritual power. However, considering that he had already distanced himself from the bear monster behind him, and his meridians were aching from the continuous use of recovery talismans, it was difficult for him to use other things to restore his spiritual power in a short period of time. To be on the safe side, he did not continue to use the flying boat escape technique at the expense of spiritual power as he had just done. The speed of the bailing flying boat also slowed down and returned to its normal flying speed. But what surprised Ling Pengyun and others was that in just 1 or 2 hours, the 3 bear monsters that had chased them before caught up again. Moreover, their speed was 30% faster than before. Everyone looked again and found that the gust of wind talismans attached to the 3 bear monsters were 1 level higher than before, reaching the level of the 3rd level middle grade. 3rd level middle grade gust of wind. How come this red gold bear clan has so many 3rd level treasure talismans? This is troublesome. Ling Pengyun, who was riding on the bailing flying boat, muttered to himself. Then, he looked around. When he saw that this place was the territory of Qingshi occupied by Qingshi Taoist temple, his eyes lit up and he immediately asked the Qingshi Taoist master, who was also on this flying boat. Fellow Taoist Qingshi, how far is this place from Qingshi Mountain, where your Qingshi Taoist temple has set up a 3rd level formation in this territory? Upon hearing this, Qingshi Taoist frowned and even cursed Ling Pengyun in his heart. He naturally knew what Ling Pengyun was thinking. If the battlefield was moved to Qingshi Mountain in the territory of Qingshi occupied by him, and the pursuing Demon King was repelled in the end, it would be fine. But if the Demon King was not repelled, but they were repelled by the demon beasts again like in the Poison Dragon City, causing them to flee in embarrassment, the mortals under the Qingshi Taoist Hall in the territory of Qingshi and the monks of the Taoist Hall would not be spared. When the people on the flying boat heard this, they also fixed their eyes on Qingshi Taoist master. The Taoist Qingshi, who was originally unwilling to answer in order to avoid bringing danger to the territory occupied by his sect, had to answer under the gaze of everyone. About 30,000 miles. When Lingxiao, who was driving the flying boat, heard this, his eyes lit up with joy. 30,000 miles is not far. Anyway, we will be caught up soon. Instead of continuing to escape, it is better to go to the sect of Taoist Qingshi in Qingshi Mountain in the territory of Qingshi to hide. In this way, we have the 3rd level formation in Qingshi Mountain as our base. Even if we cannot kill the 3 giant and demon kings chasing us in a short time, and they delay time and allow other demon kings to come to support us, we will not be too passive. After saying this, Zhenren Bailing looked at the unhappy Taoist Qingshi and said meaningfully, "Fellow Taoist Qingshi, if you are not willing to lend Qingshi Mountain to us as a base, then leave my flying boat. Without my flying boat before, the 3rd level inferior flying boat of your Qingshi Dao Pavilion alone might have been caught up by the Demon King. You might have been killed by now. Don't be an ungrateful person." The displeased Qingshi Taoist listened to the threat of Lingxiao and looked at the 3 extremely fast red gold bear monsters behind him, who were higher in cultivation than him. His body trembled slightly, and a trace of fear appeared on his face. "Fellow Taoist Bailing, you are joking. How could I be unwilling to lend Qingshi Mountain, which is arranged with a 3rd level formation, to you as a temporary base?" Upon hearing this, Lingxiao snorted at Qingshi Taoist, then identified the direction and rushed to the Qingshi Mountain in the Qingshi territory occupied by Qingshi Dao Pavilion. Half an hour. The group relied on the bailing flying boat to cross 30,000 miles and entered the top of Qingshi Mountain, where a 3rd level formation was set up. Many high-level people in the Qingshi Taoist temple in the mountain were also a little confused when they saw their master coming with so many giants in Zhenren. They all came forward to ask their master, the old Taoist Qingshi. The old Taoist Qingshi was a little unhappy that Ling Pengyun and others came to Qingshi Mountain, so he was too lazy to explain and just ordered the people in the Taoist temple to open the 3rd level formation in the mountain. In an instant, a huge yellow light curtain suddenly appeared, covering the entire Qingshi Mountain. Within 100 breaths, the late giant and 2 middle giant and red gold bear monsters that had previously chased Ling Pengyun and others arrived within a few thousand feet of Qingshi Mountain. I will stop the 7th level giant and the 5th level giant and red gold bear monster on the left. The other 4th level giant and bear monster will be stopped by the 4 of you. Go all out and don't save your spiritual power. If we can't kill any of these 3 demon kings before the other demon kings come to support us, our situation will be bad. Among the 5 giant and cultivators present, Lingxiao, who had the highest cultivation, raised his hand and pointed at the late giant and the 5th level giant and red gold bear monster on the left, and said solemnly to Ling Pengyun, Ling Yanhong, Bao Yuan Zhenren, and Qingxin Liao Dao, 4 early-stage giant and cultivators beside him. After speaking, Lingxiao directly summoned the sect's 3rd level top-grade magic weapon Black Flame True Fire Gourd, and summoned a large amount of Black Flame True Fire from it, sweeping away the 7th level and 5th level giant and red gold bears outside Qingshi Mountain. The temperature of the black flame true fire spewed out by the black flame true fire gourd was extremely high, and because of the extremely high quality of this magic weapon, the power of this black flame true fire was several times stronger than that of ordinary true fire of the same level. The red gold bears of the 7th and 5th levels of the golden elixir had seen the powerful power of this true fire when they attacked the poison dragon city before, so they naturally did not dare to be careless. Immediately, they directly supported their life defense spell Red Gold Mysterious Yuan Cover. The defense power of this Red Gold Mysterious Yuan Cover is good, and it is much stronger than the power of ordinary defense magic weapons of the same level. Even the Black Flame True Fire is difficult to break in a short time. But at this time, 3 blazing flying swords carrying more than 80 feet of sword light and the grade of the 3rd level middle grade suddenly rushed out, slid across the sky, and fiercely bombarded the defense light curtain on the 2 bear monsters, directly stopping their stealth escape technique. Then, another strange black wind came. This black wind was quite powerful and had a corrosive effect, like a deadly poison. The 2 bears that were corroding the light curtain kept making sizzling sounds. In fact, this wind helped the fire of the black flame true fire, making it even more powerful. In Qingshi Mountain, by Lingxiao, who had summoned a black banner from nowhere and a black flame true fire gourd on his head, put his hands together and muttered a sentence. Black flame true fire tornado. Congeal. The black banner and the black flame true fire gourd flashed at the same time. Outside the mountain, the countless black flame true fires that swept over the defensive light curtain around the golden elixir level 7 and golden elixir level 5 bear monsters quickly merged into the strange black wind, forming a black flame true fire tornado that was 100 feet high, with a strong aura, strong wind, and great power. This tornado only rolled once, and the red gold bear monsters at the golden elixir level 7 and golden elixir level 5 were swept into the center of the tornado. At this moment, countless suction forces swept over the 2 bears, making it difficult for them to stabilize their bodies, and they kept swaying from side to side. The black flames in the tornado and the 3 blazing flying swords also took this opportunity to continuously bombard the defensive light curtains around the 2 bears, causing them to ripple. The red gold bear monsters at the 7th and 5th levels of the golden core were also blocked by Lingxiao at the 7th level of the golden core. In fact, the 2 bear monsters were suppressed by Lingxiao. On the top of a Qingshi mountain, standing not far from Lingxiao, Ling Pengyun was slightly surprised when he saw Lingxiao's method. If 2 different magic weapons want to cooperate with each other and complement each other and increase their power, it requires extremely strong spiritual awareness and proficiency after trying countless magic weapon combination attacks. Previously, when he was stationed in Poison Dragon City, Lingxiao did not use such a powerful method. Ling Pengyun's eyes turned and fixed on the black long banner that exuded the aura of a 3rd grade middle grade magic weapon, tightly held in the hand of Lingxiao. This long banner was the black evil long banner that he obtained when he killed a black wind wolf monster, a 3rd level giant and mutant monster that the Thunder Leopard clan invited to help him when he accompanied Lingman to destroy the Thunder Leopard clan. However, when Ling Pengyun sold this thing, the grade of this long banner was only the prototype of a magic weapon. But now, the grade of this long banner has reached the high level of 3rd grade middle grade. I think fellow Taoist Bailing has incorporated a lot of 3rd level precious wood and silk into the long banner in recent years. If we can get through the danger safely this time, I can ask fellow Taoist Bailing about the 3rd level soul gathering wood and the 3rd level ghost silk. If I can find these 2 things, after I inherit the 3rd level lower grade refining equipment of the Bailing sect, I can also use these 2 things to recast the magic weapon level ghost controlling long banner, and try to upgrade its grade to the 3rd level. Ling Pengyun summoned his own magic weapon, the Bihai Chong Yuan treasure bead, and other magic weapons, and followed Ling Yunhong, who was at the 1st level of Jiandan, Zhenren Baoyin, and Taoist Kingshan, who was at the 3rd level of Jiandan, to attack the 4th level Jiandan red gold bear monster outside the mountain that was still escaping to Qingshi Mountain and was unstoppable. Thanks to Meng Wei Chenggen 12, Yao Ken Yuan Fang, Xiao Xiang is handsome, Puku, Wei Fenquing Lang, Daoming, Gu Jia, Shu Yu 2021230946214006, Shu Yu 201910008201807910, Shuyu 2020504041838003, Seoul Tiom, Shuyu 201902050228222909, Wei Yi, and Taizu Junhun 21 for their monthly tickets. Thanks to the future Wu Ban for his 700-point reward. Thanks to everyone for your support. Chapter 531, The Power of Liang Yi Topaz Formation. Although the cultivation of Ling Pengyun and the other four Jindans was relatively low, many of the magic weapons they used were of good quality. With the combined strength of the fourth level red gold bear monster could not be underestimated. Immediately, the red gold bear monster sacrificed its own life magic weapon, the Zuanjin shield. This shield was extremely heavy and extremely large, and was 20 feet taller than the red gold bear of the fourth level of the Jindan. The bear's was only 60 feet, but the Zuanjin shield was 80 feet tall. This red gold shield was also one of the several inherited magic weapons of the Yuanying Demon Clan, the Red Gold Bear Clan, but the quality of this life magic shield only reached the level of the middle-level life magic weapon, which was slightly weaker than the Zuanjin Baojia, the defensive magic weapon of the same level of the Zuanjin Bear Clan. However, this shield was easier to refine. The parents of this fourth-level Red Gold Bear only had the cultivation of key training, and it was also because of the return of its bloodline in its body that it reached its current cultivation. Over the years, it has not made many contributions to the Red Gold Bear Clan, so it is difficult to get the attention of the Yuanying Realm Demon King in the clan, and it is difficult to ask the Demon King to help refine the Zuanjin treasure armor. Only when it entered the Jindan stage, the Demon King helped it refine a top-level middle-level magic weapon Zuanjin Claws Award. Now this Zuanjin shield was made by itself after hundreds of years of thinking through the clan's third-level refining inheritance. It was precisely because of this that it delayed its progress in cultivation. Otherwise, with the richness of its blood, it is afraid that it has reached the 6th level of Jindan now. As the 4th level Jindan Red Gold Bear roared, the 3rd level middle grade red gold shield in its hand also lit up. A red gold light curtain, which was nearly 50% thicker than the light curtain held up by the 5th level Jindan Bear Demon in the distance using the red gold Zuanjin cover, suddenly stood up to protect it. The magic weapons that Ling Pengyun and the other four had used also bombarded the magic shield light curtain the next moment, causing small waves on it. However, it would take a long time to break the magic shield light curtain. The 4th level Red Gold Bear still had a lot of strength left. Then, the Red Gold Bear Demon controlled the shield with its spiritual consciousness, freed its hands, and sacrificed another 3rd level middle grade life magic weapon, the Red Gold Claw, and put it on its hands. It also waved its claws, forming a claw wall to resist the incoming attacks, reducing a lot of pressure on the red gold shield. However, Ling Pengyun, Ling Yunhong, Bao Yunzhanren, and Qingshi Mountain, who were in Qingshi Mountain, frowned when they saw the 4th level red gold bear of the golden elixir being so at ease. This situation is not a good thing for them. Although Bai Lingxiao was in an advantageous position, it was already good that he could suppress a 7th level Jindan and a 5th level Jindan red gold bear monster by himself. If Bai Lingxiao did not use other means, it would be difficult to achieve success. At present, the breakthrough point of this battle lies in them. If they can kill the 4th level Jindan red gold bear, the situation will be better. On the contrary, if they cannot achieve success and are dragged by the 4th level Jindan red gold bear, when other demon kings come to support them, their situation will become very dangerous. Under such circumstances, the old Taoist Qingshi, who still has other means, sighed helplessly. He pinched his hands and groaned. Yellow Jade Seal. Out. The 3rd grade lower grade Zuanhuang Lianga E-grade array that covered the entire Qingshi Mountain trembled slightly, and a fist-sized jade seal that was like yellow jade and of the 3rd grade lower grade suddenly appeared. This yellow jade seal is the attacking array weapon among the 2 array weapons of the Zuanhuang Lianga E-grade array. This array weapon is usually hidden deep underground to accumulate the power of the earth veins. In ordinary places, this yellow jade seal needs at least 9 years to accumulate enough power. When this treasure is fully victorious, it has the power of 3 strikes, each strike stronger than the last. At this time, the rising yellow jade seal flashed with spiritual light, and in an instant it grew countless times, reaching a size of 60 feet, containing a full force of more than 600,000 caddies, enough to be comparable to the full force of a 4th level Jindan cultivator. Then, this yellow jade seal turned into yellow spiritual light, and quickly bombarded the magic shield-like curtain around the 4th level giant and bear monster outside the mountain, causing a huge wave. After the strike fell, this treasure rose again, and the spiritual light around it became more shining. Its size also grew again, reaching 80 feet, containing a full force of 800,000 caddies, comparable to the full force of a 6th level giant and cultivator. With a loud bang, the treasure hit the shield-like curtain again, causing an even bigger wave. Then, the treasure rose again, and the spiritual light shining around it became even stronger, even covering the body of the yellow jade seal, as if it was just a ball of light. However, with a divine sense, it can be detected that the size of the treasure has increased dramatically, reaching 90 feet, and the power contained in it has steadily reached 900,000 pounds, and a sense of heaviness also came with it. This attack is also enough to be comparable to the full strength attack of a 7th level giant and cultivator. Fall. Boom boom. The fierce attack of the treasure directly smashed a huge wave on the shield-like curtain around the bear monster, and in the center of this wave, a sound of breaking was heard. A small crack suddenly appeared. But after the attack of the yellow jade seal, the spiritual light limbed, flew back into the formation, and merged into the deep underground of Qingshi Mountain. Chief Yunhong, quickly use your magical power to smash the shield-like curtain around the bear monster. After looking at the deep underground of Qingshi Mountain with a distressed look, the old Taoist Qingxin called out to Ling Yunhong, who had mastered the magical power. When Ling Yunhong heard the call and saw that a crack had appeared on the shield-like curtain around the 4th level golden elixir red gold bear outside the mountain, his eyes moved and he immediately pinched his fingers and began to cast a spell. In an instant, countless dragon yang true fires suddenly surged out and turned into a 50-foot pure yang true dragon. Then, in order to strengthen the power of this dragon, Ling Yunhong directly used the Dragon Yang True Fire secret method Yang Absorption Technique to absorb countless surrounding scorching sun power, and its size increased again, reaching more than 70 feet in size. Go! This fire dragon soared into the void and quickly bombarded the cracks on the shield-like curtain around the 4th level golden elixir bear monster. The powerful force bombarded the crack, causing a huge wave. The small crack also expanded a little in an instant. At this moment, Ling Pengyun also transferred a huge spiritual power into the upper 3rd level lower grade fire dragon sword, and used all his strength to stimulate the sword, causing the sword light on the tip of the sword to surge to more than 60 feet. Then, he raised his hand and hit the sword. On the other side, the giant in 1st level Bao Iden's Henren activated the Bailing Sex only magical power, the Bailing Hammer, and transformed into a phantom white giant hammer that was more than 50 feet long. The Bailing Sect's Bailing Hammer was created thousands of years ago by the founder of the Bailing Sect after a rare epiphany. However, because the founder of the Bailing Sect was not talented enough and had little knowledge of various magical powers, the quality of the Bailing Hammer magical power he created was also low, and it was the lowest quality magical power. Of course, this magical spell, Bailing Hammer, is about 20% to 30% stronger than the ordinary life spells cast by the same level cultivators. This power is already very extraordinary for ordinary cultivators, and it is not weaker than the superior life spell, Jade Sea Sky Sword, cast by Ling Pengyun, whose spiritual consciousness is as strong as the 3rd level of Jinden. It is precisely because of the good power of this Bailing Hammer and Jade Sea Sky Sword that, in conjunction with the attack of the pure Yang Fire Dragon, the broken parts of the magic shield-like curtain around the 4th level of Jinden Bear Monster also expanded rapidly, gradually spreading throughout the magic shield-like curtain. With only a crisp cracking sound, this thick light curtain suddenly turned into countless fragments and turned into ashes. The Jade Sea Sky Sword, Bailing Hammer, Pure Yang Fire Dragon and other attack methods that still had a lot of power left also bombarded the thick black gold shield in the hands of the 4th level of Jinden Bear Monster, stimulating the sound of golden swords and iron ringing. Although the shield is strong in defense, there are too many attacks, and the residual force transmitted is also very strong. In addition, the shield is controlled by the bear demon with divine consciousness, which also makes the shield blown away by many attacks before it can last for half a breath. However, this 4th level giant and bear demon is also very experienced in combat. At this critical moment, he timely cast the magical spell Red Gold Mysterious Yuan Cover and the giant and magical power body protection Yuan Gang to temporarily block the incoming attack. However, the Red Gold Mysterious Yuan Cover cast by this bear is several times weaker than the previous magic shield-like curtain, and only the life-saving body protection Yuan Gang can be on the stage. As a result, under the torrential attack of Ling Pengyun and others, these two defensive light curtains were gradually broken. The attacks such as the Blue Sea Sky Sword launched by Ling Pengyun and others also drove straight into the body of the 4th level giant and bear demon, hitting its body, which is as strong as the same level defensive magic weapon, with holes everywhere. Even if the giant and realm monster beasts have extremely strong vitality, they can hardly bear such injuries. The vitality of this 4th level giant and red gold bear also dissipated. After the achievement, Ling Pengyun, Ling Yunhong, Bao Yunzhanren, Qingshi Mountain and other 4 giant did not have time to be happy, and immediately went to help Lingxiao, who was fighting against a 7th level giant and a 5th level giant and red gold bear on his own. The 7th level giant and the 5th level giant and red gold bears were already being beaten by Lingxiao, who was firing at full power. Now Ling Pengyun and other 4 powerful giant and early stage cultivators came to kill them again, and they were also beaten back step by step, and the situation became worse. In fact, the 2 bears had the idea of evacuating first. But how could Ling Pengyun and others let them leave and bring endless troubles in the future? Immediately, everyone performed their own trapping techniques. Ling Pengyun activated the 5 elements return to origin formation, which was comparable to the 3rd level middle grade formation, and directly covered the 2 bear monsters. Bao Yunzhanren took out the fire dragon ring and put it on the body of the 5th level giant and bear monster in the formation. Taoist Qingshi used the Taoist temple's magic weapon Qingshi whisk in his hand to transform into countless white beards, temporarily entangled the 7th level giant and bear monster in the formation. These 3 types of trapping methods are particularly good. Even if the 7th level giant and the 5th level giant and bear monsters are strong, it will be difficult to escape in a short time. Bai Lingxiao and Ling Yunhong, who had their hands free, also knew that Ling Pengyun and others would not be able to hold on for long. They did not hesitate to consume their spiritual power and directly use their killing moves. Bai Lingxiao also used his 7th level giant in cultivation to perform Bai Lingman's only magical power, Bai Ling Hammer, and transformed into a phantom white hammer that was 120 feet long and weighed 1.2 million pounds, equivalent to the full force of an ordinary giant and perfect cultivator. He smashed it out fiercely and directly broke down the defenses of the 2 bear monsters. Ling Yunhong once again used the Dragon Yang True Fire to condense a pure Yang Fire Dragon and killed it, beheading the weaker Golden Core Level 5 Red Gold Bear in one fell swoop. The remaining Golden Core Level 7 Red Gold Bear did not survive for long, and was quickly beheaded under the siege of the crowd. Chapter 532, Actively Ambush the Demon King. After the battle, Ling Pengyun, Ling Yunhong, Bai Lingxiao, Bao Yunzhanren, and Qingshi Mountain all showed joy on their faces. They were happy because they solved the problem of the monsters chasing them, and they were also happy that there were 3 fewer Monster Kings in the Banished Mountains. Originally, there were 14 Monster Kings in the Banished Mountains. While stationed in Dulong City, the human race's giant and killed 4 giant and monster kings. Now 3 more giant and monster kings have been killed here. In this way, there are only 7 monster kings left in the Banished Mountains. However, there are as many as 11 human race giants in the Banished Mountains of Yan State. In this way, even if the remaining 7 monster kings have higher cultivation, the human race's giants have a few advantages in terms of number. I wonder what the other Taoist friends who were being hunted are like now? Where are they now? If they are not injured, the number of our human race's golden elixirs will still remain at 11. We can ambush those monster kings and then gradually kill them. Reoccupy this Banished mountain range. The slightly fat Bailing sect master, who had a big belly, looked at the 3 monster kings outside the mountain, his eyes sparkling, and he muttered to himself. Ling Pengyun and others on the side also had this idea. After all, only by eliminating those monster kings can they occupy this vast Banished mountain range with peace of mind. We need to ambush quickly. Otherwise, if the remaining 7 demon kings in the mountain stop chasing the rest of our Yan kingdom's golden elixirs and retreat to the Banished Mountains, the home of the Banished Spirit Fox clan, relying on the 3rd level formations on the 3rd level spiritual veins in the Banished Mountains, it will be difficult for us to eradicate this cancer. In addition, we killed so many demon kings of the Red Gold Bear clan this time. If the remaining few Red Gold Bear monsters escape, I'm afraid we won't have a peaceful life in the future. In my opinion, the only thing left for us now is to set off immediately. Ling Pengyun looked into the distance, his eyes flashing with countless murderous intent, and suggested. The Banished Spirit Fox clan, The former overlord of the Bayun Mountains had a third-level top-grade formation master, the Bayun Spirit Fox King, and the spiritual veins in the Bayun Mountains, the home of this clan, were also covered with formations. Among them, several third-level spiritual veins were arranged with a third-level top-grade formation. The power of those third-level top-grade formations is extremely strong. Relying on the rich spiritual energy in the third-level spiritual veins, those formations can burst out the combat power of a cultivator in the perfect golden elixir realm in a short period of time. You are right. Disciple Bao Idun, fellow Taoist Yunhong, fellow Taoist Qingshi, do you agree to take the initiative to ambush the Demon King? After listening to Ling Pengyun's words, Bai Ling's Henren looked at Ling Pengyun in surprise, and in his heart he looked up to Ling Pengyun a little. Then, he asked Ling Yunhong and the other two beside him. Ling Yunhong and the other two agreed with Ling Pengyun's point of view, and they also agreed immediately. After getting the answer, Bai Ling's Henren looked at Ling Pengyun and Ling Yunhong. When he saw that both of them looked a little pale, as if their spiritual power was consumed too much, his brows slightly frowned. Considering that the two of them were particularly strong, he asked Ling Pengyun and the other two, "Do you have spiritual objects to restore spiritual power?" Ling Pengyun and Ling Yunhong shook their heads. Items that can restore the spiritual power of giant and cultivators must be at least level 3. Ling Pengyun and others don't even have level 3 spiritual objects for cultivation, let alone more precious spiritual objects for recovery. Seeing this, Bai Ling's Henren raised his hand and waved 4 low-grade level 3 spirit restoration talismans, and handed them to Ling Pengyun and Ling Yunhong respectively. This talisman costs 3,000 spiritual stones on the market, and I won't charge you more spiritual stones. You can pay the spiritual stones according to this price. Seeing this, Ling Pengyun and Ling Yunhong looked happy and immediately thanked him for this. Afterwards, he said that he didn't carry so many spiritual stones on him and would pay for them later. The relationship between Bai Lingman and Ling's family is good, and the two forces are like one pair of pants. Bai Ling's Henren naturally trusts Ling Pengyun and Ling Yunhong, and he also agreed to pay the spiritual stones needed to buy the talismans in the future. Seeing that Master Bailing agreed to this proposal, Ling Pengyun and Ling Yunhong used a third-level lower-grade soul-recovering talisman to stick on their bodies. This soul-recovering talisman was of the same level as theirs, and just one piece restored nearly 70% of their spiritual power. They put away the remaining soul-recovering talisman in their hands, just in case. As for Master Bao Idun and Taoist Qingshi, although they had just experienced a big battle and consumed a lot of their spiritual power, they had already used spiritual objects of recovery to recover some of their spiritual power during the battle. Although Taoist Qingshi did not show his talisman cultivation skills, he did inherit the talisman-making skills handed down from the ancestors of the Qingshi Taoist temple. As early as decades ago, this person was already a famous old-fashioned third-level lower-grade talisman-making master in Yan State. His talisman-making skills were extremely high, and he had a large number of third-level spiritual talismans stored on his body. However, Taoist Qingshi was very careful about his life, and the talismans he was good at refining were mostly defensive talismans or auxiliary talismans, such as the Gale talisman. As a talisman maker, the technique he practices is naturally related to talisman making. He also has a natal talisman, but this natal talisman is different from that of Song Shu, the Chiu Shui's Henren of Zhuanayang sect, who also entered the Tao with talismans. The natal talisman of the Taoist Qingshi is the Qingshi talisman, handed down from the ancestors of the Qingshi Taoist temple. This talisman is an auxiliary spiritual talisman with the effect of purifying the heart. It is of great help to the Taoist Qingshi in both cultivation and refining talismans. It is said that when this person broke through the golden elixir in his early years, it was with the help of this talisman that he increased his success rate by about 0.5%, and he was lucky enough to enter the golden elixir realm. If this person had not taken too many elixir-like golden elixir spiritual objects containing impurities when he formed the elixir, and only condensed the inferior golden elixir, and was dragged down by this inferior golden elixir, otherwise this person might have already broken through to the middle stage of the golden elixir. Although Master Bao Yuan's cultivation was not high, he was only at the first level of golden core, but he had the support of Bailing sect, so naturally he also possessed several soul-returning talismans refined by the Lingfu ancestor of Bailing sect. Now that the spiritual power of fellow Taoists Pengyun and Yunhong has recovered a lot, let's talk about the ambush. At that time, The 11 human Jinden in Poison Dragon City were divided into 3 waves when they fled from Poison Dragon City. We were one wave, the 5 Jinden from Zhuanyang sect were another wave, and the Medicine King from Medicine King Valley fled alone. The 5 Jinden from Zhuanyang sect took the more than 5,000 low-level cultivators stationed in Poison Dragon City and fled on a group of flying boats. Their speed was slow, and they were caught up by the Jinden Monster Kings early. The number of Jinden Monster Kings besieging them was also the largest, as many as 6, including the Bear King at the peak of the 9th level of the Jinden and the White Cloud Fox King at the perfect Jinden level. The number of Jinden from Zhuanyang sect is at a disadvantage. I'm afraid their situation is not good now. And if they all die, our plan to ambush the Monster King will also be reduced to ashes. Therefore, I think we should go directly to support Zhuanyang sect. As for the 6th level golden elixir level Yao Wang's Henren in Yao Wang Valley, he is good at fighting and has a lot of combat experience. The Demon King chasing him is only a 6th level golden elixir level red gold bear, so he is not very dangerous. Do you agree with this proposal? Seeing that Ling Pengyun and Ling Yanhong had used the soul returning talisman, Zhenren Bailing asked everyone. Ling Pengyun and others all agreed with this idea. Then, they began to divide the property of the 3 golden elixir bear monsters killed in this battle. The property of the 4th level golden elixir level red gold bear killed by Ling Pengyun, Ling Yanhong, Zhenren Bao Idun, and Taoist Qingshi was very valuable. The top middle level magic weapon red gold claw of the bear monster was worth 650,000 spiritual stones. The 3rd level middle level quality black gold shield was worth 600,000 spiritual stones, and its golden elixir and corpse were worth 100,000 spiritual stones. The 4 divided the wealth into 10 shares. Except for Taoist Qingshi, who contributed the most, who could get 40%, the other 3 could only get 20%. Taoist Qingshi cherished his life, so he took the 3rd level medium quality black gold shield. However, he had to pay the difference of 50,000 spiritual stones to Ling Pengyun and the other 2 afterwards. Ling Pengyun and Ling Yanhong took the red gold claw together. Afterwards, they had to pay 100,000 spiritual stones to Bao Yuan's Henren alone. Bao Yuan's Henren alone received 150,000 spiritual stones as compensation, as well as the golden elixir of the bear monster in its body. As for the golden elixir level 7 bear monster and the golden elixir level 5 bear monster that Ling Pengyun and Bai Ling's Henren killed together, because Bai Ling's Henren contributed the most, the property of the golden elixir level 7 bear monster was also taken by Bai Ling's Henren alone. The remaining property of the golden elixir level 5 bear monster was given to Ling Pengyun and the other 3 by Bai Ling's Henren. The property of the golden elixir level 5 bear monster was not much different from that of the golden elixir level 4 bear monster, but Ling Pengyun and the other 3 divided the monster equally. The fearful Taoist Qingshi still asked for the bear's defensive magic weapon, while Master Bao Idun asked for the monster's offensive magic weapon. Ling Pengyun and Ling Yanhong got the bear monster's body and golden elixir, plus the 150,000 spiritual stones that Taoist Qingshi and Master Bao Idun promised to make up for. Putting aside the 100,000 spiritual stones owed for the 3rd level middle grade red gold claw, they could earn 50,000 spiritual stones for free. After dividing the profits, Ling Pengyun and others took the 3rd level middle grade Bailing flying boat in Master Bailing's hands, left Qingshi Mountain, and rushed to the place where the Zhuanyang sect's golden elixir was besieged. After several hours, Ling Pengyun and others crossed more than 100,000 miles on the Bailing flying boat, and soon returned to the Poison Dragon Pond. They saw from afar that there were strong spiritual power fluctuations coming from thousands of miles away. Everyone used the spiritual power fluctuations to see the situation of thousands of miles away. There were dozens of flying boats in the sky, which were blocked by 6 Jindens with auras as high as the Jinden realm and flying in the air. In order to resist the attack of the 6 Jinden Demon Kings, one of the dozens of flying boats with a strong aura of the 3rd level middle grade propped up a huge red light curtain to protect all the surrounding flying boats. The thousands of key training and foundation building cultivators and the 5 human Jindens in the flying boat group also fought back hard, launching countless attacks to repel the 6 Jindens that blocked the way. But the 6 Jinden Demon Kings were extraordinary, and the attacks were easily resisted by them. The 6 Jinden Demon Kings even had a lot of spare strength, and launched attacks on the light curtain protecting the flying boat group, causing the huge light curtain to be rippled. There was even a white fox demon king in the Jinden perfection realm, who was urging 36 white formation flags to form a huge spherical light curtain, covering the flying boat group and trapping them here. As a result, the flying boats have become precarious. It is likely that within a few hours, the huge red light curtain held up by the flying boats will be broken by the 6 giant and demon kings, and the cultivators in them will probably die tragically. And those flying boats are the flying boats of Xuanyang sect that escaped from Poison Dragon City, and the cultivators in them are all cultivators of Xuanyang sect. The 6 demon kings that attacked the flying boats are the White Cloud Spirit Fox King, the Bear King and other demon kings. Ling Pengyun, Ling Yunhong, Bailing's Henren, Baoin's Henren, Qingshi Mountain and others who were on the bailing flying boat also showed solemn expressions on their faces when they saw this. Get ready for battle. After Bailing's Henren, who was driving the bailing flying boat, called out to the others, he increased the spiritual power and transferred it to the flying boat under his feet, which increased the flying speed of the bailing flying boat by 10% or 20%. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 533, Weapon Spirit Battles the Bear King. After a while, the bailing flying boat crossed thousands of miles and approached the battle site for about 1,000 miles. The Bear King who was besieging the Xuanyang flying boat group, the 6 giant and demon kings including the White Cloud Spirit Fox King, and the 5 giant in the Xuanyang flying boat group also detected their traces through their spiritual consciousness. The Bear King, who was extremely intelligent and whose cultivation was only at the peak of the 9th level of the Giantin realm, but had the perfect combat power of the Giantin realm by relying on his superior life magic weapon, glanced at the back of Ling Pengyun and others who were rushing here. When he did not notice the 3 Giantin-level red gold bears that were previously sent to chase Ling Pengyun and others, his expression suddenly changed. It was not difficult for him to guess that the 3 Giantin red gold bears were probably in danger. 3 more of my fellow Giantin died. Including the 4 Giantin who died in the previous battle, 7 of the fellow Giantin I brought with me died this time. It's over now. If I still fail to complete the mission and drive the human race out of the Bayun Mountains, the land affiliated to my race, I'm afraid I will also lose my father's trust, and I'm afraid I won't be able to get the Yuanying spiritual object that my father promised to give me. Thinking of this, the bear suddenly felt a lot of resentment in his heart. Although this bear has good potential, the red gold bears, as a large Yuanying clan, have never lacked people with extraordinary talents. It is only one of the Yuanying seeds in the red gold bear clan. It has a half-brother who is also a Yuanying seed in the clan, and its brother is a few points stronger than it. If it weren't for its mother's extremely high level of talisman making, even if she refined a superior 3rd level upper grade spiritual talisman, she would have a good chance of success. Otherwise, it would be difficult for it to get the attention of its Yuanying Demon King level father, and it would be even more difficult to get the Yuanying spiritual object promised by him. In a moment, the eyes of the bear demon turned red, and there was only one thought left in his mind, which was to kill the golden elixir of the human race present, and formally conquer the Bayun Mountains belonging to the demon race, so as to avoid the anger of his father. Immediately, the bear directly activated the 2nd level of the Angry Bear Technique, the desperate method of the Red Gold Bear clan. Its cultivation also entered the perfection of the golden elixir in an instant, and even its aura was constantly increasing, with a hint of the aura of a strong man in the pseudo-infant realm. The pseudo-infant realm is the name for those cultivators who have tried to impact the nascent soul realm, but failed and survived by chance, and condensed some nascent souls. The already huge body of this bear also soared to nearly 170 feet high at this moment, which is even larger than an ordinary short mountain. A strong bloody smell also emanated from its body. Then, the bear raised the superior 3rd level top grade life magic weapon Red Gold Wolf Tooth Club and roared at Ling Pengyun and others who came to support him, then stepped into the air and fiercely killed them. Even if the 5 giant and cultivators of Xuanyang sect attacked and blocked the attack, those attacks were easily knocked away by the Bear King whose cultivation had skyrocketed. It was impossible to stop the Bear King. Seeing this, Bailing Zhenren, who was driving the bailing flying boat, immediately activated the bailing escape technique of the bailing flying boat under his feet, which doubled the speed of the bailing flying boat. But even so, it was still no match for the chasing Bear King. The distance between the two kept shrinking. After a while, the Bear King caught up with a bailing flying boat within several thousand feet. "Go all out and stop this Bear King, otherwise we will all suffer." Bailing Zhenren roared immediately, raised his hand and directly performed the lower-level magical power by Ling Hammer, which transformed into a giant hammer of 120 feet long and smashed it at the chasing Bear King from behind. The chasing Bear King was not afraid at all. It held the mace tightly with both hands and exerted force violently, and then used the mace to meet the attacking Bailing Hammer. The two collided, and an astonishing spiritual power fluctuation erupted, and the surrounding clouds were all dispersed. Then, a roar was heard. The next moment, the Bailing Hammer transformed by spiritual power could not withstand the huge force of the mace, and was immediately broken into countless spiritual light fragments. Ling Pengyun was shocked when he saw this scene. However, he immediately sacrificed the 18 flags of the 5 elements returned to origin array. The 18 flags were extremely fast and quickly surrounded the Bear King, forming a large array and trapping him in the array. The 5 elements returned to origin rope of this array also emerged and tied to the body of this bear. However, this bear's strength has been improved to the pseudo-infant realm through the desperate method Angry Bear Technique, and its strength has reached nearly 1.7 million pounds. The 5 elements returned to origin rope tied to this bear is only the prototype of a magic weapon. Even if the power of the array is not weaker than that of an ordinary third-level low-grade magic weapon, it is still not enough under the powerful strength of this bear. In just a moment, the 5 elements returned to origin rope that bounded his body was covered with cracks because the Bear King kept using great strength to break free. With a sound of breaking, the long rope suddenly turned into countless small pieces and fell into the air. The light curtain that trapped the enemy supported by the 5 elements returned to origin formation was also easily torn apart by the Bear King using the red gold mace in his hand. The 18 formation flags that transformed into this formation also dimmed their spiritual light and were covered with some small cracks. Ling Pengyun felt a little distressed when he saw this scene. In addition, this thing no longer had the effect of trapping the enemy, so he took it back and suspended it around the bailing flying boat, transforming it into a defensive light curtain to protect the bailing flying boat. At this moment, Bailing Zhenren, who was standing on the first seat of the bailing flying boat, looked helplessly at the red gold Bear King who was constantly approaching and sighed. "After all, I still need to use that thing." He patted the storage bag on his waist and summoned the Black Flame True Fire Gourd, the superior third-grade magic weapon of the Bailing sect. "Black Flame Fire Phoenix Spirit, come out." The Black Flame True Fire Gourd flashed with black light, and a crisp bird song sounded. A small fire phoenix that was only the size of a fist but full of energy, with lively eyes but a hint of fatigue, black and gray feathers all over its body, a phoenix crown on its head, and a transcendent temperament, and an aura as high as the realm of golden elixir perfection, flew out of the gourd. "Senior Black Wind, help me hold off that Bear King for 100 breaths." Bailing Zhenren pointed at the Bear King that had rushed to a distance of nearly 1,000 feet, and pleaded with a spirited fire phoenix spirit beside him. The fire phoenix spirit glanced at the Bear King in the distance whose cultivation had soared to the pseudo-infant realm. The tiredness in his eyes suddenly dissipated, and turned into a strong fear. "It's been hundreds of years, and it's time to get serious. Bai Ling boy, after this battle, don't bother me for the next 300 years. It said rudely to the previously high-handed Bai Ling Zhenren. Then, the phoenix's body flashed with black light, and its size suddenly soared to more than 150 feet. The feathers on its body were surrounded by black flames, and an extremely powerful aura emerged from its body. Ling Pengyun, who was standing aside, noticed this and was shocked. "I didn't expect that this weapon spirit didn't use its full strength to kill the Leopard King of the Thunder Leopard clan. Judging from its aura, this weapon spirit has probably reached the limit of the Golden Core Perfection realm. As long as this weapon spirit has a nascent soul, it can probably try to impact the nascent soul realm at any time." At this moment, the Black Flame Fire Phoenix weapon spirit, which was more than 150 feet in size, flapped its wings, and countless gusts of wind blew up. It immediately turned into a black escape light and rushed towards the attacking Bear King. When it approached the Bear King, the Black Flame Fire Phoenix weapon spirit immediately opened its mouth and spit out countless black flames that were nearly twice as strong as ordinary third-level upper-grade true fires, sweeping over the body of the Bear King. Although the Bear King used disparate methods to increase his cultivation to the pseudo-infant realm, He did not dare to underestimate the true fire shot by the weapon spirit. Immediately, even if it cast a defensive spell, it propped up a defensive light curtain around its body to block all the attacking true fire. Then, it grasped the superior life-defining magic weapon, the red gold mace, and headed straight for the black flame fire phoenix spirit that was constantly spewing flames, despite the surrounding black flame true fire. However, the black flame fire phoenix spirit had existed for thousands of years, had fought countless battles in its life, and had extremely rich combat experience, so it could only stand there. It flapped its wings and moved hundreds of feet to the left, increasing the distance from the Bear King. Seeing that ordinary means could not stop the Bear King, its eyes became fierce, and it spewed out countless black flame true fires at the bear monster again. After 3 full breaths, it stopped spitting fire, and a deep sound came out of its mouth. Black flame true fire cage. Transform. The countless black flame true fires that swept around the Bear King trembled slightly, and quickly gathered together to form a black flame true fire cage that was 200 feet high and more than 200 feet wide, trapping the powerful Bear King in it. But the Bear King's strength was so great that the black flame fire cage trembled as it swung its red gold mace and struck fiercely, as if it would collapse in the next moment. Seeing this, the black flame fire phoenix spirit's eyes showed helplessness. It spread its wings and crashed directly into the fire cage. However, at the moment when the two came into contact, the fire phoenix merged into the cage. The cage suddenly glowed with spiritual light, and the walls of the cage, which were constantly trembling under the bombardment of the Bear King's mace, also showed lines in the shape of the black flame fire phoenix spirit. The walls also became several times thicker and quickly stabilized. Even if the Bear King attacked, it could only create small waves on the walls of the cage. As time passed, the 100 breaths of time that the Bear King had to open the Angry Bear technique were about to end. This also made the Bear King extremely anxious. Once the 100 breaths were over, it would fall into the side effects of the secret technique and become defenseless. At that time, it would be difficult for it to save its life in the hands of the human race's golden elixir, let alone kill Ling Pengyun and others in front of it. After thinking about it carefully, the bear could not care so much. It opened its mouth and spit out the golden elixir that had been nurtured for hundreds of years, and directly bombarded the wall of the true fire cage that trapped itself. It took out 7 or 8 ordinary 3rd-level upper-grade attack talismans that its mother gave it when it left the tribe from its mouth. Although these attack methods are not strong, they are powerful when combined. In this way, the stable true fire cage was bombarded again and trembled. As the Bear King used the red gold mace in his hand to hit it several times, some small cracks gradually appeared on the true fire cage. But even so, it is still far from breaking this cage. After all, this cage was transformed by the black flame true fire weapon spirit of the old golden elixir perfect realm, and its strength is also good. Although the pseudo-infant realm warriors have begun to show extraordinary qualities, their true realm is still within the golden core realm. The strength of this Bear King is only 20% to 30% stronger than that of the weapon spirit. 100 breaths passed quickly, and the Bear King, who had used the desperate method of the Angry Bear technique, also fell into a weak period. This kind of thing made the bear panic. It didn't think that it would not succeed this time, but was trapped. Now it has fallen into the weak period of the secret technique again, with no strength at all, and it is afraid that its life is in danger. Under desperation, the bear had to swallow 3 pieces of the 3rd-level high-quality blood ganoderma that its mother had found for it. Blood ganoderma is a good item for restoring ki and blood. The Angry Bear technique is a secret method that burns blood and blood essence in the body. Taking blood ganoderma and other things that restore ki and blood can also help the Red Gold Bear clan to get through the weak period of the Angry Bear technique faster. The 3rd-level high-quality blood ganoderma is even more of a treasure, and it can be sold at a high price of at least tens of thousands of spirit stones on the market. After taking 3 blood ganoderma, the blood and blood essence consumed in the bear's body quickly recovered by nearly 90%. Its strength also recovered by about 90%. After its strength was restored, it immediately continued to swing the red gold mace in its hand to bombard the true fire cage that trapped it. Ling Pengyun and others were all shocked when they saw this scene. They did not expect that this bear actually had a spiritual object that could restore its blood and ki. Thanks to Book Friend 20220512105906995, Daziwang, Book Friend 20230219003551959, and Yanggyun 101 for their monthly tickets. Chapter 534, The Ice Soul Mysterious Water Talisman appears. At the same time, the Black Flame True Fire Spirit, which had been suppressed for 100 breaths, no longer indulged the Bear King. The Black Flame True Fire cage transformed by the spirit suddenly scattered and condensed into the shape of the Black Flame Fire Phoenix Spirit. However, the situation of the spirit is not good now. The body of the spirit has shrunk by more than 30%, and it is only about 120 feet in size. Its breath has also become a little weak, and the temperature of the Black Flame True Fire surrounding its body is also a little lower than before. Now, the Black Flame Fire Phoenix Spirit glared at the Bear King, opened its mouth and kept spewing black flames that swept over the Bear King's body. At this time, the Bear King had no pseudo-infant realm cultivation to rely on, and it was a little difficult to resist such a strong black flame. "Bai Ling boy, this bear is too weird, I will help you, quickly follow me to kill this bear." At this moment, the Black Flame Fire Phoenix Spirit called to Bai Ling's Henrun. After hearing this, Master Bai Ling's eyes lit up, and he immediately used all the magic weapons on his body. Ling Pengyun and others did the same. With the combined efforts of everyone, the layers of defense on the Bear King were gradually broken, and the Bear King also showed a hint of defeat. The Bear King did not dare to be arrogant anymore, and immediately, it roared for help. Thousands of miles away, the 5 golden elixir demon kings including the Baiyun Spirit Fox King, who were besieging the Zhuanayang flying boat, heard this and looked towards the Bear King. When they saw that the Bear King was in danger of his life, they all had chills all over their bodies. They all knew the identity of the Bear King. Once the Bear King, who is the descendant of the nascent soul and the nascent soul seed of the Red Gold Bear clan, died tragically, the Red Gold Bear clan would definitely not let them have an easy time, and it was very likely that they would kill them to vent their anger. But now they were all entangled by the 5 Zhuanayang sect golden elixir in the Zhuanayang flying boat group, and it was difficult to get away. In a state of anxiety, the White Cloud Spirit Fox King and other Golden Cord Demon Kings all ignored the consequences and started to fight desperately, forcibly improving their cultivation. Their strength was also increased due to the improvement of their cultivation. Under their counterattack, even if the Zhuanayang Taoist and the Zhuanayang flying boat group intended to entangle them, they were somewhat powerless. Even the Zhuanayang sword, the life magic weapon that Zhuanayang Taoist used to block the White Cloud Spirit Fox King, whose cultivation had been upgraded to the pseudo-infant realm, was refined into scrap iron by the Fox King's life formation flag. Zhuanayang Taoist also sprayed a mouthful of blood because his life magic weapon was destroyed. The spiritual power in his body stagnated, and all other means of attack also stopped. The Fox King took this opportunity to quickly support the Bear King, who was in danger of life in the distance. Thousands of miles away, Bai Ling's Henrun, who was besieging the main force of the Bear King, frowned when he saw the Fox King who had performed the secret method to support him. The White Cloud Fox King's original cultivation level was as high as the Golden Core Perfection. Now, through the secret method, its cultivation level has been further improved to the pseudo-infant realm. If such a strong man arrived, he and Ling Pengyun and others would not be able to kill the Bear King at all. Bai Ling's Henrun had no choice but to look at Ling Pengyun and Ling Yunhong beside him and ask them, "Fellow Taoist Pengyun, Yunhong, do you still have the superior 3rd grade top grade attack talisman? If you have it, use it immediately and kill the Bear King in one fell swoop. Afterwards, I will give you the golden elixir in the body of the Bear King." My sect borrowed the 5 elements return to origin long robe, which was damaged in the 5 elements return to origin array from your clan, and my sect does not require your clan to compensate. Ling Pengyun and Ling Yunhong were immediately tempted. Although the superior 3rd grade top grade talisman is powerful, it is also extremely rare. The maximum value of this item on the market is 50,000 spirit stones. The price of the golden elixir and corpse of a 9th level peak level beast like the bear monster is 1 cent higher than that of an ordinary 9th level beast. On the market, the golden elixir of such beasts is worth at least 100,000 spiritual stones, and its corpse is worth at least 80,000 spiritual stones, totaling 180,000 spiritual stones. The difference between the two is nearly 4 times. If the corpse and golden elixir are used to refine spiritual objects, the value can be doubled to 3 times. Moreover, the damaged 5-element return rope is worth at least 100,000 spiritual stones. If they don't take action this time, the Ling family will have to compensate the Bailing sect with at least 100,000 spiritual stones. In addition, they have killed several golden elixir level red gold bears this time, and have formed a feud with the red gold bear clan. If they don't kill the Bear King today, the Ling family will definitely not have an easy time in the next few decades. For various reasons, Ling Pengyun and Ling Yanhuang looked at each other. Then, Ling Pengyun said something to Bailing Zhenren. I have the talisman, but after the matter is done, I also want the body and golden elixir of the 7th level red gold bear that we killed while stationed in Qingshi Mountain. If you agree, I will take action. Seeing Ling Pengyun taking advantage of the situation, Bailing Zhenren was a little angry. However, when he considered that if he killed the Bear King, he would get the top-level middle-level 3rd-grade magic weapon Zhuanjin K and the top-level 3rd-grade magic weapon Zhuanjin Wolf Tooth Club in the hands of the Bear King, he gritted his teeth and agreed to this matter. These two items are worth at least 1,000,000 spiritual stones, especially the extremely high-quality Zhuanjin Wolf Tooth Club. Even if it is used by the human race, it is difficult to exert its full power, but it can also exert the power of a top-level middle-level magic weapon, and its value is at least about 1.5 million spiritual stones. In this way, getting the Zhuanjin Wolf Tooth Club is equivalent to having one more top-level middle-level magic weapon. This item is enough to make Bailing Zhenren's strength soar by several times. With this item alone, he can reach the strength of a cross-level enemy. Okay, I'll do as you say. Ling Pengyun's eyes lit up when he heard that Bailing Zhenren agreed to his request. He immediately patted the storage bag on his waist and took out the 3rd-grade Ice Soul Mysterious Water Talisman that his master, Bishui Zhenren, gave him when he left the secret realm. He threw it out. The talisman was suspended in the air, and the spiritual light trembled. Countless cold air poured out of it and turned into a water drop the size of a fingernail. The speed of this water drop was extremely fast. A blue light slid across the sky, and the water drop spanned hundreds of feet and killed the Bear King. It easily broke the last layer of defense light curtain on the Bear King's body and bombarded the mask on the Bear King's head, causing a huge roar. Although this mask was also part of the 3rd-grade red gold armor on the bear monster, it was very strong and temporarily blocked this water drop. But the best thing about this Ice Soul Mysterious Water Drop is to break the gang, and its power is also extraordinary. It is not weaker than the full strength attack of a strong man in the Golden Elixir Perfect Realm. In just half a breath, the Ice Soul Mysterious Water Droplet pierced through the bear demon's visor. However, just when everyone thought that they had won and the bear demon was doomed, something strange happened. A powerful aura that did not belong to it suddenly burst out from the bear demon's body, and then a red gold bear phantom that was more than 400 feet long, exuding the aura of the nascent soul, with a ferocious face and quite majestic appeared behind the bear demon. The huge red gold bear phantom raised its hand and shot out a spiritual power, which dispersed the Ice Soul Mysterious Water Droplet that was about to pierce the Bear King's head. Then, it shot out another spiritual power, bombarding the Black Flame Fire Phoenix Spirit that had been spewing flames at the Bear King. Although the Black Flame Fire Phoenix Spirit was strong, its cultivation was only at the Golden Core perfection after all. It was simply unable to withstand the attack of the nascent soul strong man. It was immediately blown away by the spiritual light for hundreds of feet, and its exuding aura became a little weaker. However, after this action, the huge phantom of the red gold bear seemed to have consumed a lot of power and became very transparent, as if it would dissipate in the next moment. When the phantom was about to dissipate, it stared at Ling Pengyun, who cast the Ice Soul Mysterious Water Talisman and threatened. "This is my son. If you dare to touch it, the next time there is a monster rebellion, I will lead my tribe to pacify your Yan state." As soon as these words fell, the phantom turned into countless fragments and dissipated in the smoke. Ling Pengyun, who was watching this scene, and Bailing Zhenren and others beside him also showed a touch of surprise on their faces. They did not expect that the Bear King in the peak of the 9th level of the Golden Core realm in front of them was actually the offspring of the only Red Gold Bear King in the Yuanying realm of the Red Gold Bear clan. After half a breath, when Ling Pengyun came to his senses, he stared at the Bear King with the Yuanying Monster King standing on the platform. When he saw the bear's arrogant face and eyes full of hatred and murderous intent, he frowned immediately. Then, he called out to the surrounding Bailing Zhenren, who didn't know whether to take action. "This bear monster, the descendant of the Yuanying, has already hated us. If we don't get rid of it today, when this Bear King escapes and we disperse and return to our own homes, I'm afraid this Bear King will defeat us one by one. If we kill this bear, We can live for decades more, and perhaps we will have a chance to survive the next monster beast chaos. And if we don't get rid of this bear today, I'm afraid our forces won't even be able to survive the monster beast chaos." At this point, Ling Pengyun's fighting spirit increased greatly. He directly pinched a formula to mobilize the remaining 60% of the spiritual power in his body, condensed two 50-foot-long blue sea sky swords and directly hit the Bear King, and then shouted again, "Follow me to kill this bear." Chapter 535, Four Major Forces Force Zhuan-Yang Sect to Abdicate. Ling Yanhong, Beiling's Henren, Baoyin's Henren, and Qingshi Mountain, who were suppressed by the shadow of the Yuanying Demon King, also woke up immediately. They also made up their minds and used their killing moves. The Bear King was originally a slave by force, and all its defenses had been broken. Only the third-grade top-grade black gold armor was left on its body. Moreover, the visor of this armor protecting the bear monster's head was also broken by the Bingpo Zuanshu talisman before, which also became a flaw of the Bear King. In just 2 breaths, Ling Pengyun seized the opportunity and used the fire dragon sword to pierce the Bear King's head. Then, with another stir, countless small sword beams poured into the rest of the bear monster's body, stirring its meridians, blood and flesh into a mess. Along with the wailing sounds coming from the bear monster's mouth, its vitality also dissipated and turned into a cold corpse. In order to prevent the bear monster's corpse from falling from 1,000 feet high and breaking into pieces, Ling Pengyun raised his hand and used the art of controlling objects to move the object in the air in front of him and put it into his storage bag. He also called out to Bailing's Henren, who was standing at the head of Bailing flying boat. "Dao Bailing, we will divide the property later." At this moment, the White Cloud Spirit Fox King, who was thousands of feet away and supporting the Bear King to use the escape technique to kill Ling Pengyun and others, saw that the Yuanying Demon King's son, the Bear King, had been killed, and was in a panic. The Bear King had an extraordinary background, but now he died tragically beside him. He would definitely be held accountable by the Bear King's father, the Yuanying Demon King. Even if he was highly regarded by the Demon King of the Red Gold Bear clan because of the formation, and could save his life, the tiny path to a higher realm that he had gained by relying on the Red Gold Bear clan for thousands of years would definitely be broken. With a myriad of thoughts in mind, the Fox King once again glanced at the Black Flame Phoenix Spirit with extraordinary momentum and cultivation level of the Golden Core perfection, and Ling Pengyun, who had sacrificed a third-grade superior ice soul mysterious water talisman, and a trace of fear appeared in his eyes. Considering that even if it killed them at this time, it would probably have little chance of killing Ling Pengyun and others, it would be a waste of energy to kill them again. Moreover, this matter would not end well. After all, the Bear King was dead. The only way left for me now is to leave the Red Gold Bear clan, leave the Bayun Mountains, and look for another opportunity to become a nascent soul. Thinking of this, the monster's eyes showed a trace of helplessness. Then, it roared and fled to the Bayun Mountains, where the Bayun Spirit Fox clan lived deep in the Bayun Mountains. Thousands of miles away, the 2 middle-stage giant and White Cloud Spirit Fox Kings that were besieging the Zhuan-Yang sect's flying boats heard this. Although they were confused, they still stopped their attacks and followed the White Cloud Spirit Fox King out of the battlefield. Ling Pengyun and others on the Bailing flying boat didn't understand why the White Cloud Spirit Fox King that was originally coming to kill them suddenly escaped, but it was a good thing to have one less crisis. After all, the White Cloud Spirit Fox King's cultivation level was also raised to the pseudo-infant realm after performing the secret method. The Bailing Master was even more relieved, and with a distressed look on his face, he took back the Black Flame Fire Phoenix Spirit that had consumed a lot of power into the magic weapon Black Flame True Fire Gourd. Then, Bailing Master controlled the flying boat under his feet and killed the 2 early-stage giant and Red Gold Bear monsters that were attacking the Zhuan-Yang flying boat group in the distance. Under the joint attack of Ling Pengyun and others, as well as the other 5 Zhuan-Yang sect giant in the Zhuan-Yang flying boat, the 2 early-stage giant and Red Gold Bears did not last long before they were killed by everyone. Ling Pengyun and others followed and approached the Zhuan-Yang flying boat group protected by the formation. However, they did not enter the flying boat group directly, but stayed outside the flying boat group. The 5 Zhuan-Yang sect giant in the flying boat group did not leave the flying boat group. Obviously, both sides were afraid of each other. They met across the defense formation of the flying boat group. Previously, the 5 Zhuan-Yang sect giant were angry about the Bailing sect's escape during the period of guarding Julong City. However, the fact that Bailing's sect could come to support them this time made them feel better. Fellow Taoist Xuanyang, the escaped Fox King and the other 2 Fox Demons in the middle stage of the Golden Core have all used disparate methods. I'm afraid it won't be long before they fall into a weak period. Now is a good time to kill them. I've been thinking about your Xuanyang sect attacking the White Cloud Spirit Fox clan for decades. It's not good for my sect, the Ling clan, and the Qingshi Taoist temple to take advantage of the situation and occupy that area alone. You Xuanyang sect, will you chase them with us and kill the 3 White Cloud Spirit Foxes in the Golden Core realm, so as to occupy the White Cloud Mountains where the White Cloud Spirit Fox clan lives? Bai Ling's Henren glanced at the old Taoist Xuanyang, whose life magic weapon, the Xuanyang sword, was destroyed, and whose face was pale and whose breath was a little empty. A sneer suddenly appeared on his face, and he said with full confidence, the life magic weapon was destroyed, and the strength of the old Taoist Xuanyang was at least reduced by 30%. His strength was at most equivalent to the 9th level of the ordinary Golden Core. He was not afraid at all. As for going to Xuanyang Gate, it was not a verbal intention, but he was concerned about the formations on the 3rd level spiritual veins where the Baiyun Spirit Fox clan lived. Now the 3 Jinden level Baiyun Spirit Foxes have all run away, and they left in the direction of the Baiyun Mountains. Once the 3 Jinden level Fox Kings return to the formations in the Baiyun Mountains where the 3rd level formations are arranged, even if they are in a weak period of desperate tactics, they can still rely on the power of the 3rd level formations to be extraordinary. It is difficult to take down the Bailing Gate, Qingshi Taoist Temple, and Ling's strength alone, and there may even be danger to their lives. Under such circumstances, Bailing's Henren wanted to bring Xuanyang Gate. The injured Xuanyang Taoist and the other 4 Xuanyang Gate Jindens Henren heard this, and their faces were full of anger. Over the past few decades, they have attacked the Baiyun Spirit Fox territory several times and experienced life and death. Now they want to share a share of Bailing Gate, Ling's, and Qingshi Taoist Temple. How can they be willing? Immediately, the somewhat impulsive Xuanyang sect Jinden Liang Laodao, who as a 3rd level middle grade array master was about to take action. Bailing's Henren also noticed this action, but he did not care. Instead, he turned his head and looked at the void hundreds of miles away and shouted, Dao Yao Yao Wang, if you don't show up, the Baiyun Mountains will not have a share for your Yao Wang Valley. Just as everyone was surprised, the void hundreds of miles away suddenly trembled, and a figure wearing a green Taoist robe walked out of it. This person was Yao Wang's Henren, the master of Yao Wang Valley who had escaped from Julong City alone. Obviously, Yao Wang's Henren also killed the 6th level red gold bear that was chasing him, and turned to come here to support, but he was a little late. Yao Wang's Henren looked at Bailing's Henren who was looking at him hundreds of miles away, and frowned slightly. Considering that the Baiyun Spirit Fox clan is the overlord of the vast Baiyun Mountains, there will be no shortage of spiritual objects and a large number of spiritual veins. In addition, the life treasure of Xuanyang Taoist Xuanyang, who was in the state of perfect Jinden, was destroyed. It was difficult for him to recover in a short time. At the same time, this injury accelerated the loss of his lifespan. Xuanyang Taoist Xuanyang did not have many years to live. Thinking of this, the Medicine King no longer worried about the powerful Xuanyang Taoist Xuanyang, and smiled. Haha, Taoist Bailing is really kind-hearted. I was going to be a spectator, but I didn't expect that I could also share the benefits. Since Taoist Bailing has made an appointment, I won't be polite. After saying this, Medicine King quickly crossed hundreds of miles and stood in the line of Ling Pengyun and others. Seeing this, the 5 Jinden of Xuanyang sect and the Xuanyang flying boat group suddenly turned black. Medicine King's strength is not weak, and his cultivation has reached the 6th level of Jinden. With the addition of Medicine King, there are as many as 6 Jinden headed by Bailing, one more than them. Moreover, Taoist Xuanyang is now injured and it is not easy for him to fight. Once he fights, his injuries will be aggravated. For various reasons, Taoist Xuanyang sighed helplessly, stopped the furious Liang's Henren, and compromised with his Henren Bailing. In the matter of killing the remaining 3 golden elixir demon kings of the Baiyun Spirit Fox clan, my Xuanyang sect will naturally participate in it. However, the interests of the Baiyun Mountains occupied by the Baiyun Spirit Fox clan must be discussed first. My Xuanyang sect wants 50% of the interests, and the remaining 50%. Before he finished speaking, Zhenren Bailing interrupted. 50% is too much? I see that your sect's appetite is not very good now. I think your sect can take that piece of land. 30% of the interests will be considered good. My sect and the four forces of Ling's family, Qingshi Taoist Temple, and Yaowang Valley have a bigger appetite, so we will take 70%. Chapter 536, Zhuanyang Sect's Compromise and Its Dilemma. When Taoist Zhuanyang heard this, he was immediately furious. As the overlord of the vast Bayun Mountains, the Bayun Spirit Fox clan alone occupied nearly 10,000 spiritual veins. These spiritual veins were all golden mountains, which could earn spiritual stones continuously. According to estimates, if all these 10,000 spiritual veins were used to plant spiritual plants, they could bring in at least 1 million worth of spiritual plants every year. Not to mention, as an old-fashioned giant and demon clan, the Bayun Spirit Fox clan's heritage was not weaker than the giant and forces of the human race, and the wealth was self-evident. Under such circumstances, 50% of the profits became 30%, which indirectly caused Zhuanyang to lose at least nearly millions of profits. In the long run, tens of millions were possible. If this profit was used to buy giant and spiritual objects, it would be enough to create 2 or 3 giant and real people. Thinking of this, Taoist Zhuanyang became even angrier. He snorted angrily, and his giant and perfection aura burst out and pressed towards Bai Ling's Henrun. The aura had no killing power, it was just a deterrent at most, and Master Bailing was not afraid either. He still had that smiling face and said, Dao Yao Zhuanyang, we are discussing with you now, not taking action. If you want to calculate it carefully, your sect has occupied 30% of the benefits, which is not a small amount. After all, the remaining 70% of the benefits are shared by our sect, the Ling family, the Qingshi Taoist Temple, and the Medicine King Valley. At this point, Master Bailing's eyes condensed slightly, and the aura on his body burst out immediately, directly resisting all the aura that was pressed by the old Taoist Zhuanyang. Then, he winked at Ling Pengyun, Ling Yanhong, Master Bao Idun, the Qingshi Taoist of the Qingshi Taoist Temple, and the Medicine King of the Medicine King Valley behind him. Ling Pengyun and others immediately understood, and like Master Bailing, they used their aura to fight back against the old Taoist Zhuanyang, as if they were trying to resist Master Bailing. Master Bailing was also full of confidence, with a little threat, and said meaningfully, Of course. If you want to make a move, we are not afraid, but we don't know if you can hold out until the next monster beast riot after you make a move this time. According to the current situation of our Yan state in the Red Gold Bear clan, the next monster beast riot will probably be attacked with all their strength. In this crisis, if your sect loses you, a powerful person in the perfect golden elixir realm, what will happen to your sect? I don't need to say more. Taoist Zhuanyang was extremely helpless about the conspiracy of Bailing's Henrun. He knew very well what Bailing's Henrun meant. The maximum lifespan of a giant and cultivator is 500 years, and he is now 560 or 570 years old, and even has several decades of life left. And the reason why he can have such a long lifespan is that Zhuanyang sect, the first major sect in Yan state, has been frantically collecting third-level lifespan-enhancing items for nearly hundreds of years. But now, because his life treasure Zhuanyang sword was destroyed, he suffered a backlash and his origin was injured. This injury will take at least several decades of nurturing to recover, and his lifespan, which was originally obtained by relying on spiritual objects, is also fading away. If he were to force himself to fight with his injured body at this moment, even if he could lead the other 4 Jinden of Zhuanyang sect and defeat Bailing's Henrun's waiting, he would not have many years to live. Not to mention, he would have to survive for several decades and wait for the next monster rebellion to take charge of the sect. In desperation, he could only compromise. 3/10 is 3/10. After hearing this, Bailing's Henrun, Ling Pengyun and others all looked happy. The less benefits Zhuanyang sect wants, the more benefits they get. Then, Ling Pengyun, Ling Yanhong of the Ling family, Bailing's Henrun of Bailing sect, Zhenrun Bao Idun, Qingxin Liao Dao of Qingxin Daoguan, Yao Wang's Henrun of Yao Wang Valley, a total of 6 Jinden from the 4 forces, discussed a matter of dividing the remaining 70% of the benefits of the Bayun Mountains. Bailing sect is the strongest among the 4 forces, and is also the leading force in forcing Zhuanyang sect to abdicate. Bailing sect also gained the most benefits among the 4 forces, and also gained 30% of the benefits. Although Ling Pengyun and Ling Yanhong of the Ling family are only at the first level of Jinden, they have mastered the means. With their combined efforts, They can kill even the monsters in the middle stage of Jinden. Under such circumstances, the Ling family got 15% of the benefits of the Bayun Mountains. Although Yaowang Valley only has one Jinden, Yaowang's Henren is extraordinary, with a cultivation level of up to the 6th level of Jinden. Therefore, he alone has gained 15% of the benefits for Yaowang Valley. Qingshi Taoist Hall was the weakest. Not only was there only one Taoist Qingshi, who was at the 3rd level of Jinden, but also because of his fear of death, his strength was only average among the 3rd level Jinden. Therefore, he got the least benefit from Bayun Mountains, only 10% of the benefits. Of course, although Qingshi Taoist's combat power was not strong, his means of survival were particularly good. It was difficult for a strong man in the middle stage of Jinden to kill him. After the Ling family and the 4 major forces, the small group formed by Bailingman, Qingshi Taoist Temple, and Yaowang Valley, divided the benefits. They also followed Zhuanyang Taoist Zhuanyang of Zhuanyangman, Liang's Henren of the 6th level of Jinden, Tuiyang's Henren of the 3rd level of Jinden, and Kishu's Henren of the 2nd level of Jinden, and drove their flying boats to the Bayun Mountains deep in the Bayun Mountains. As for the weakest fake Dan realm master Jin Yang of Zhuanyang sect, he was arranged by the old Taoist Zhuanyang to lead the 5,000 key training monks and the Zhuanyang flying boat group to fight back to Poison Dragon City, kill the millions of low-level monsters that broke through Poison Dragon City, and avenge the millions of mortals in the city. Because Poison Dragon City was relatively close, after a while, Master Jin Yang led the 5,000 low-level monks back to the vicinity of Poison Dragon City. What surprised them was that although the defensive formation of Poison Dragon City was broken by the millions of monsters, the millions of mortals in the city did not move at all, but just surrounded the edge of Poison Dragon City, as if guarding the millions of mortals in Poison Dragon City. Seeing this, Master Jin Yang probably guessed the reason. It was nothing more than the Demon King who had previously chased them, the Jindan Masters, and ordered to keep the mortals in the city and feed them. Mortals are a delicacy for demons and beasts, and have a tonic effect, so the Jindan Demon King naturally likes them. However, this matter was a blessing for Zhuanyang sect. After all, those mortals in the city were nearly half of the mortals under Zhuanyang sect. Even Zhuanyang sect could not bear to see these mortals die tragically. Jinyang's Henren followed with the 5,000 low-level cultivators. Relying on the defensive formation supported by the Zhuanyang flying boat group, they killed nearly half of the 1 million monsters surrounding the Poison Dragon City. The remaining half of the monsters saw the human Jinden coming to kill them, and their Demon King was not there, so they were afraid of death and ran away collectively. After half a day, Ling Pengyun and 10 other Jinden followed the direction of the 3 fleeing Jinden fox demons for hundreds of thousands of miles. They were about to enter the Bayun Mountains, but they did not see the traces of the 3 Jinden fox kings. This also made Ling Pengyun and others a little helpless. It was not difficult for them to guess that the 3 Bayun spirit fox kings had fled back to their clan's Bayun Mountains. However, since things have calmed to this point, they can only continue to chase. Everyone also broke into the Bayun Mountains occupied by the Bayun spirit fox clan. The Bayun Mountains are vast, stretching for 1,000,000 miles, occupying 1/3 of the Bayun Mountains. This area is just as its name suggests, mostly mountains, and the spiritual veins within the area are mostly in those high mountains. In the deepest part of this area, there are 3 peaks that are nearly 10,000 feet high. The mountain in the middle of these 3 peaks, which is like a broadsword rising into the sky, is called Bayun Mountain, and there is a 3rd level upper-grade spiritual vein in it. The other 2 spiritual mountains on both sides are full of white pine trees. It is called Bai Song Mountain, and the other mountain made of white rocks is called Bai Yan Mountain. The spiritual veins in these 2 mountains have reached the level of 3rd level middle grade. Even if they are hundreds of thousands of miles away, Ling Pengyun and other Jinden can use pupil techniques to vaguely see the appearance of the 3 mountains. Around the 3 high mountains, the mountains stood upright, with a green appearance, making this land like a blooming lotus, which was fascinating. There was also a light curtain made of hazy mist covering the 3 10,000-foot high peaks. The clouds and mist faintly revealed a trace of the breadth of the 3rd level formation, adding to the mysterious atmosphere of the 3 peaks. Ling Pengyun and other Jinden did not care about the 1st level and 2nd level spiritual veins along the way. They ignored them and rushed all the way to the 3 peaks with 3rd level spiritual veins. The journey was long, and it took them another day to go deep into the vast Bayun Mountains and reach the vicinity of the three peaks covered by clouds. After getting close, everyone also used the pupil technique to see through the clouds around the three peaks and see the situation inside the three peaks. Inside the three peaks, there were tens of thousands of low-level Bayun spirit foxes with white hair, the size of house cats, and nervous faces. Seeing this, Ling Pengyun and other giants immediately planned to launch an attack to bombard the mountain protection formations around the three third-level spiritual mountains, and then kill the Bayun spirit fox clan in the three spiritual mountains. However, at this time, the thick fog surrounding Bayun Mountain, which covered the third-level upper-grade spiritual mountain, suddenly dispersed apart, revealing the figure of the Bayun spirit fox king of the Bayun spirit fox clan, who was in the giant perfection realm. However, the Bayun spirit fox king now looked a little weak and was not as domineering as before. Obviously, it had fallen into the weak period when it used its desperate method before. Chapter 537, The Bayun Spirit Fox Clan Surrendered? The White Cloud Spirit Fox King also spoke at this moment. Fellow Taoists from Yan State, please don't rush to fight. Can we talk? Ling Pengyun and the others were surprised when they heard this. However, they saw that the White Cloud Spirit Fox King did not look like he was going to fight, so they stopped the magic weapon in their hands and wanted to see what the White Cloud Spirit Fox King had to say. The White Cloud Spirit Fox King in the mountain saw this and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It also said with a hint of helplessness, "This time you killed the Yuanying Demon King, heir of the Red Gold Bear clan, which not only brought disaster to your Yan Kingdom's cultivation world, but also to my clan. Your Yan Kingdom is fine, as it has the Yuanying sect, the Xiangxing sect, to protect it, but my Bayun Spirit Fox clan, the most powerful force, is the Red Gold Bear clan. Under such a predicament, I have planned to break away from the Red Gold Bear clan, leave this Bayun Mountains area to seek refuge, and seek another future for my clan. Therefore, please be kind and let me lead my people away. If you are willing, I can hand over this Bayun Mountains area occupied by my clan to you. I have not touched most of the first and second level spiritual objects originally in those spiritual veins in this area, and they can all belong to you, and if you don't want to, then we'll just have to fight. Although I'm now in a weak period after performing the desperate method, I rely on the third level top grade mountain protection magic array in the three sacred mountains of Bayun, Baisong and Baiyan of my clan. I have at least 90% confidence to defend this area until the next monster beast rebellion. By then, you won't get any benefit." Although Bayun Linghu King had long wanted to leave the Red Gold Bear clan, he was not alone. He still had offspring and clan members. He was different from other monster beasts. He had intelligence since he was born, and he never forgot the help and assistance of his clan members. He would not abandon his clan members and run away alone unless it was absolutely necessary. Moreover, when he left this area this time, he also planned to join the Yuanying monster clan Double-Winged Flame Sun Tiger clan, which was a hostile force to the Red Gold Bear clan. Over the years, the Two-Winged Flaming Tiger clan has sent it many messages, trying to win over this rare third-level upper-grade formation master among the Demon clan. It is still confident that it can join the Yuanying Demon clan, the Two-Winged Flaming Tiger clan. And if it joins the Flaming Tiger clan, it will definitely be given a territory. With a territory, it needs manpower. Ordinary monsters are just a group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals. When the crisis comes, they all run away, unlike their own family members who are so loyal. Of course, the most critical thing is that there are only 3 golden elixirs in the Bayun Spirit Fox clan now. If it wants to improve its status in the Yuanying Demon clan, the Flaming Tiger clan, or want to strengthen its own strength in the future, it can only let its own golden elixirs be more. The basis of this plan is to need some clansmen with extraordinary talents. If you want more of this kind of clansmen with extraordinary talents, you can only have more ordinary clansmen. After all, only when there are more clansmen, the probability of giving birth to people with extraordinary talents is also greater. On the other side, Ling Pengyun and others were somewhat surprised when they heard what the Fox King said. However, what the White Cloud Spirit Fox King said made some sense. The Bear King they killed before was indeed of great origin. Now that the Bear King died in the territory of the White Cloud Spirit Fox clan, the White Cloud Spirit Fox clan would not have a good life if they stayed there. In fact, Ling Pengyun and others recalled the violent appearance of the shadow of the Red Gold Bear clan's Yuanying Demon King summoned by the Bear King. It was very likely that the Demon King would destroy the White Cloud Spirit Fox clan to vent his anger. Thinking of this, everyone also believed that the White Cloud Spirit Fox King was going to lead his clan members to leave the territory of the White Cloud Mountains, and they were also happy. After all, the formations arranged on the 3 third-level spiritual mountains of the White Cloud Spirit Fox clan were of the highest level of the 3rd level, and they were also the kind of extremely superior 3rd-level formations. If the 3 formations attacked with all their strength, they would probably be enough to burst out the power of the pseudo-infant realm. Under such circumstances, if they want to attack the 3 sacred mountains and completely destroy the Bayun Spirit Fox clan, it is indeed extremely difficult. Instead of doing so, it is better to agree with the Fox King's decision. The old Taoist Zuan-Yang, who was seriously injured but had the highest cultivation level, looked at Ling Pengyun and another human giant for a while, and then he said, "Let the nobles leave, we are willing, but the spiritual veins of this land alone are not enough. The nobles' inheritance of hundreds of arts and cultivation experience must all be left behind. The 3rd-level middle-grade Qiu-Yang spirit fruit tree of your clan that can produce giant and spiritual objects and the 3rd-level middle-grade Juyin spirit pond must also be left behind. And, you must not deliberately damage it before leaving. If it were not for the demon clan's skills, which required a specific bloodline, otherwise the old Taoist Zuan-Yang would have planned to get the skills of the Bayun Spirit Fox clan." The Fox King in Bayun Peak saw that it was the old Taoist Zuan-Yang who had killed 3 giant and clan members of his clan in the past few decades, and he immediately felt a little resentful in his heart. But at this moment, it didn't dare to get angry. There was a hint of helplessness in its eyes, and it had expected the extra request from Taoist Zuan-Yang. After all, the Qiu-Yang spiritual fruit tree in Yuan spiritual pond, which could produce golden elixir spirit objects, had already spread throughout the Yan state, for the tens of thousands of its own kind in the mountains and its own retreat. In addition, the Shuangwen-Yan'ayang Tiger clan had promised it in the early years that as long as it joined the Shuangwen-Yan'ayang Tiger clan, it would give it an object that could produce golden elixir spirit objects. In this way, its clan would still have 2 objects that could produce golden elixir spirit objects. After hesitating for a few breaths, it nodded and replied, and then it asked for more benefits for its clan. "Okay, you can leave behind all the inheritance of our tribe's arts and cultivation experience, but you must take the Qiu-Yang spiritual fruit tree away, and the Yuan spirit pond can belong to you. However, you and other forces must also swear an oath to the heavenly Dao with your cultivation, and not to retaliate against our tribe in any form within 50 years. Ling Pengyun and others saw that the White Cloud Spirit Fox King agreed to leave behind a Yuan spirit pond that could produce a golden elixir, and they all smiled with difficulty. From the beginning to the end, they never thought that the White Cloud Spirit Fox King would leave behind both of his tribe's golden elixir spiritual objects. After all, things that can produce golden elixir spiritual objects are the foundation of a tribe. It is precisely because of the Qiu-Yang spiritual fruit tree and the Yuan treasure pond that the White Cloud Spirit Fox tribe has been able to maintain multiple golden elixirs. The Moon Yuan spirit pond that the White Cloud Fox King was willing to leave behind was extremely effective. The grade of this pond was as high as the 3rd grade middle grade. Every 200 years, it could produce a 3rd grade Moon Yuan treasure water with the aura of good fortune, which could increase the probability of a cultivator breaking through the golden core by 10%. If he was willing to wait another 100 years, so that the treasure water nurtured by this pond could be upgraded to the 3rd grade middle grade, and reach the age of 300 years, the effect of this water could also be increased by 50%, reaching the probability of increasing the cultivator's breakthrough to the golden core by 15%. This is a treasure for any cultivator who wants to break through the golden core. In addition, the ordinary 10-year and 100-year Moon Yuan treasure water nurtured by this treasure pond also has a miraculous effect on cultivators, which can enhance the power of spiritual consciousness. It is a rare treasure and has a great effect on cultivators. The power of spiritual consciousness is extremely important to cultivators. If the spiritual consciousness can be improved, it will have advantages for the cultivator's combat power and the comprehension of the method. For example, Ling Pengyun, because his spiritual awareness is comparable to that of a 3rd-level giant and cultivator, he was able to control 4 or 5 magic weapons in a row during the battle, and even had the energy to arrange formations and perform other attack methods. For an ordinary 1st-level giant and cultivator, it would be good to be able to control 3 magic weapons in battle. However, Ling Pengyun and his companions did not intend to keep such precious things for their own use. Instead, they intended to use them as tribute to the superior force, the Xianxing sect, to increase the probability that the Xianxing sect would protect Yan State and help resist the Yuanying Demon King of the Red Gold Bear clan from entering Yan State during the next Monster Beast riot. As long as the Yuanying Demon King of the Red Gold Bear clan does not enter Yan State, the danger to Ling Pengyun and his companions' forces during the next Monster Beast riot will be less. On the contrary, once the Yuanying Demon King of the Red Gold Bear clan breaks into Yan State during the next Monster Beast riot, the destruction of Yan State will become inevitable. Xianxing sect is a large Yuanying sect, and ordinary things are not pleasing to them. Even if everyone offered the third-grade middle-grade Yuanying Lington as tribute, they were not sure that Xianxing sect could help Yan State. But we still have to try. After thinking about it, Taoist Zuanyang asked Ling Pengyun and other Jaidan for their opinions through voice transmission, and then he smiled and said, "Just do as Taoist fellow Baiyun said, but you and the rest of your clan members must also swear an oath with your cultivation to ensure that the inheritance of the 100 arts and the cultivation experience you left behind will not be short of weight or damage the spiritual objects in this land. In addition, you must leave a Jaidan realm clan member here to symbolically guard the 3 third-level spiritual veins here. In this way, our human forces can also take the opportunity to use the 3 third-level spiritual veins that Taoist fellow gave to our Yan State human forces. After all, my human race and your demon race have already agreed that neither side can occupy the other's third-level spiritual veins unless it is during the Monster Beast chaos. Just because Taoist fellow gave us the third-level spiritual vein, those Yuanying demon kings in the boundless vast lake will not recognize it. This method also uses the word clever. In fact, many forces in the northern wilderness cultivation world have done this. The White Cloud Spirit Fox King, who was at the peak of the 3rd level, stared at it. What the old Taoist Zuanyang said did make sense, and then it nodded in agreement. The oath is easy to talk about. I can also leave my clan's golden elixir, but you need to ensure the safety of the golden elixir demon king of my clan who is left here. Taoist Zuanyang said with a smile. Of course. After the two parties agreed, the Fox King called on tens of thousands of white cloud spirit foxes in the 3 third-level spiritual mountains of Baiyun, Baisong and Baiyin to swear an oath with their cultivation, promising not to destroy the spiritual objects in this area when leaving, and to leave all the inheritance and not to hide it privately, etc. Ling Pengyun and others were quite satisfied with this, and they also swore an oath with their cultivation to let the White Cloud Spirit Fox clan leave, and within 50 years, they would not retaliate against the White Cloud Spirit Fox clan in any form. Once this matter was settled, the White Cloud Spirit Fox King was more satisfied with Ling Pengyun and others, and it also waved out nearly 500 medium-sized flying boats from a storage bag on its waist, which were at least 2nd level upper grade and could carry at least 1,000 people. Among them, there are even 10 3rd-level low-grade, 5 3rd-level medium-sized flying boats, and a 3rd-level high-grade large flying boat that can accommodate at least thousands or even tens of thousands. Then, the White Cloud Spirit Fox King began to call the low-level White Cloud Spirit Foxes in the 3 third-level spiritual mountains of Baiyun, Baisong, and Baiyin to get on the flying boat. Ling Pengyun and others who saw this scene from afar were also a little surprised to see that the White Cloud Spirit Fox clan had so many medium-sized and above flying boats. However, when they thought that the White Cloud Spirit Fox clan was the indigenous of the northern wilderness Zeuxan world and had been around for at least nearly 10,000 years, they were relieved. If they were given 10,000 years, it would not be difficult to accumulate such wealth. It is just that it is difficult for a force to exist for 10,000 years. After all, any force will try its best to rise and fall. It is strong to be able to continue. And there are many such demon forces that have been around for 10,000 years. This is because the demon race has a long lifespan. Generally, the demon race has a lifespan twice that of the cultivators of the same level. Some special turtle-like demon races even have a lifespan more than twice that of humans. Of course, the price of the demon race's long lifespan is that the progress of cultivation is slow. Only some demon races with extraordinary talents can practice as well as human cultivators. This made Ling Pengyun and others a little envious of the demon race with a long lifespan. But those demon races also envy the fact that humans have intelligence at birth. Chapter 538, The Third Level Array Refining Inheritance. After several hours, when tens of thousands of white cloud foxes boarded the nearly 500 flying boats, the White Cloud Fox King also moved away the third-level formations in the 3 third-level spiritual mountains in this area. He also asked Taoist Zhuan-Yang and others to inspect the spiritual veins in these 3 third-level spiritual mountains. The White Cloud Fox clan did not destroy the third-level spiritual veins in these 3 third-level spiritual mountains. However, the third-level spiritual plants in these 3 spiritual mountains were taken away by the White Cloud Fox clan, and only some first-level and second-level spiritual plants of low value were left in the mountains. Ling Pengyun and others did not say much about this. After all, the White Cloud Fox King had said before that it would take away some spiritual plants. In addition, Ling Pengyun and others were also a little worried about the situation of other spiritual veins in this area of the White Cloud Mountains, so they spent another half a month to inspect the entire White Cloud Mountains together. When they did not find any abnormality in those spiritual veins, and most of the low-level spiritual plants in those spiritual veins were not taken away by the Bayun Spirit Fox clan, Ling Pengyun and others were relieved. When Ling Pengyun and others returned to the core of the Bayun Mountains and met the Bayun Spirit Fox King, they also asked for the Bayun Spirit Fox clan's inheritance of hundreds of arts and cultivation experience. After checking the authenticity of the content, they let the Bayun Spirit Fox clan go. After the Bayun Spirit Fox King left a 6th-level giant fox demon here to symbolize the 3 third-level spiritual mountains of Bayun, Baisong, and Bayan, it took a huge group of Bayun flying boats and flew out of this area. Ling Pengyun and others who were still in Bayun Peak greeted the 6th-level giant fox demon who symbolized the sitting here. After getting familiar with it, they no longer cared about the 6th-level giant fox demon. The fox demon of the 6th level of the golden elixir was also very intelligent. It also returned to its original cultivation cave in the 3rd level upper grade spiritual mountain Bayun Mountain and entered it to cultivate. Ling Pengyun and others then took out the map of the Bayun Mountains that they had drawn while inspecting the nearly 10,000 spiritual veins in the Bayun Mountains for nearly half a month. The distribution of the spiritual veins in the Bayun Mountains was recorded on this map. According to this map, everyone quickly divided the 1st level and 2nd level spiritual veins in this area according to the previously agreed upon share. Since the Ling family only had a 15% dividend from this area, they only got more than 1,400 to 1,500 1st level and 2nd level spiritual veins. Then, Taoist Zhuan-Yang spoke. Now, the 1st order and 2nd order spiritual veins in this area of Bayun Mountains have been divided. Now we should also talk about the ownership of the remaining 3 third-order spiritual mountains, Bayun, Bayan and Baisong Mountains. The spiritual vein in Bayun Mountain is of high grade 3 upper grade. According to the market price, a spiritual vein of this grade is worth about 9 million spiritual stones. The spiritual veins in Bayan Mountain and Baisong Mountain are both of 3rd grade mid-grade. According to the market price, a spiritual vein of this grade is worth about 6 million spiritual stones. My sect can get the 30% share of this area. If you calculate it, it is probably worth 6 million spiritual stones. My sect plans to exchange it for Bayun Mountain, which has a 3rd grade upper grade spiritual vein. Of course, my sect will compensate you with 3 million spiritual stones afterwards. When the giant of other forces such as Ling Pengyun heard this, considering that the Red Gold Bear clan would retaliate against the Yan state in the next monster rebellion, it was another matter whether the Yan state could defend it. It is possible that the 3rd grade upper grade spiritual mountain Bayun Mountain that Zhuan-Yang sect wants to get now will be replaced by a different owner after the next monster beast chaos. In addition, the price offered by Zhuan-Yang sect is good and fair. Everyone agreed to this matter. Bailing sect, which can also share 30% of the profits of the Bayun Spirit Fox clan, used its share to ask for the 3rd grade middle grade spiritual mountain Bayan Mountain. The 3 forces of Ling family, Qingshi Taoist Temple, and Yaowang Valley, because they occupy a smaller share, can only share the 3rd grade middle grade spiritual mountain Baisong Mountain together. Finally, everyone took out the 100 arts inheritance and cultivation experience left by the Bayun Spirit Fox clan one by one, and calculated the value of these items. As a golden elixir demon clan, the Bayun Spirit Fox clan has been in existence for nearly 10,000 years. Although the types of 100 arts inheritance they have collected are not many, there are only 5 common ones: formation, elixir, instrument, talisman, and plant. but the inheritance of these 5 items has at least reached the level of 2nd grade upper grade. Especially the 2 inheritances of formations and refining, both of which have reached the 3rd level, or even the 3rd level of the upper grade. Those cultivation experiences are not bad either. Although they are all written by monsters, the monsters that can leave these cultivation experiences have already opened their spiritual wisdom and have at least reached the golden elixir level. Such high-level cultivation experience, even if it is the cultivation experience of monsters, is of some value to the human race's golden elixir. After all, the 3,000 great ways will eventually lead to the same destination, and there are some sources between them. According to statistics from everyone, this batch of inheritance and cultivation experience is worth about 6.5 million spiritual stones. The majority of them are the 2 sets of 3rd level formations and refining inheritances. These 2 items originally came from the human race. After the White Cloud Spirit Fox clan has completed them for 10,000 years, these 2 items have become extremely perfect, and each of them is worth at least 3 million spiritual stones. The remaining 2nd level inheritances, plus those cultivation experiences, are worth only 500,000 spiritual stones. In this way, the total value is only about 6.5 million spiritual stones. Ling Pengyun and Ling Yanhong were quite envious of the 3rd level formation and the inheritance of refining equipment, which were what the Ling family lacked. Although the Ling family currently did not have a formation master who could comprehend the 3rd level formation, they did not want to miss out on the inheritance that was right in front of them. That door was even more crucial for Ling Pengyun, the refiner. Once it was available, Ling Pengyun could try to refine the 3rd level magic weapon based on the many golden elixir monster materials on his body. This was a good thing for both Ling Pengyun and Ling Yanhong, the golden elixir master. After Ling Pengyun and Ling Yanhong had a brief exchange of ideas via voice transmission, Ling Pengyun also asked everyone present, "My clan intends to exchange for the 3rd level formation and the weapon refining inheritance, but my clan's share is not enough. With my clan's share, it can only be worth 1 million spiritual stones at most. We still need 5 million spiritual stones to exchange for the 2 inheritances. My clan does not have that many spiritual stones. I wonder if we can use the 1st and 2nd level spiritual veins in the Bayun Mountains that our clan has obtained this time to exchange for the 2 inheritances." Upon hearing this, the forces present immediately agreed to this matter. For the Ling family, the 1st and 2nd level spiritual veins in the Bayun Mountains that they obtained this time are unattended, so they are not very useful. At most, they can just rent them out and earn some commissions. But for the old-fashioned giant forces that have existed for thousands of years, such as Xuanyang sect and Bailing sect, they have more than enough people. Even if there are tens of thousands of spiritual veins, they can digest them all. And the spiritual veins are the gold mountains, which can bring continuous income. What's more, these inheritances were originally won by everyone together. The Jinan present also roughly guessed that there was a master behind the Ling family, so they were unwilling to offend the Ling family. Under such circumstances, Xuanyang Taoist and others were naturally willing to give the Ling family a face. Seeing that everyone agreed, Ling Pengyun was delighted, so he used 1,000 1st-level spiritual veins, more than 100 2nd-level lower-level spiritual veins, his own 15% share of this land, and the spiritual stones owed to the Ling family by the Xuanyang sect for purchasing the 3rd-level upper-grade spiritual mountain Bayun Mountain, to exchange the 2 array inheritances. The 1st-level lower, middle, and upper-grade spiritual veins are worth 500, 1,000, and 1,500 spiritual stones respectively, and the 2nd-level lower-grade spiritual veins are worth 30,000 spiritual stones. In this way, the Ling family only had more than 200 2nd-level lower, middle, and upper-grade spiritual veins left in this Bayun mountain area. However, Ling Pengyun and Ling Yanhong did not care about this. After all, spiritual veins are not a necessity for the Ling family, but the 3rd-level 100 arts inheritance is. In fact, Ling Pengyun and Ling Yanhong, considering that the family was short of manpower and it was difficult to send people to manage the spiritual veins in this area, rented out the remaining 200 2nd-level lower and middle-grade spiritual veins that belonged to the Ling family to the more familiar Bailingman and Qingshi Taoist temple to earn rent. Although the other major forces are old-fashioned forces, there are also differences in the strength of their foundation. For example, the 2 major forces, Qingshi Taoist temple and Yaowang Valley, have a 3rd-level formation inheritance, but no 3rd-level refining inheritance. Like the Ling family, they also used their own share, plus more than 2 million spiritual stones, to buy the refining inheritance. As for the Zuanayangmen and Bailingmen, who did not want the inheritance and had a strong foundation, they did not take the inheritance, so they each got 1 million spiritual stones from the Ling family, Qingshi Taoist temple, and Yaowang Valley to buy the inheritance. After all the benefits of this area were divided, everyone dispersed. Ling Pengyun, Ling Yunhong, Taoist Qingxin, and Yaowang's Henren also went to Baisong Mountain, a third-level middle-level spiritual mountain next to Baiyun Mountain, a third-level upper-level spiritual mountain, and built a cave in the mountain together. Later, Ling Pengyun and other Jinden considered that the spiritual energy of this mountain was spare, and they were not like the Baiyun spirit fox clan, who used this place as a large-scale cultivation site and allowed many cultivators to come here to practice. They relied on the spare spiritual energy of the mountain to open up a full 1,000 acres of first-level spiritual fields and 500 acres of second-level spiritual fields, totaling more than 1,500 acres of spiritual fields. As for the third-level spiritual fields, although this place can be opened up, everyone has no ability to open them up. This is because the three major forces do not have the third-level spiritual plant inheritance, and therefore there is no third-level spiritual plant husband. In this way, Ling Pengyun and others naturally find it difficult to use the third-level secret method of opening up spiritual fields, the art of nurturing spirits. In fact, it is not just the Ling family, Qingxin Taoist temple, and Yaowang Valley that do not have a third-level spiritual plant inheritance. Even Zuanayang sect, Bailing sect, and even most of the Jinden forces in the entire northern wilderness Xiuxin world basically do not have a third-level spiritual plant inheritance. After the spiritual plant enters the third level, in addition to mastering a higher-level method to accelerate the maturity of the spiritual plant, it will also have many shocking abilities. The most powerful ability among them is that the third-level spiritual plant husband can feed back through his own spiritual plant and increase his lifespan. It is precisely because of this powerful effect that the third-level spiritual plant inheritance is extremely rare. The forces that possess this inheritance will not easily leak it out, and generally hold it tightly in their hands as a treasure. In the resource-scarce northern wilderness Xiuxin world, only the Yuanying forces such as the Shiangxing sect of the Yan state have mastered this level of spiritual inheritance. Of course, there are also some Jinden forces with extraordinary opportunities that also master this inheritance, but the strength of those Jinden forces is generally extremely powerful. Otherwise, they will not be able to keep the magical third-level spiritual plant inheritance. After thinking back, the three forces divided the spiritual fields in the mountain according to the shares of the land that everyone had previously obtained. The Ling family in Yaowang Valley were divided into 300 acres of first-level spiritual fields and 200 acres of second-level spiritual fields respectively. The Qingxin Taoist temple, which had the smallest share, only received 200 acres of first-level spiritual fields and 100 acres of second-level spiritual fields. After dividing the spiritual fields, Ling Pengyun and Ling Yunhong left Baisong Mountain together and went to the first and second-level spiritual veins that had been sold to other forces before. They transplanted some of the spiritual medicines, spiritual trees, spiritual fruit trees, and other spiritual plants grown there to the spiritual fields belonging to the Ling family in Baisong Mountain, a third-level middle-grade spiritual mountain. Previously, they only agreed to use spiritual veins in exchange for inheritance. As for the spiritual plants in these spiritual veins, Ling Pengyun and Ling Yunhong would naturally not give them away cheaply to other forces. Chapter 539 Statistics Harvest. After completing this task, Ling Pengyun, Ling Yunhong, Qingxin Taoist of Qingxin Taoist Temple, and Yaowang's Henren of Yaowang Valley, who had a share of the interests of Baisong Mountain, were unable to stay here for long because they had important matters to attend to. However, the spiritual veins of Baisong Mountain were of a higher grade and needed to be guarded. After thinking about it carefully, they finally found the 6th-level Jinden fox demon left in this area by the Baiyun spirit fox clan and entrusted it to come to Baisong Mountain to take charge. They also promised it that it could share 1% of the spiritual plants in Baisong Mountain in the future. The 6th-level Jinden fox demon who was cultivating in a cave in Baiyun Mountain did not like its enemy Zuanayang sect, and it did not want to stay in Baiyun Mountain, which had become Zuanayang sect. In addition, just changing a place to cultivate would bring benefits, so the fox demon naturally agreed to this matter immediately. In this way, The third-level middle-grade spiritual mountain Baisong Mountain had the sixth-level white cloud spirit fox sitting in charge, and Ling Pengyun and the other 4 gold cores also left the place with confidence and returned to their respective forces. A few days later, Ling Pengyun and Ling Yanhuang returned to the Lingxiao Qiangxing Lake in the family territory. The two also summoned the senior members of the clan and held a clan meeting to talk about the general situation of the Red Gold Bear clan and the White Cloud Spirit Fox clan's counterattack on the Baiyun Mountains. As for the surrender of the White Cloud Spirit Fox clan, Ling Pengyun and the others did not say it, but only said that the White Cloud Spirit Fox clan was besieged by them on the 3 third-level spirit veins deep in the Baiyun Mountains. This was also to avoid the exposure of the Yan state human race's gold core occupying the demon clan's third-level spirit veins in the Baiyun Mountains. Afterwards, Ling Pengyun and the others also talked about the inheritance of a third-level refining weapon and formation. Upon hearing this, the senior members of the Ling family were all delighted, especially Ling Pengyun, a second-level middle-grade array master, who was extremely ecstatic. With the help of the complete third-level array inheritance, she could also speed up the process of upgrading the array to the second-level upper grade. After the meeting, Ling Pengyun and Ling Yanhuang drove Ling Pengyun and others away, leaving the family array master Ling Pengyun alone, and gave her the third-level array inheritance that they had obtained this time to comprehend. However, to be on the safe side and prevent the inheritance from leaking out, the clan leader Ling Yanhuang directly took Ling Pengyun back to his monastic place, Hongyan Island. Ling Pengyun also returned to the monastic place Yunai Island in the family's territory. After a short gathering with his family, he entered a quiet room in a cave on the island. In the quiet room, Ling Pengyun sat on the futon, waved his hand and patted the storage bag on his waist, and took out the harvest from this trip. Suddenly, several huge giant and realm monsters and giant flew out of it. Ling Pengyun also nodded. This time, he got 2 bodies of red gold bears in the early stage of the golden elixir, 1 golden elixir of a demon beast in the early stage of the golden elixir, the body and golden elixir of a red gold bear in the middle stage of the golden elixir, and the body and golden elixir of a demon beast in the late stage of the golden elixir. A third-level low-grade red gold claw and a third-level middle-grade red gold claw. Looking at these spiritual objects, Ling Pengyun's eyes suddenly flashed with brilliance, and a touch of joy appeared on his face. He muttered to himself, "This harvest is quite rich. If I sell these spiritual objects, I'm afraid my wealth can increase by more than 1 million spiritual stones in a short time." Ha ha ha. After a long while, Ling Pengyun suppressed his joy. He also looked at the 2 red gold claws of different grades. "I already have several magic weapons, and I don't have much spare spiritual consciousness. I guess I can only sacrifice 1 red gold claw. This is a pity. The other red gold claw can only eat dust." Ling Pengyun muttered to himself, then put away the lower-grade third-level red gold claw, as well as the monster corpses and golden elixirs, and began to sacrifice the third-level middle-grade red gold claw. After spending a few days to sacrifice this item, he took out the golden elixir magic skill corpse control treasure book that he had obtained from the poison blood demon sect skill pavilion, as well as the other dozen or so magic sect corpse skills to comprehend and improve. He continued to do so for the next 6 months. On the way, he also improved another magic sect skill Saint Demon Continuation skill. One day, Ling Pengyun rarely came out of retreat. He found his wife Yan Sitai and his only son Ling Changsha who was practicing in the War Spirit Island, the base of the family's war hall, and drove the flying boat together to leave the family territory. It took less than half a month to cross millions of miles and arrive near Jiamang Lake, the branch of Bailing sect. At this moment, a voice with a smile suddenly came from the Jiamang Lake, which was thousands of feet wide. "Fellow Taoist Ling, I finally waited for you to come." Before he finished speaking, the Xianfu patriarch of Bailing sect stationed in Jiamang Lake turned into a beam of light and flew out of Jiamang Lake, heading towards the flying boat driven by Ling Pengyun. After a while, the two met in the air. After not seeing each other for several years, the Lingfu patriarch, who had a long lifespan and only had a breakthrough to the golden core for several decades, was still the same as before, with the appearance of a middle-aged scholar. "I haven't seen you for several years. Senior Lingfu, your aura has become stronger. I would like to congratulate you on your breakthrough." Ling Pengyun bowed to the Lingfu patriarch and said with a smile, "In my early years, I broke through to the golden core through a pill-like golden core spirit object. Because there were too many impurities in the pill, I only formed a lower grade golden core. It's not easy to break through the cultivation level. In the past 100 years, I can break through to the second level of the golden core. It's a blessing for me. When Lingfu patriarch heard this, his face suddenly showed helplessness. Ling Pengyun heard it and felt a little touched, thinking of something. Fortunately, I have the Yin-Yang Taichu key, which can change my qualifications. I am more and more looking forward to the effect of the Yin-Yang Taichu essence that can only be condensed by 9 mouthfuls of Yin-Yang Taichu key. After coming to his senses, Ling Pengyun comforted the familiar Lingfu patriarch. Senior, don't belittle yourself. It's only difficult to break through the cultivation level of the lower grade golden core. It's not impossible for you to break through to the late stage of the golden core in the future. Lingfu patriarch sighed and didn't want to talk about it anymore. He changed the subject and looked at Lingxiao standing next to Ling Pengyun, saying with a smile, I haven't seen you for several years. I didn't expect that your only son, fellow Taoist Ling, has already reached the 8th level of key training. I'm afraid that in a short time, your child will try to build a foundation. Have you prepared the right spiritual objects for building a foundation? Before Ling Pengyun could speak, the rebellious Lingxiao said to the Lingfu patriarch with some dissatisfaction, Ancestor, I don't want to borrow spiritual objects to build a foundation. I want to break through the foundation alone like Grandpa Yunhong. Ling Pengyun, who was standing aside, saw Lingxiao talking to the Lingfu patriarch in this tone, and immediately raised his hand and patted Lingxiao on the head. The Lingfu patriarch didn't think anything of it, but smiled. Haha, you are ambitious, and you look just like Xiao Hong when he was young. You are indeed cousins from the same bloodline. When the young Lingxiao heard the word Xiao Hong, a trace of admiration ignited in his eyes. This Xiao Hong is his cousin Wu Hong, and the only son of his father Ling Pengyun's cousin Yang Xiling. Although he has lived in Lingxiao Lake for many years and has little contact with his cousin Wu Hong, every time the Ling family has a big event, Wu Hong will come. And every time, Wu Hong will bring him a lot of delicious toys or rare magic tools and spiritual objects. This also makes the relationship between the two very good. Lingxiao also admires his cousin Wu Hong very much, who has a rare wind spiritual root and has reached the 8th level of foundation building at the age of only 40 or 50. This speed of cultivation is a few points faster than his father Ling Pengyun, who has a golden elixir cultivation, in his early years. Lingxiao remembered that his cousin Wu Hong was absent from the relocation banquet half a year ago, and then he asked with a little expectation. Ancestor, some time ago, when Aunt Xiling and Uncle Wu Tian came to my Ling family to attend the relocation banquet, they said that cousin Wu Hong has been in seclusion for nearly a year to break through the 9th level of foundation building. Has he succeeded in breaking through now? Lingfu ancestor said with a smile. It's only been a month or two since he broke through. As soon as he finished speaking, Lingfu ancestor's expression moved slightly and he looked at Ling Pengyun. However, just as he was about to speak, he noticed that many cultivators in the Jiamang market and Jiamang lake below were looking at him, so he also said to Ling Pengyun's family, There are too many people here, it's not a place to talk, let's chat in Jiamang lake. Ling Pengyun naturally knew what Lingfu ancestor meant, and he also drove the flying boat to follow Lingfu ancestor into Jiamang lake. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 540, 3rd level lower grade ghost spirit silk. In the hall of Fu Hall, in the center of Jiamang Lake, which is sparkling and as big as 10,000 feet, Jiamang Island, Ling Pengyun's family, Fu patriarch, and Yang Xiling's family gathered here to chat. Wu Hong, the wind spirit root who had been in seclusion to consolidate his cultivation recently, also came out of seclusion to reunite with his relatives. When relatives who have been separated for a long time meet, there are always many topics to talk about, basically talking about anything. Everyone chatted for nearly 2 hours before they stopped talking. Fu patriarch also took Ling Pengyun to the Fu cave mansion on the top of the small mountain Fu Mountain behind the hall. The two sat on a tea table in the cave. After Fu patriarch brewed a cup of tea for Ling Pengyun, he asked Ling Pengyun, Fellow Taoist Ling, I wonder if you are here this time for the 5-year agreement we made. 5 years ago, Ling Pengyun promised Ling Fu Patriarch to get a set of ordinary, impurity-free golden elixir spiritual objects such as heaven and earth spiritual water and spiritual fruit for Ling Fu Patriarch's grandson Wu Hong. Ling Pengyun nodded slightly and asked with a smile. That's right, are the spirit stones ready? Of course. Ling Fu Patriarch saw Ling Pengyun's response and his expression was delighted. He immediately took out a bulging storage bag from his arms and handed it to Ling Pengyun. Ling Pengyun stretched out his hand to take it, and then passed his consciousness into it, counting the number of spirit stones in the storage bag. After half a breath, he nodded slightly. The number of spiritual stones is correct. My family hasn't seen cousin Ling and Xiao Hong for a long time. I plan to go to the Wubianhe Xiuxin realm in the near future to buy golden elixir spiritual objects for Xiao Hong. I wonder if it's possible. Ling Fu Patriarch said with a smile. Of course, Xiao Hong couldn't wait for this time. After that, the two chatted about other things for a while, and Ling Pengyun and Dianfu Patriarch left Dianfu Cave Mansion and rushed to Dianfu Hall for a reunion banquet. Half a month later, Ling Pengyun's family was almost done reminiscing about the past, and Ling Pengyun also said goodbye to Ling Fu Patriarch's family, and left Jiamang Lake with his wife Yan Xie and his only son Ling Chengsha. They first went back to the original family territory Huaishu County to see the clansmen stationed in this territory. When they saw that everything was fine, Ling Pengyun took Yan Xie and Ling Chengsha back to Lingxiao Maturation Lake. After spending a night with Yan Xie, he warned Ling Chengsha, the rebellious only son, to practice hard. He then found another giant in Ling Yunhuang in the family. Instead of saying that he would leave the family, he took away 500,000 spiritual stones from the family treasury, leaving only tens of thousands of spiritual stones in the family. He then left the family territory and rushed to the Boundless Sea area to cultivate immortals. In just a few months, Ling Pengyun rushed to the Boundless Sea area through the teleportation array of the nascent soul sect Taiyan Xianzong in the only great country in the northern wilderness cultivation world, Yuanayan country. Afterwards, he finally arrived at the destination of this trip, Muidan Market, through the teleportation arrays in various markets in the Boundless Sea area. Once he entered this market, he went straight to the Muidan teleportation hall in the core of the market, and found the master of the teleportation hall, Jiamu Zhenrun. The two were good friends, and as soon as they met, they started chatting enthusiastically. From this casual chat, Ling Pengyun also learned that the owner of Muidan Market, Muidan Immortal Sect, had discovered a large water system in the Whale Sea several years ago, and that the first grade medium-grade water spirit iron had been developed by nearly 70%, and it would be fully developed in 3 or 4 years. Then, Master Jiamu, seeing that Ling Pengyun was his friend, revealed another more secret matter. At the same time, it is precisely because our sect is about to complete the development of the water-carrying spiritual iron vein in the Wrathful Whale Sea that our sect does not need so many spiritual stones to maintain the 4th level formation in the vein to resist the sea golden elixir and Yuanying monsters who want to seize the vein. In the past year, our sect has reduced the release of water-containing spiritual iron on the market. If you still need so much water-type spiritual iron to integrate into magic weapons, you should collect more spiritual stones to buy spiritual iron as soon as possible. Otherwise, if you miss this opportunity, even if there is a lot of water-type spiritual iron in my Wubian Xiuxin world, you can only go to those spiritual iron selling shops one by one to search for water-type spiritual iron. Ling Pengyun frowned slightly when he heard this. This is a troublesome matter. Thank you for telling me, Brother Mu. Jiamu Zhenrun's original name was Mu. The two characters Jiamu were just his Taoist name after he entered the Golden Elixir stage. You're welcome. Jiamu Zhenrun waved his hand, and with a hint of smile, he took out some silk threads that exuded a strong yin qi from his arms and handed them to Ling Pengyun. Brother Ling, look at this. Ling Pengyun looked at the silk thread in his hand, his eyes suddenly lit up, and a touch of joy appeared on his face, and he exclaimed. 3rd level low-grade Yin Soul Silk. Haha, yes, it is Yin Soul Silk. This 3rd level low-grade Yin Soul Silk was found by me in the sect. It is said that it was obtained by a giant elder of our sect who killed a giant demon cultivator. I thought that Brother Ling entrusted me to find this thing, so I exchanged it with contribution points. As for those rare types of life-enhancing things that Brother Ling asked me to collect, they are really rare. Even in my sect, they have not appeared in recent years. Seeing the usually steady Ling Pengyun like this, Zhenren Jiamu's face suddenly smiled a little more, and he also said, I am really grateful for the Yinhan silk that Brother Mu found for me this time. After saying thank you, Ling Pengyun weighed the third-grade low-grade Yinhan silk in his hand. When he realized that the Yinhan silk weighed more than 4 pounds, he looked even happier, and he was secretly happy in his heart. Finally, I have gathered some materials to refine the prototype-level ghost-controlling banner to the third-grade low-grade level of the magic weapon, and I even have a pound of Yinhan silk left. If I can find a few pounds of Yinhan silk, I will upgrade my refining to the third level in the future, and find a formation of the third-grade middle grade or above that can resist the magic weapon Thunder Tribulation, and then I can start to upgrade the grade of the ghost-controlling banner. The pole of the prototype-level ghost-controlling banner in his hand was originally made of the third-grade low-grade soul-gathering wood. Only the banner cloth of the ghost-controlling banner was made of the second-grade high-grade Yinhan silk. If not, it would be difficult to upgrade the grade of this long banner to the level of the magic weapon prototype. To upgrade a magic weapon to the level of the magic weapon prototype, at least one suitable third-level spiritual object must be integrated into the magic weapon. Under such circumstances, to upgrade the grade of this banner to the third-level realm, only third-level Yinhan spiritual silk is needed. And to refine this banner once, at least 3 pounds of Yinhan spiritual silk is needed. As for the method of refining this treasure to the third level, and the third-level refining magic pattern required to refine this treasure, Ling Pengyun had recorded it in the Book of Jade Magic Skill Magic Mysterious Ghost Controlling Art that he obtained from the owner of the Long Banner Magic Cultivator in his early years. Then, Ling Pengyun considered that this time he entrusted Jiamu Zhenren, who was backed by Muyan Xianzong, to find the third-level lower-grade Yinhan spiritual silk, which was difficult to find on the market, so he took out an extra 10,000 spiritual stones, a total of 50,000 spiritual stones, and gave them to Jiamu Zhenren, which was better. On the market, 1 pound of third-grade inferior ghost silk is worth about 10,000 spirit stones. Then, Ling Pengyun added, Dao, I still need some third-grade inferior ghost silk. Please continue to help me find this thing. The same is true for rare things that increase lifespan. Ling Pengyun was not sure that he could rely on the 4 pounds of ghost silk to recast the ghost-controlling banner in one go. After all, if he could succeed in one go, his success rate in refining third-grade magic weapons would be as high as 100%, which is shocking. And he entrusted Master Jiamu to find rare things that increase lifespan, naturally for his parents, and Ling Pengyun and other clansmen who have a short lifespan but are of great significance to the family. Master Jiamu saw that Ling Pengyun gave 50,000 spirit stones, which was a little more than he expected. He could make a lot of money, so he became more enthusiastic. Fellow Taoist is really generous. Leave the task of finding Yinhan silk and rare life-enhancing items to me. If you want to find other spiritual objects in the future, feel free to look for me. As long as I can find them, I will definitely find them for you. Ling Pengyun nodded lightly and said, then it's settled. By the way, fellow Taoist Jiamu, is your sect's third-grade lower-grade giant and spiritual object Muing Lingxiao ripe? Upon hearing this, Master Jiamu's eyes became brighter. Not yet, but soon, it will be ripe in 1 or 2 months. Brother Ling, are you planning to buy the next one according to the agreement we made at the beginning? 5 years ago, Ling Pengyun and Master Jiamu had agreed to buy the giant and spiritual object Muing Lingxiao, but the Muing Lingxiao was not ripe at that time. The 5-year agreement also came from this. Ling Pengyun nodded. Yes, I have prepared 350,000 spiritual stones. I wonder if you are confident that you can exchange it for the spiritual fruit when it matures. Of course I can. My sect has a lot of contribution points. Besides, as an elder of the Muing Immortal sect, I have the opportunity to exchange it for a golden elixir spiritual object. In 2 months, when the Muing spiritual fruit of my sect matures, I will definitely offer it to you. Master Jiamu said happily. The Muing spiritual fruit, which can only increase the probability of a cultivator breaking through the first level of the golden elixir, has a maximum price of about 300,000 spiritual stones on the market. However, the price offered by Ling Pengyun is 50,000 higher than the maximum price of the Muing spiritual fruit. In addition, Master Jiamu uses contribution points, and the price of exchanging the Muing spiritual fruit from the sect is only 80% of the market price. With the sect's preferential treatment, it is only about 250,000 contribution points. In this way, Master Jiamu can earn at least 100,000 spiritual stones from this transaction. He had no offspring or disciples, so he would sell this golden elixir spiritual object. He could earn more spiritual stones by selling it to his good friend Ling Pengyun, so why not? Okay, I'll wait for the wooden spirit fruit from you, but this matter must be kept secret. Ling Pengyun nodded, and then added. This time, Ling Fu Patriarch was willing to spend 350,000 spiritual stones to entrust Ling Pengyun to buy this wooden spirit fruit, thinking of getting it safely to Jiamang Market. After all, the price of a golden elixir spiritual object is not cheap, enough to make any golden elixir cultivator tempted. If you buy it at major auctions, it is normal to be ambushed afterwards if you are not strong enough. I know about this, and I will not let Brother Ling's extra spiritual stones go to waste. Jiamu's Henrin nodded solemnly, and swore with his cultivation that he would not spread the transaction between him and Ling Pengyun. Seeing this, Ling Pengyun was relieved. Then, he chatted with Jiamu's Henrin for a while, and then he left the hall. Standing outside the hall, Ling Pengyun looked at the endless sea area cultivators coming and going in the market street. His expression slightly moved, and he thought of his disciple Jin Fei's hometown Guiling Island in the Muiwan Sea. He also thought of a few years ago, in order to resolve the cause and effect of the inheritance of the old Taoist Jin Yuan, he accepted his descendant Jin Fei as a disciple and set up a game. I don't know what kind of cultivation Feier's cousin Jin Feng is now. After muttering this, Ling Pengyun immediately walked out of the market. Chapter 541, The Plan Several Years Ago, Han Feng. 10 days later. In a courtyard halfway up the mountain in the Zhao family mountain, the strongest foundation building family on Guiling Island, there was a young man and a young woman chatting and laughing. During the chat, their eyes inadvertently conveyed a hint of affection to each other. But after a while, the gate of the courtyard where the two were was knocked. The young man who seemed to be the owner of the courtyard stood up in confusion, walked to the gate of the courtyard and opened it. A cultivator with white hair, wrinkles on his face, and an old look also appeared in front of him. He also bowed and greeted the white-haired cultivator politely. Baigang clan elder. The pretty female cultivator who had been chatting with the young man in the courtyard earlier also came up and greeted the old cultivator who came suddenly sweetly, and asked in confusion. Grandpa Baigang. The white-haired old cultivator joked to the pretty female cultivator. Zia Feng, Yujia is here too. When are you two going to get married? You have to hurry up, or I won't be able to drink at your wedding. The young man was Jin Fei's cousin, Jin Feng. Back then, the Han family of Jin Yuan Liudao showed weakness and was annexed by the Zhao family of Guiling Island. It was difficult for Jin Yuan Liudao to avenge himself. In addition, he offended a powerful person in the Muiwan immortal sect. In order to protect his direct line of ordinary people, he placed them in an ordinary village of the Zhao family and asked them to change their surnames to Jin. Jin Feng, who originally lived in that village, was taken into the Zhao family mountain to practice after his spiritual roots were detected by the Zhao family cultivators more than 10 years ago. The pretty female cultivator, named Zhao Yujia, was the youngest member of the Zhao family, the reign generation, and her father was a cultivator in the middle stage of foundation building in the Jin family. Her age is not much different from Jin Feng, who is in his 20s, and they are of the same generation. Because Jin Feng was interested in contacting her, and they grew up together, the relationship between the two became closer and closer. Now, he and Zhao Yujia are almost ready to get married. As for the white-haired old monk, his name is Zhao Beigang, an elder of the Zhao family. His cultivation is at the 9th level of key training. Because he is old, he works as a guard at the Zhao family mountain. Jin Feng and Zhao Yujia are not very old, and they both blushed when Zhao Beigang teased them. Zhao Yujia, who was born in an extraordinary family, said with a little shyness. I know, Grandpa Beigang, my father said that Brother Feng and I are not old yet, and we have to wait a few more years. The old Zhao Beigang heard the words, his eyes moved slightly, and he glanced at the Jin Feng who was a monk of another surname. He then muttered in his heart. Although Zia Feng grew up in the family, he is a cultivator from another family after all. We need to observe him more before we take him in as a son-in-law. By the way, Grandpa Beigang, are you here to look for Brother Feng? At this moment, Zhao Yujia asked Zhao Beigang, who was guarding the mountain gate, in confusion. Yes, a cultivator in the middle stage of key training just came. He said that he was a good friend of Zia Feng when he was training outside in his early years. Now he passed by here and came to visit Xiao Feng. In addition, the man also said that his Taoist name is Wu Ming. He borrowed some spirit stones from Xiao Feng in his early years, and the two of them formed a friendship. Xiao Feng, is this true? Do you know that person? Zhao Beigang came back to his senses, nodded slightly, and asked Jin Feng, who was young and looked only in his 20s. Jin Feng was puzzled at first when he heard this, but the doubt disappeared in an instant, and his eyes trembled slightly. Could it be that senior? Then he nodded. I know this person. Zhao Beigang admired Jin Feng, a boy who was only in his 20s but had already broken through to the late stage of key training, so he said something more. Then go and meet him quickly. He said he had other urgent matters and would leave soon. Don't keep him waiting for too long, lest he think you are being rude. Jin Feng nodded slightly, and told Jin Yujia to wait for him for a while. He then quickly left the courtyard and ran out of the mountain gate. After a while, he left the clan mountain and saw the mountain gate. At this time, there was a young cultivator wearing a linen Taoist robe waiting at the mountain gate. This young cultivator was Ling Pengyun, who had left Muiyuan market. In his early years, in order to establish a karmic relationship with the old Taoist Qiannian, he came to Guiling Island to accept Jin Feng as his apprentice. He and Jin Feng did have a spiritual stone transaction, but that spiritual stone was funded by him to Jin Feng. As for his suppression of his aura, it was naturally to avoid detection by the pseudo-Dan realm cultivator of the Zhao family. Now, he has comprehended the blue sea breathing technique, and his spiritual consciousness is as high as the 3rd level of the golden core. Once he uses this technique, even a mid-stage golden core cultivator will find it difficult to detect his true cultivation. If he wants to not reveal any aura, it is fine, but it is too abrupt. When Jin Feng approached, Ling Pengyun's spiritual consciousness swept the surroundings, and he did not notice any cultivator using spiritual consciousness to detect. Only Zhao Beigang, the old man who was guarding the mountain gate before, looked at this place a few times. Ling Pengyun also arranged a soundproof ban and a cloud of fog to cover the spiritual consciousness around with his cultivation in the middle stage of key training. Jin Feng had never seen Ling Pengyun, the big money owner, before, so he was a little nervous and asked Ling Pengyun, who looked not much older than himself, about his doubts. Are you the senior who gave me 1,000 spirit stones and took Fair as his apprentice? Yes, you look a bit like Xiao Fei. Ling Pengyun nodded and replied lightly. Then he mobilized his spiritual sense to scan Jin Feng's body to check Jin Feng's situation. Then, he said with a little praise. Bone age is 29, and the cultivation level is the 7th level of key training. It seems that you didn't waste the 1,000 spirit stones I gave you. At this point, he paused, took out a storage bag that had been prepared long ago from his arms, handed it to Jin Feng, and said another word. But the progress of this cultivation is still too slow. Take the spiritual objects in this storage bag and practice well. Jin Feng heard this and curiously probed his spiritual sense into the storage bag in his hand that was not set with restrictions. When he noticed that there were dozens of first-level medium and high-quality spiritual fruits suitable for cultivators in the middle and late stages of key training in the storage bag, his face suddenly brightened. These are rare spiritual objects on the market. With the help of these spiritual objects, he is sure to break through a realm within 2 years. He also thanked Ling Pengyun. Thank you for the treasure, senior. When I succeed in cultivation, I will definitely repay you for your help in my path. Ling Pengyun nodded with satisfaction, and then he swept his eyes across the Zhao family mountain in front of him, muttering to himself. Just as I expected, the Zhao family's pseudo-Dan realm patriarch has not much time left. Judging from the Zhao family's situation, he may only have 20 years left to live. Now the Yan state where our family is located will suffer revenge from the Red Gold Bear clan in the next monster rebellion. Even if the Yuanying demon king of this clan can be stopped by the Xiangxing sect, the Red Gold Bear clan still has 30 or 40 golden core demon kings. With the strength of the other golden core forces in the Yan state, the probability of our Yan state being destroyed in the next monster rebellion is still very high. If we continue to wait as usual for Jin Feng to marry into the Zhao family, gain the Zhao family's trust, get the foundation building spiritual objects from the Zhao family, and then build the foundation, and then slowly plan to seize this territory, it will be too slow. We need to speed up the progress. Let me take action. After returning, Ling Pengyun took out a first-grade intermediate flying magic weapon and flew away. Jin Feng, who was still outside the gate of Zhao family mountain, watched Ling Pengyun leave, then put away the joy on his face, put the storage bag given by Ling Pengyun in his arms, and pretended that nothing had happened. He returned to the Zhao family mountain, returned to his own courtyard, and chatted with Zhao Yujia. As for Zhao Beigang, who was guarding the gate, although he used his eyes to look for who was looking for Jin Feng, he did not see anything because of the soundproof prohibition arranged by Ling Pengyun and the cloud that concealed his spiritual consciousness. However, he did not ask much. After all, this was Jin Feng's private matter. After this incident, only a few days later, the old rival of Guiling Island, the Firebomb Shrimp Clan, led tens of thousands of sea monsters to invade Guiling Island. The Firebomb Shrimp Clan is a special monster clan. This monster clan is not big, the largest will not exceed 10 feet, and the smallest is even as big as a house cat. It is precisely because of this that they are not good at physical strength. However, this tribe is quite good at fire magic, which also makes them not good at fighting in the sea with rich water vapor, but good at fighting on land. In addition, this tribe also has a pseudo-Dan realm fire bullet shrimp that tried to break through the golden elixir, failed but saved his life, and more than 20 foundation building realm fire bullet shrimps. It can be said that this fire bullet shrimp is the strongest demon force within the 100,000 li territory of Guiling Island. As for the fact that this powerful fire bullet shrimp tribe has continued to this day, it has not been destroyed by the overlord of this Mu'in Sea, the Mu'in Immortal sect. The main reason is that 90% of the boundless sea area is seawater, and the land with seawater is vast and boundless, and the seawater is connected in all directions. The monsters in the demon sea often enter the human sea area. Once this group of fire bullet shrimps is destroyed, it won't take long before another group of monsters will come to the Guiling Island, a subordinate force of the Immortal sect, and it is better to let the group of fire bullet shrimp guard it. Anyway, this kind of low-level monster is the most exclusive and does not like other kinds of monsters to approach their territory. At the same time, the Immortal sect can also indirectly control the strength and growth potential of its forces through the key training and foundation building sea monsters that enter the Mu'in Sea. After all, the Mu'in Sea has long been developed by the Mu'in Immortal sect. If the monsters that flow into the sea want to occupy the next spiritual vein with rich spiritual energy, they will not target the spiritual veins occupied by human cultivators. Of course, these monsters are also running away because they can't survive in the monster sea. Thinking back, the Firebomb Shrimp Clan that attacked Guiling Island is extraordinary. The foundation building families in Guiling Island have lost a lot of manpower because of the destruction of the foundation building family Han where Kyanitun Leodeo was located decades ago, and there is no help from the Han family. This also makes the remaining foundation building families on Guiling Island fall into disadvantage once they fight with the Firebomb Shrimp Clan. In this battle alone, hundreds of key training monks died on Guiling Island, and even one foundation building monk died, and tens of thousands of mortals were killed or injured. The Firebomb Shrimp Clan also took advantage of this opportunity to occupy 1/10 of Guiling Island's territory. If it weren't for the Zhao family's pseudo-Dan realm patriarch who took action in time, the Firebomb Shrimp would probably have occupied more of Guiling Island's territory, and Guiling Island would have suffered greater losses. The Firebomb Shrimp Clan also took root in Guiling Island by occupying those spiritual veins. From time to time, this clan would send monsters to invade the territories of the major foundation building families on Guiling Island and occupy the spiritual veins of those major families. The Zhao family, the strongest foundation building family on Guiling Island, received extra care from the Firebomb Shrimp Clan because of its strength and the largest territory on Guiling Island, plus some other factors, and the number of monsters attacking the Zhao family was also the largest. Chapter 542 Planning the Boundless Sea Branch. At the same time, thousands of miles away from Guiling Island, in a trench that stretched for tens of thousands of feet but had only dozens of spiritual veins, there was a young man wearing linen clothes but with extraordinary temperament, and a blue water curtain around him to block the surrounding seawater. He was sitting cross-legged on the second-grade middle-grade spiritual vein of the highest grade in this trench. After a while, the young man slowly opened his eyes and murmured. According to the time, the Firebomb Shrimp Clan that occupied this trench before should have arrived at Guiling Island. I don't know what the current situation of the battle on Guiling Island is. After saying this, the young man slowly stood up, turned into a beam of light and quickly rushed out of the sea, flew into the sky, and rushed to the direction of Guiling Island. After a while, the young man crossed tens of thousands of miles and arrived at the edge of Guiling Island. His eyes flickered slightly, looking at the Guiling Island that covered an area of about 10,000 miles, and immediately saw the situation of Guiling Island in the war clearly. The Pseudo-Dan Realm Shrimp King of the Firebomb Shrimp Clan is quite smart. He even knew to send a part of the Demon Clan to contain the combat power of the other foundation-building families of Guiling Dan, and then use a large number of people to attack the Zhao family with all their strength. This idea coincides with my main idea of driving the Firebomb Shrimp Clan out of the previous trench area so that they can attack Guiling Island. According to the lifespan of the Pseudo-Dan Realm Patriarch of the Zhao family, as long as the Muing Immortal sect remains the same as before and does not interfere in this matter, the destruction of the Zhao family is a foregone conclusion. I should also prepare and gather the family members to come here to build this place into a retreat for my Ling family to hide in the dark. This young man is Ling Pengyun, who has disappeared for several days. This time, the Firebomb Shrimp's attack on Guiling Island was also his work. As for not taking direct action to destroy the Zhao family, it was because the movement was too loud and left too many traces. Once the fact that he had destroyed the Zhao family was discovered by the Yuanying sect, the superior of the Zhao family, Muing Xianzong, he would be regarded as a provocation by Muing Xianzong as a person who did not belong to the Muing Xianzong but interfered with the survival of the forces under Muing Xianzong, and then killed. Even the Ling family of the Northern Wilderness Xiuxin world behind him would probably not have a good end. Under such circumstances, it would be safer to secretly drive the monsters to destroy the Zhao family. It can even reduce the strength of other families on Guiling Island. As for the reason for targeting only the Zhao family, there are two reasons. The main reason is that the Zhao family has the most spiritual veins in Guiling Island. Second, Ling Pengyun has a connection with the two cultivators Jinfeng and Jinfei, descendants of the Han family who were destroyed by the Zhao family, survived and hide their names. Afterwards, the Ling family could also secretly promote Jinfei and Jinfeng, two descendants of the Han family, and rebuild the Han family under the name of supporting the Han family, and occupy the Zhao family's territory, so that other forces would not pay too much attention. After all, if the Jindan family Ling family directly occupied Guiling Island, it would become a well-known fact, which did not conform to Ling Pengyun's initial idea of planning the Zhao family's territory on Guiling Island. Ling Pengyun is now in such a hurry to plan the Zhao family's territory in order to prepare for the next monster beast rebellion by the Red Gold Bear clan, the Yuanying demon clan of the Northern Wilderness Xiuxin realm. There are also 4th-level formation masters among the demon clans in the boundless Kangmang Lake, so they also control the teleportation formation leading to the boundless Sea Xiuxin realm. If the Ling family of the Northern Wilderness Xiuxin realm is exposed openly that there is a branch in the boundless sea, it is undoubtedly telling the Yuanying demon king of the Red Gold Bear clan about this. On the contrary, if they secretly built a branch on Guiling Island, even if the Ling family encountered the worst result in the next monster rebellion, the Ling family would not be destroyed, and the Ling family could continue to exist. As for the Zhao family, the unlucky one who was plotted by the Ling family, whether it was unjust or not is another matter. Decades ago, if the Zhao family had not destroyed the Han family where the Qiannigan Taoist was, Ling Pengyun would not have been able to inherit the Qiannigan Taoist, and would not have met the Han family's descendants Jinfei and Jinfeng because of the cause and effect of the Qiannigan Taoist. Everything is cause and effect and reincarnation. Thinking of this, Ling Pengyun's eyes were slightly enlightened. The weak will be beaten, and my Ling family is facing this situation now. Perhaps only by reaching the highest realm in this world of cultivation, the realm of transformation, can we be free from worries in this world of cultivation. He was very yearning for the realm of transformation. But this was too far for him. He shook his head, put aside his messy thoughts, looked at the direction of Guiling Island in front of him, which covered an area of 10,000 miles, and planned secretly. Heir is still young, and her cultivation is only at the initial stage of key training. It's too early for her to step onto the stage. In this case, there is only one descendant of the Han family who has embarked on the path of Taoism, has reached a late stage of key training, and is not far from building a foundation. Jinfeng. After thinking it over, Ling Pengyun pinched his hands and performed the Bihai Yan Zaiju, quietly entering the Zhao family's territory on Guiling Island, which was filled with war. Half a day later, Ling Pengyun found Jinfeng, who was sent by Zhao to guard a 1st-level middle-grade spiritual vein protected by a formation. In order to prevent Jinfeng from dying at the hands of the Firebomb Shrimp clan, he took Jinfeng away directly and returned to Muing Market, waiting for the ripening of the Muing spirit fruit of the Muing immortal sect. Jin Feng's sudden disappearance was also considered by the Zhao family, to whom he belonged, as a fear of the fire bomb shrimp clan, and thus escaped. In the past, the Zhao family members who had a good relationship with Jin Feng also cursed Jin Feng behind his back. At first, Jin Feng's fiancée Zhao Yujia would help Jin Feng find excuses, but as time went on, Jin Feng did not return. Zhao Yujia's heart began to waver, and she cried all day, even forgetting to practice. One day, in the Zhao family mountain, in a courtyard halfway up the mountain, a middle-aged couple looked at the room in front of them, where crying sounds were constantly coming out, with helpless expressions on their faces. Among the couple, the middle-aged man with a hint of majesty sighed softly. "I didn't expect that Jin Feng is such a coward. This time, I arranged for the boy to guard the low-level spiritual veins of our tribe outside the Firebomb Shrimp clan. I wanted to test him. If the boy is useful, after this matter, I will marry the two children, and at the same time I can accumulate some merits for the boy to prepare for the boy's foundation building in the future. This boy is really useless. Poor my Jair, I chose the wrong man." A month and a half later, when the 4th level Muing spiritual fruit tree of the Muing immortal sect successfully produced 3 3rd-level inferior Muing spiritual fruits, Ling Pengyun also spent 350,000 spiritual stones to buy one from Jiamu Zhenrun. Then, Ling Pengyun spent the full 500,000 spiritual stones he brought from his family, and bought more than 130,000 kilograms of first-level medium-quality water-containing spiritual iron at a price of 4 spiritual stones per kilogram, at a 95% discount. After doing these things, in order to avoid unnecessary troubles from spending so many spiritual stones to buy water-based spiritual iron, Ling Pengyun arranged Jin Feng in the Muing market, and then took the teleportation array in the Muing market alone and returned to the northern wilderness Xiuxin realm. It must be said that the people of the Muing immortal sect are indeed very trustworthy. Ling Pengyun did not encounter any crisis along the way, and returned to the territory of Yan State very safely and delivered the 3rd-level inferior golden elixir spiritual object Muing spiritual fruit to the buyer, Lingfu Laozu. The Lingfu patriarch was very happy about this, and he also gave Ling Pengyun the 30,000 Lingxi reward that he had promised to give him as a middleman. Afterwards, Ling Pengyun also returned to Lingxiao Qiangxing Lake. After returning to his own territory, Ling Pengyun also felt relieved. He also went directly to the cultivation place Hongyan Island of another giant and cultivator Ling Yanhong in the family, and found Ling Yanhong who was sitting there, and told Ling Yanhong about the plan to build a hidden branch in the Zhao family territory of Guiling Island in the Wubianhe Xiuxin world. After Ling Yanhong learned about it, he immediately agreed. This is feasible, but it is still a little unsafe to drive the monster to destroy the Zhao family. Even if the Zhao family really encountered a crisis of extinction because of the firebomb shrimp, the foundation building monster clan does not have trapped magic tools, formations and other spiritual objects. I am afraid that many Zhao family members will be able to escape at that time. This is extremely troublesome and needs to be eradicated. If they are left, it will be a great obstacle for the family to establish a branch in the Zhao family's territory. You have been running around recently, and you need to comprehend the inheritance of refining tools, improve various magic secrets, and plan a way out for Pengshan and other clansmen who have a short lifespan. You are more perceptive than me, and your path must be farther than mine. I will take people to take care of this matter, and you can practice in peace in the clan. After hearing this, Ling Pengyun immediately refused. Grandpa, this matter is still up to me. After all, I am the one who leads this matter, and I can handle some details. Ling Yanhong saw Ling Pengyun's expression and saw that he seemed to be unable to persuade him, so he nodded and agreed to this matter. Then he asked another question. How many people do you plan to take to the Guiling Island in the Boundless Sea to establish a branch? Chapter 543 Division. Ling Pengyun said. We don't need too many cultivators in the family, so that we can ensure that this matter will not be spread. Now that the family is strong, there may be some people in the family who have been bribed by other giant forces and act as spies. If too many members of our family suddenly disappear, they will be noticed by other giant forces. Grandpa, you need to pay attention to this matter. I will only bring 5 members of the key training realm and 1 foundation building cultivator. Ling Yanhong, who did not know the situation on Guiling Island, asked. I agree that the number is small, but isn't 1 foundation building cultivator not enough? Ling Pengyun explained. There are some foundation-building forces in Guiling Island. One foundation-building cultivator is enough to command a branch that the family will establish in the Zhao family's territory. Besides, don't we have Jin Feng? In this way, there will be 2 foundation-building cultivators. When I put my Feng Peng there will be 3 foundation-building combat forces. Even if the foundation-building forces on Guiling Island want to occupy the branch territory, the worst that can happen is that we will give some of the Zhao family's territory to the other foundation-building families on Guiling Island in the future. What our family needs most right now is to take root in that territory. In this way, when our branch has the identity of Guiling Island, even if we openly plan to take over the entire Guiling Island in the future, the Mu'un Immortal sect will not say much. However, after I secretly drive the Firebomb Shrimp clan to destroy the Zhao family and establish a branch in the Zhao family's territory, I will not stay in that territory for long. The affairs of that branch in the future will still need to be managed by the foundation-building cultivators of our clan who are stationed there. This candidate must know the importance of the matter and be able to handle various family affairs. Currently, the only veteran in the family who has been in charge of family affairs for nearly 10 years is Pengshin, who is the most suitable to go. But, if Pengshin leaves, I'm afraid that many of the family affairs will fall on your head. Although the clan leader Ling Yanhong has returned to the family, he has entered the Golden Core stage and is busy with affairs, so he still handed over the management of the family affairs to Ling Pengshin, who has served as the acting clan leader of the Ling family for nearly 10 years. Ling Pengshin is meticulous, and as time goes by, he is even more adept at handling such family affairs. Ling Yanhong did not care about Ling Pengyun's concerns, but smiled and said, "During the year you are away, Pengshin has trained a group of qualified key training elders who can manage family affairs skillfully. With those elders managing family affairs, Pengshin's departure from the family to build a branch will not have much impact on the family." Ling Pengyun was overjoyed when he heard this. That's great. After that, the two of them talked for a few more words and discussed the 5 key training monks who would be sent to Guiling Island to build a branch. Ling Pengyun and Ling Yanhong selected these 5 candidates very seriously. It took them half an hour to select 5 trustworthy clansmen. Then, Ling Pengyun immediately went to various parts of the family and arranged for Ling Pengshin and the other 6 clansmen who were going to the Guiling Island branch in the Boundless Sea to leave the public sight in various ways. For example, Ling Pengshin, a clan member with a short lifespan, escaped by faking his death after his lifespan was exhausted. The other 5 clan members in the middle and late stages of key training were either attacked by monsters and pretended to die, or were killed by GXIU during the family's dispatch. In order to avoid attracting attention, Ling Pengyun spent nearly half a year to complete this step. During this period, Ling Pengyun also created a second-grade upper-grade auxiliary magic weapon called Transformation Mask for Ling Pengshin and the other 6 people, which could change their faces, breath, etc. After finishing these things, Ling Pengyun took Ling Pengshin and others who had detached themselves and put on the changing mask, quietly left the family territory and went to the Boundless Sea. After the group arrived at the Guiling Island in the Mu'un Sea of the Boundless Sea, Ling Pengyun, the Jinden's Henren, also killed some Zhao family cultivators when the Firebomb Shrimp clan attacked the Zhao family. Even Jin Feng, who had been living in the Jin family and forbearing for more than 10 years, killed many Zhao family cultivators because of hatred. Among them was his so-called fiancé Zhao Yujia. His grandfather died at the hands of Zhao Yujia's father, who is in the foundation-building realm. Over the years, he has never forgotten this hatred. He has never loved Zhao Yujia. He contacted Zhao Yujia because he valued her foundation-building father behind her, and wanted to use this to get the foundation-building spiritual objects from the Zhao family to avenge his family. Now, with the Ling family as a backer, what is the point of keeping Zhao Yujia? This incident made Ling Pengyun see Han Feng's character, which made him pay more attention to Han Feng. Ling Pengyun and Jin Feng's killing of Zhao family monks also accelerated the demise of the Zhao family. In just half a year, the Zhao family, which had dominated Guiling Island for decades, was completely destroyed by the Firebomb Shrimp clan. The Firebomb Shrimp also occupied the Zhao family's territory. Guiling Island also became more chaotic. Ling Pengshin, the Ling family foundation, took this opportunity to bring the notorious Jin Feng, who was regarded as a traitor by the Zhao family, back to Guiling Island, and made Jin Feng's true life story public. In the name of Master Jin Feng established the Han clan. In addition, He cooperated with Feng Yingpeng, who was in the late stage of foundation building, to kill some firebomb shrimp and recapture some of the Zhao family's territory occupied by the firebomb shrimp clan as the Han clan's territory. Jin Feng no longer hid his real name and restored his real surname Han. Under the name of Han Feng, he also became the head of the Guiling Han clan. He also spread the news that Han's family would recruit guest officials to resist the firebomb shrimp clan and offer benefits. The 5 other key training clan members of Ling's family who came here also entered the Han's family through this method. In addition, there are also independent cultivators who love money and join the Han's family because of the huge benefits promised by Han Feng. This also makes the 5 key training cultivators of Ling's family joining the Han's family seem not abrupt. Because Guiling Island is still in chaos, and Han Feng does have evidence that it was the descendants of the Han family that were destroyed by the Zhao family decades ago, the other foundation building families on Guiling Island have nothing to say about this. As for Han Feng's master Ling Pengyun, the other foundation building families on Guiling Island did not care much for the time being. After all, their family was still being invaded by the firebomb shrimp. Time passed slowly, and half a year passed in a flash. Seeing that Han had established a firm foothold on Guiling Island, Ling Pengyun, a giant and cultivator, disguised himself as a wandering giant and cultivator who happened to come to Guiling Island and drove the firebomb shrimp clan out of Guiling Island. The several foundation building families on Guiling Island, who were kept in the dark by Ling Pengyun and almost exterminated by the firebomb shrimp clan, were very grateful to Ling Pengyun. Ling Pengyun naturally didn't care about this, and he didn't stay for long, and left this area directly. What he didn't know was that it was his otherworldly behavior that made the other foundation building families on Guiling Island admire Ling Pengyun, a wandering giant and real person with extraordinary strength, even more. As for Ling Pengyun's identity, the foundation building families on Guiling Island didn't think much about it. After all, the firebomb shrimp clan was an old enemy of Guiling Island. This clan often attacked Guiling Island. And there were actually quite a few wandering cultivators like Ling Pengyun in the immortal cultivation world of the boundless sea. Most of these cultivators are those who have encountered bottlenecks and want to use external factors to relax and then break through the bottleneck. After the firebomb shrimp incident was over, the several foundation building families on Guiling Island also sent people to visit the newly rebuilt Han family and secretly inquired about the identity of the outsider master of Han Feng of the Han family. In this regard, Han Feng did not hide it, and directly said that his master was a casual cultivator, and because he had a short lifespan, he happened to meet a person with good qualifications, so he wanted to pass on his inheritance to him. Ling Pengyun's lifespan is indeed short, and the rest of the foundation building families are relieved about Han Feng's master Ling Pengyun. The elders of Guiling Island participated in the destruction of the Han family decades ago. Now the pillar of the Han family, Ling Pengyun, has a short lifespan. The head of the family, Han Feng, is still in the key training stage. Only the spiritual beast Feng Yingpeng of this family, who is in the foundation building stage, is a threat to them. The Han family is gradually regarded as a small family by them. They also wantonly occupied the vast territory of the Zhao family, which was empty and unmanned. During this period, the Han family did not say anything, but just managed their own 1 acre and 3 points of land with peace of mind. This matter also made the other major families on Guiling Island very satisfied. The Han family, which only had Han Feng as a member of the family, gradually survived in the cracks. And the 5 members of the Ling family, who changed their names and entered Han Feng as guests, also frantically took concubines and married wives, and left children. During this period, Ling Pengyun gradually arranged the strange chess fairy Liu Mengting, who Ling Pengyun liked, and the original children or Taoist partners of the 5 members of the family to be with Ling Pengyun and others in this way. Chapter 544, Suddenly Seeing a Ghost Vein. 5 years passed quickly. In the middle of winter of this year, in a barren land adjacent to the state of Yan and the state of Chen, countless white snowflakes slowly fell from the sky, covering the entire ground. There was also a biting cold wind, which kept whistling. At this time, ordinary people usually stayed at home to warm themselves by the fire. But at this moment, an old man with an iron sword on his back, white hair, wrinkles on his face, and a hunchback walked on the thick snow on the ground in the cold wind. What was even more peculiar was that there was a trace of sharp, sword-like gas lingering around the old man, which dispersed all the snow falling from the sky. After an unknown amount of time, Some sweat appeared on the old man's face. It was obvious that walking in the snow was a bit tiring for him. Therefore, he found a small forest where he could avoid the wind and snow, got into it, and sat on a relatively dry and flat place. This body is becoming less and less useful. According to the time, I only have 15 years left to live. I need to speed up the completion of The Secret Art of the Star Gold Sword Dao. When the old man thought of this, a helpless look appeared on his face. This old man was Ling Pengyun, who had left the Ling family and traveled for about 10 years. After leaving the family, he traveled all the way north. During this period, he crossed millions of miles with his extraordinary physical fitness and walking speed. It's a pity that along the way, he only comprehended the sword move Chuyang when he went to Bailing country 6 or 7 years ago. Apart from that, he has no other gains. His sword path has also fallen into a bottleneck. At present, the secret art of the Star Gold Sword Dao he created only has 2 moves, namely Bright Moon and Chuyang. At this time, a few miles away in an empty wasteland, a variety of different colors of strange lights suddenly lit up. There were even some roaring sounds. Ling Pengyun heard the noise and looked over immediately. Because his cultivation had dissipated, he could hardly see the scene several miles away. However, based on his experience, he could probably guess that there were some key cultivating monks fighting there based on the unusual movement. If it was a battle between cultivators at the foundation building stage or monsters, the noise would not be so small. It's been a long time since I fought with a monk, and I've had a bottleneck in my swordsmanship. Now that I've met a live target, I can practice with him. Ling Pengyun muttered to himself, then he stood up and used a special breath-retaining method he had comprehended with his swordsmanship. Then, his vitality slowly disappeared, as if he had turned into a stone. He also took steps at this moment, and his figure was like a phantom, quickly rushing to the place where the unusual movement was heard several miles away. In just 100 breaths, he crossed several miles and arrived near the place where the unusual movement was heard. The place with unusual movements was indeed just as Ling Pengyun had guessed. The combatants were indeed only at the key training level, but only one side was a cultivator. The cultivator was wearing a linen robe and had the aura of the mid-stage key training. He was excited and kept attacking. The other side was a spider monster with a strange appearance, black body, 8 eyes, and the aura of the mid-stage key training. It looked like an enlarged version of a spider monster. Ghost spider. Why is there such a monster that likes to eat ghosts here? There are ghosts here. Ling Pengyun fixed his eyes on the 8-eyed spider in the battle area not far away, and muttered in surprise. He looked around again and saw that the surrounding area was a wasteland. He did not see any ghosts or anything like that. There were no human villages, no mortals, and no traces of monsters. He immediately became confused. There are no ghosts, nor human beings or monsters to provide essence for this monster to eat. How could this monster appear here? The ghost spider is an extremely rare monster. It is extremely difficult for this monster to reproduce. Often, a female ghost spider can only reproduce 1 or 2 ghost spiders in her lifetime. However, the strength of this monster is also very strong. This monster has mastered rare means of attacking spiritual consciousness, which often has a great advantage in battle. In addition, the things this monster likes to eat are also a bit special. This monster especially likes to eat ghosts, followed by the essence of human beings and monsters. As for ordinary meat, this monster does not like to eat. With thousands of thoughts in his mind, Ling Pengyun made up his mind. Then, he took off the black iron sword on his back, held it tightly in his hand, and pointed the sword at the round moon hanging in the sky in the dark night. In an instant, countless white moonlight power poured into the black iron sword. The next moment, the black iron sword trembled slightly, and a 9-foot-long sword light suddenly burst out from the tip of the sword, which was as powerful as the full-strength attack of a late-stage key training cultivator. Ling Pengyun also hit the sword at the mid-stage key training cultivator, who was fighting with a ghost spider not far away. At this time, the mid-stage key training cultivator only then discovered Ling Pengyun's trace. But it was too late, and the black iron sword with sword light had already killed him in the face. Then, his head was easily cut off. The mid-stage key training ghost spider that was fighting with it saw this scene and was panicked. Its spiritual consciousness far exceeded that of the same level monsters, and it was comparable to the cultivators of the late stage of key training. It could clearly sense how powerful the iron sword was. Even if it was attacked by the iron sword, it would not survive and would be easily killed. In such a situation without comparison, it dared not stay here for long, and turned around and ran away. Seeing this, Ling Pengyun did not stop the ghost spider, but just used the method of concealing his breath and quietly followed behind the ghost spider. After half an hour, Ling Pengyun chased the fleeing ghost spider across more than 10 miles and rushed into a dense forest that was uninhabited and shrouded in mist all day long. After going deeper into the dense forest for a while, the ghost spider burrowed into a small bush and disappeared. Although Ling Pengyun lost his consciousness, he could sense that the ghost had disappeared through his sword intent. This surprised him, and he walked forward to take a look. He then discovered that there was a deep underground hole in the center of the small bush that was not much different from the size of the ghost spider. This place is so hidden and deep in the desolate land. I think this is the lair of the ghost spider. Ling Pengyun muttered to himself. Considering that he had many protective magic tools that could be used without the use of spiritual power and was not afraid of the ghost spider, he also followed a hole and crawled in. To his surprise, he went about 100 feet deep into the hole, but suddenly fell into a passage that was 10 feet high and half a foot wide. Ling Pengyun looked at the situation here and found that the four sides of the passage were extremely smooth, as if it was dug out by a sharp weapon. It was very different from the four uneven small passages he had dug into this place before. This passage was probably built with a sharp magic tool. In addition, this underground passage was also filled with a faint black mist similar to spiritual energy, containing special energy, and with a sense of coldness. Ling Pengyun looked at the black mist around him, and after thinking about it, his eyes suddenly lit up. This is ghost energy. Looking at the appearance of these ghost energy here, there should be a ghost vein here. No wonder the ghost spider was located here before. Speaking of this, Ling Pengyun said something in disbelief. I just didn't expect that such a rare ghost vein would appear in such a place. Ghost veins are extremely rare. Even the huge Yan state does not have one. It is said that only this Hongzhou Xianji where the cultivation is prosperous has ghost veins. And this vein can be said to be a special spiritual vein, which is formed by the mutation of the spiritual vein. This ghost vein produces ghost energy, and normal cultivators can hardly absorb this ghost energy into their bodies. Only ghost cultivators like the ghost spider or ghosts can absorb ghost energy. As for ghosts, most of them are the souls of cultivators or monsters, who are invaded by yin energy or other factors at a specific time, and then evolve. After Ling Pengyun came to his senses, he followed a breath left by the ghost shadow bead in the passage and chased forward. As he went deeper into the passage, the ghost energy around him became more and more dense. In front of him, an open stone door appeared. The ghost energy in the passage was diffused from the open stone door. Inside the stone door were some buildings like the caves of monks, and the ghost energy inside was extremely dense. Previously, the ghost shadow spider that Ling Pengyun let go lay on a black stone bed about 10 feet long and half a foot wide on the left side of the cave to absorb the dense ghost energy in the cave to practice. Ling Pengyun saw this scene, and his expression showed a hint of surprise but also a hint of as expected. Judging from the density of the ghost energy here, the ghost veins in this cave should be of the lower second grade. I didn't expect that the ghost veins here are so high. After exclaiming, Ling Pengyun fixed his eyes on the black stone bed. That stone bed should be made of the soul jade stone that is recorded in the family's classics as being beneficial to ghost cultivation. Judging from its grade, it should be around the first grade upper grade. This place was indeed discovered by our ancestors, and that ancestor must have been a wealthy man. This place is probably occupied by the ghost spider later. Otherwise, when I arrived at the entrance of the cave, the ancestor would not have disappeared. I just don't know if the first person to discover this place was a righteous cultivator who practiced a special method, or a ghost cultivator. With doubt in his mind, he stepped quickly and entered the stone door. At this time, because it was too close to the ghost spider crawling on the black stone bed to absorb ghost energy for cultivation, also noticed Ling Pengyun's arrival. However, before it could respond, Ling Pengyun directly threw out a jade pendant magic weapon that exuded the aura of the first grade middle grade realm, which turned into a thick light curtain to trap the enemy and directly trapped the ghost spider. However, after that, he did not attack it and kill it. Chapter 545, Ghost Cultivator Wang Shi's grandfather and grandson. If there was nothing unusual in the ghost spider's nest, he would definitely kill the monster. But after he found a ghost vein here, he changed his mind. Ghost veins are of great help to ghost spiders. Not only can ghost spiders feed on ghost energy, but they can also use ghost energy to speed up their cultivation. This is equivalent to taming the ghost spider, so there is no need to worry, and the ghost spider can steadily improve its cultivation. The strength of the ghost spider clan is extremely extraordinary. This spider has a strong dominant position among the monster beasts in the key training realm and the foundation building realm by virtue of its means of attacking the consciousness. Generally, the consciousness of monster beasts in the key training realm and the foundation building realm is weak. Only after the monster beast enters the golden elixir realm can the consciousness slowly catch up with the cultivators of the same level. Ling Pengyun also saw this point, so he planned to keep it and see if there is a chance to tame it as a spirit beast. Even if it can't, he can also find a spider monster of the same level to try to reproduce with it. After his thoughts came back, Ling Pengyun began to carefully observe the cave on the ghost vein. Previously, he only saw part of the interior of the cave from outside the door, and there were many places he did not see. The cave was not big, only about 50 square meters. On the left side of the cave was the soul jade bed, and on the right side of the cave was a half-acre field, in which some unripe first-grade low-grade soul grass grew scattered. In addition, in the corner of the cave, there was an inconspicuous bronze lamp covered with moss. Ling Pengyun did not care about the lamp, but he suddenly felt that the lamp threatened him. This was very strange. You know, even if he had no cultivation, he could kill even a cultivator in the late stage of key training with his rich sword meaning and the two sword moves he created, Bright Moon and First Sun. Only the strong who had perfected key training and established a foundation were a threat to him. The threat from the lamp was not strong, probably only equivalent to the threat of the perfect key training realm. Immediately, Ling Pengyun took out a first-grade upper-grade protective magic weapon that Ling Pengyun had refined for him in his early years, and crushed it. Then, a light curtain spread out from the broken protective magic weapon, covering him. Dao, why don't you come out? Ling Pengyun hesitated for a while and said. After waiting for a while, the lamp suddenly trembled, and a transparent shadow floated out of it. The transparent shadow gradually became clear under the gathering of the surrounding ghost energy. This is the shadow of a young woman wearing hemp clothes and looking pitiful. The shadow of the woman said to Ling Pengyun with a hint of crying. I have no intention of fighting with you, young master. I have a bad fate and have become a ghost cultivator. I wonder if you can let me go. Ling Pengyun saw the appearance of the shadow of the woman, and a trace of doubt appeared on his face, and he muttered in a low voice. It is indeed a ghost cultivator. Judging from the aura, his cultivation is only at the initial stage of key training, which is a bit weaker than the ghost spider in the middle stage of key training. With such a cultivation, it is not a threat to me at all. Could it be the lamp? Ling Pengyun turned his eyes and looked at the bronze lamp where the woman had lived before. Because there was a protective light curtain around it and the ghost girl's cultivation was not high, he did not take the ghost girl seriously. He walked directly to the bronze lamp and planned to pick it up. But at this moment, an old ghost cultivator with a long sword in his hand, who was full of key training, suddenly rushed out of the lamp and waved the long sword in his hand towards Ling Pengyun. This incident caught Ling Pengyun off guard. Fortunately, there was a protective light curtain around him, which temporarily blocked the old ghost cultivator who had completed key training. However, the old ghost cultivator was extraordinary. With just one blow, the protective light curtain around him appeared cracked. At this moment, the old ghost cultivator said to the female ghost cultivator in the early stage of key training who flew out of the lamp earlier. Although this person is immortal, her soul is extremely strong. It is estimated that she was a foundation-building cultivator in the past. If I can get her soul, I may have a chance to try to break through the foundation-building realm. By then, I won't need to rely on the ghost spider's hand to help us collect souls. I can leave this ghost vein alone in a short time and go to the outside world to actively kill the passing monsters, cultivators, and mortals. Follow me to kill this person. Otherwise, this time we will waste such a great effort to lure this person into the ghost vein. The female ghost cultivator in the early stage of key training was immediately moved when she heard this, and she also condensed a long sword with her ghost energy and hit Ling Pengyun. The besieged Ling Pengyun was not afraid when he heard the words of the old ghost cultivator, but muttered to himself with interest. The ghost shadow spider, which was originally the nemesis of ghost cultivators, has become the spirit beast of these two ghost cultivators due to its cultivation. It's quite interesting. Then, he looked at the old ghost cultivator and muttered. The threat from the lamp before was probably from the old ghost cultivator who had perfected his key training. Two ghost cultivators have appeared. I think they have the cultivation method of ghost cultivators. Although my foundation is completely broken, my cultivation is completely gone, and my lifespan is about to run out, it is difficult for me to practice cultivation. However, this ghost cultivation path, I can give it a try. Thinking of this, the fierce appearance of the killing god Ling Pengyun from decades ago reappeared. Countless murderous auras burst out from his body, and he slowly reached out to take out the black iron sword on his back. His eyes moved, and countless sword auras around him immediately merged into the iron sword. He muttered a sentence in his mouth. Chu-Yang. The black long sword suddenly lit up with a light like the scorching sun, and the dense ghost aura around it seemed to be extremely afraid of this light and moved away. However, it was also because of the deep underground and the ghost veins with strong ghost energy that it was difficult to use the power of the blazing flame. The Chu-Yang sword move that Ling Pengyun used this time was only about 70% of the power of the full victory. The tip of the iron sword also burst out a red sword light of about 8 feet. Ling Pengyun raised his hand and waved it, and then shot the flying sword at the strongest old ghost cultivator here. The old ghost cultivator had no time to dodge and was directly pierced through the body by the iron sword. The blazing sun power condensed by the sword energy also began to burn the body of the old ghost cultivator like a flame. In just a short moment, the body of the old ghost cultivator became about 10% to 20% weaker, and his breath was also a little weaker. Ghost cultivators are really afraid of things with scorching sun. My Chu-Yang sword move is just the right way to restrain this ghost. Seeing this, Ling Pengyun muttered to himself, and called back the iron sword. He used Chu-Yang sword move again, and dispersed 1 or 2% of the ghost energy on the old ghost cultivator, causing the old ghost cultivator's aura to fall back to the late stage of key training. This situation made the old ghost cultivator who had perfected key training panic. He immediately begged for mercy. Dao, stop fighting, I deserve to die. Seeing this, Ling Pengyun stopped. He looked coldly at the old ghost cultivator and the female ghost cultivator who was in the early stage of key training, and said coldly, "Take out the ghost cultivation method. What is the lamp, and your origins? I will only give you one chance. If any of your words are false, I will kill you." The old ghost cultivator who had perfected key practice trembled slightly when he heard this. However, considering Ling Pengyun's strange strength, he hesitated for a few seconds and had no choice but to hand over the ghost cultivation method he had mastered, and told about the lamp, as well as his origins with a young ghost cultivator named heir. After listening to it, Ling Pengyun finally understood. It turned out that the old ghost cultivator who had perfected key practice and the female ghost cultivator named heir were a pair of grandfather and grandson. The old ghost cultivator was named Wang Shi and the female ghost cultivator was named Wang Yu. Decades ago, they were villagers in a secular village 100 miles away, and made a living by hunting wild animals. At that time, they came to the forest where the ghost vein was located to hunt wild animals, and accidentally encountered a tiger and encountered difficulties. However, the place where they died happened to be above this ghost vein. After more than 10 years, their blood penetrated deep into the ground and came into contact with a ghost energy here. As a result, they became lonely ghosts by chance. After a period of time, they found the special lamp in this ghost vein cave, and obtained the cultivation method of ghost cultivation from the inside of the lamp. They also embarked on the path of cultivation, cultivating with a ghost energy here. According to the old ghost cultivator Wang Shi, the ghost shadow spider was attracted by the ghost energy leaked from the broken formation on this ghost vein more than 10 years ago. At that time, the ghost shadow bead was still young and only had the first level of key training. His mind was not yet determined. Wang Shi also tamed the ghost shadow spider simply by relying on the beast control restrictions recorded in the lamp. It specifically helped him and Wang Yu go to the outside world to search for wild beasts around, or passers-by mortals and cultivators to hunt, and bring back their souls to give them to improve their cultivation. This is why Wang Shi's cultivation is so high. The ghost cultivation method recorded inside the lamp is called Mogazu Enigma Treasure Book, which can be cultivated to the initial stage of foundation building. Grandpa Wang Shi also copied them one by one to Ling Pengyun. However, according to Grandpa Wang Shi, this treasure book is incomplete. Only when enough ghost energy is transferred into the lamp, the walls of the lamp will show the higher level cultivation method. As for the cave and the magical lamp here, according to Wang Shi, these were originally there, and he didn't know where they came from. Anyway, he and Wang Yu have been here for decades, and it doesn't matter if other ghost cultivators come here. The effect of the magical lamp is that it can stimulate its own ghost power, and then absorb the surrounding ghost energy and purify it, making the ghost energy in the lamp extremely pure, and the cultivation speed can be extremely fast. After listening to it, Ling Pengyun looked at the lamp on the ground in front of him and murmured. In this case, the function of this unknown grade of lamp should be equivalent to the spirit gathering array. Its function is somewhat like a heritage treasure, which was passed down specifically for the purpose of passing down the skills on the four walls of the lamp. And the original owner of this lamp should have died, so it was picked up by Wang Shi and Wang Yu, who were born as mortals. Thinking back, Ling Pengyun said to the ghost cultivators Wang Shi and Wang Yu indifferently, "Take the ghost spider and watch this place carefully. If anyone finds this place, kill them for me." Wang Shi and Wang Yu heard it, and naturally nodded repeatedly. Seeing this, Ling Pengyun nodded with satisfaction, picked up the magical lamp, left this ghost bane, and rushed back to Yan state. Chapter 546, Pengyun turns to the ghost path, the strange treasure, the ghost lamp. 2 years later. In the deep Qingshi Mountains of Yan state, which stretches for millions of miles, on the top of Qingshi Mountain, a third-grade middle-grade spiritual mountain, 3 people were sitting in a cave hall named Yunai. 2 years ago, Ling Pengyun, who discovered the ghost bane in Chen state, was among them. The other 2 were Ling Yanhuang and Ling Pengyun. Now, Ling Pengyun was carefully examining the magical lamp that Ling Pengyun found on the ghost bane of Chen state, trying to find out the grade of this object. Ling Yanhuang and Ling Pengyun were waiting for Ling Pengyun's answer with expectation. Obviously, Ling Yanhuang, the Jindan's Henren, was also unaware of the grade of the lamp, just like Ling Pengyun. Indeed, the first person Ling Pengyun went to find when he returned to his family was Ling Yanhuang, who was stationed in Lingxiao Lake, but Ling Yanhuang also had difficulty in finding out the grade of the lamp. In desperation, Ling Yanhuang took him to find Ling Pengyun, who had been stationed in Qingshi Mountain, a third-grade middle-grade mountain, for the past 5 or 6 years. After a long while, Ling Pengyun burned the lamp with true fire again. When he found that it was difficult to melt it, his eyes lit up and he probably made a decision. Then, he said with a little surprise, "If my guess is correct, this lamp that can warm ghosts should be the rare treasure recorded in the 3rd-level refining inheritance that our clan got from the Qingshi Spirit Fox clan." Ling Pengyun, who had just returned to the clan, said in confusion, "Strange treasure." Strange treasure can also be said to be a special magic weapon, but it is different from ordinary magic weapons. Ordinary magic weapons consume a lot of spiritual energy and can only be used by cultivators who have completed the foundation building. But this strange treasure can be used even by cultivators who practice Qi. The power of the strange treasure can be determined by the spiritual energy that the cultivators pass into it. In other words, even ghost cultivators in the Jindan realm can enter this object and use it to improve their cultivation. As for whether this object is useful for ghost cultivators in the Yuanying realm, I don't know. I can only know after trying it. Ling Pengyun explained with interest. After hearing this, Ling Pengyun looked very happy. This is a great thing. It just so happens that I plan to abandon my physical body and become a ghost cultivator. On the road of exploring the Tao, with the help of this object, my ghost path can be smoother. Ling Yanhuang and Ling Pengyun, who were standing aside, heard this and had already guessed that Ling Pengyun was going to become a ghost cultivator. Previously, Ling Pengyun had already informed them about the discovery of the ghost bane in Chen state, as well as Wang Shi, Wang Yu, and others. Ling Pengyun's lifespan is running out, and only by becoming a ghost cultivator can he have the opportunity to extend his lifespan and explore the path of the Tao. Although ghost cultivators have great limitations, it is difficult to leave the ghost bane for a long time, and it is also difficult to break through the bottleneck of the Great Realm. In particular, they are afraid of thunder and have little chance of breaking through the golden elixir. But ghost cultivators also have some special benefits, such as lifespan. After becoming a ghost cultivator, the remaining lifespan of the cultivator will be doubled, and after breaking through the cultivation level, the remaining lifespan will be doubled again. It is not until the realm that the predecessor's original Tao path has not reached that the normal lifespan will be granted. Take Ling Pengyun, a cultivator who was originally a foundation-building cultivator, for example. Now he has 13 years of life left, but after he changes to the ghost path, his lifespan can be doubled to 26 years. If he enters the foundation building stage, his remaining lifespan can be doubled at that time. If he enters the golden core realm, he can truly increase his lifespan by 300 years. Of course, no matter how high the cultivation level of a cultivator is, after switching to the ghost path, all his cultivation will dissipate, and he can only slowly practice the ghost path. This is also the reason why few cultivators in the Immortal Cultivation world switch to ghost cultivation. In this case, it is better to use the art of possession when the lifespan is running out, and to possess the bodies of cultivators with better qualifications. It is safer, and after the possession is successful, there will be no restrictions like ghost cultivation. However, for Ling Pengyun, whose cultivation foundation is now completely broken and whose cultivation has all dissipated and it is difficult to perform the method of possession, this is indeed his only way out. Ling Yanhuang and Ling Pengyun looked at each other, and Ling Pengyun followed suit. Third brother, Grandpa Yanhuang and I won't say much about your transformation into a ghost cultivator. In the future, we will collect some spiritual objects needed for ghost cultivation for you, so that we can speed up your cultivation. As for the ghost vein of Chen State, the family currently does not have any third-level formation masters, and it is difficult to move it to the family territory by relying on the migration formation. If we find a third-level formation master from other forces to do this, the news will inevitably leak out. By then, if the giant forces of Chen State know about it, I am afraid they will not give that rare second-level inferior ghost vein to our Ling family. After all, they have no ghost veins in Chen State, and one more ghost vein means one more way out. Therefore, in the future, you can only hide on the ghost vein of Chen State and cultivate in seclusion. Of course, the family will also take out several second-level formations and arrange them on the ghost vein to ensure your safety. Ling Pengyun felt warm in his heart when he heard this, and he said with a smile, "The ghost vein migration is not a problem. The place where the ghost vein is located is very hidden. If I hadn't tracked the ghost spider tamed by the ghost cultivator Wang Shi's grandson, it would have been difficult to find the ghost vein. Don't worry about this matter. Besides, my presence there can prevent outsiders from knowing that I have become a ghost cultivator, and it can also preserve the family's reputation. Third brother, Grandpa Yanhuang, my life is coming to an end. I need to switch to ghost cultivation as soon as possible. This place is far away from the ghost vein of Chen State. I wonder if you can give me a ride. Ghost cultivation is despised by righteous cultivators in all major cultivation worlds, just like demon cultivation. After all, for ghost cultivation, the best cultivation resource is the soul of others. This also makes the reputation of ghost cultivation as bad as that of demon cultivation. Ling Pengyun heard this, waved his hand, and said, "Third brother, you don't need to think too much. There are not many ghost cultivators in my northern wilderness immortal cultivation world. As long as you don't do anything to harm others and are not caught by others, it's fine. It just so happens that I have nothing to do these days, so I will send you back to the ghost vein. It just so happens that I can also help you set up various second-level formations on the ghost vein." Seeing this, Ling Yanhuang, who was standing aside, also showed a kind smile on his face and said with a smile, "I will also go with you. This way, I can also see where the ghost vein is located. If there is anything in the future, I will also know where to find you, Pengyun." Seeing that the two golden cores of the family were willing to send him off, Ling Pengyun's face was also a little more happy. "Thank you, eighth brother and Grandpa Yanhuang. We are a family, don't say a few words." Ling Pengyun and Ling Yanhuang said at the same time. After chatting for a few more words, Ling Pengyun summoned the Ling family's highest grade magic weapon, the prototype level Lingxiao flying boat, and took Ling Yanhuang and Ling Pengyun away from Qingshi Mountain. In order to avoid being investigated by other forces, Ling Pengyun deliberately circled around the territory of Yan State for a few more times. Seeing that no one followed him, he took Ling Pengyun and Ling Yanhuang to the ghost vein of Chen State. A few days later, when the group arrived at the ghost vein, Ling Pengyun and Ling Yanhuang immediately helped Ling Pengyun to set up a large formation on the ghost vein, such as breath retaining, air locking, and defense. Afterwards, the two of them protected Ling Pengyun so that he could switch to ghost cultivation with peace of mind. On this day, Ling Pengyun sat cross-legged on the soul jade bed in the cave of the ghost vein, and began to operate the operation method of the Moji Yui Zhuan Yuan treasure book. As he chanted a series of difficult formulas from his mouth, a green spiritual light floated out of his body. This green spiritual light was his soul. The rich ghost energy around him also gathered towards the soul at this moment. Gradually, as the soul absorbed more and more ghost energy, the soul gradually became larger and larger. After half a month, the soul had changed greatly and turned into Ling Pengyun's appearance, but it was a little transparent, just like the transparent shadow of Wang Shi's grandfather and grandson. At this time, a breath of the innate realm also came out from Ling Pengyun's shadow. This also meant that he officially became a ghost cultivator and entered the ghost cultivation path. His transparent face gradually raised a touch of joy. Congratulations, third brother, the transformation was successful. Ling Pengyun, who was guarding him on the side, congratulated him. Ling Yanhong and Wang Shi's grandfather and grandson also congratulated him. Ling Pengyun's face was even happier. Haha, I have troubled you to protect me in recent days. Afterwards, everyone chatted for a few more words, and Ling Pengyun looked at Wang Shi's grandfather and grandson. Considering that Ling Pengyun has now become a ghost cultivator, there are no other cultivators in the clan who have taken the ghost cultivation path. With the presence of Grandpa Wang Shi and his grandson, Ling Pengyun would have someone to ask questions if he encountered a bottleneck in his path in the future. He put aside his killing intent and said, "If you don't want to die, hand over a strand of your soul." Grandpa Wang Shi saw the cruel words of Ling Pengyun, who was in the golden core realm, and didn't think much about it. He immediately sacrificed a strand of his own soul and handed it to Ling Pengyun. Seeing the attitude of Grandpa Wang Shi and his grandson, Ling Pengyun was quite satisfied. With the souls of these two ghost cultivators in hand, he could control their life and death. Ling Pengyun also put the 2 strands of soul given by Grandpa Wang Shi and his grandson into a soul collecting bottle that had been prepared long ago, and handed it to Ling Pengyun. Third brother, these 2 ghosts will be handed over to you in the future. After saying that, he threatened Grandpa Wang Shi and his grandson again. Assist my third brother well. If I find out that you two have done anything wrong, I will kill you no matter where you are. After entering the Dao, although Wang Shi and his grandson had never come into contact with cultivators, the Moji Yuizhuang Yuan treasure book did record some common sense in the world of immortal cultivation. They also knew the power of the golden elixir cultivation. For a moment, the bodies of the grandfather and grandson kept trembling, and they nodded repeatedly to show that they understood. After handling the matter, Ling Pengyun and Ling Yanhong left the ghost bane with peace of mind and returned to Yan's state. Ling Pengyun, who was still in the ghost bane, also invited Wang Shi and his grandson to enter the Ghost Yin Lantern treasure to practice. Ghost Yin Lantern was the name Ling Pengyun gave to the treasure lamp. Thanks. 500 points of reward from Wubian in the future. Thanks, descendants of the Dragon Clan, 1 mountain for the clan. There must be a crowd of 3 walking together. Cao 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 Xiang, Yanmo, Book Friend 20210301106541322356, Unforgettable Reincarnation, Book Friend 201811232250222253, Fall in Love with Z's, Xiangxin Yijian's monthly ticket. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 547, Found 2 third-level formations. 1 year later. Deep in Lingayan Island, Lingxiao Maturation Lake, in a quiet room of a cultivation cave, an old lady with white hair, wrinkled face and identified temperament was sitting cross-legged. In front of her, there were 12 formation flags and a formation plate floating. At this moment, she was using her spiritual consciousness as a pen to engrave formation patterns on the 12 formation flags and the formation plate one by one. As time passed, the 12 formation flags and the formation plate were covered with formation patterns. The old lady groaned. Condensation. The formation patterns on the 12 formation flags and the formation plate suddenly flashed with spiritual light, and the aura between them gradually merged, and the aura of the second-level upper-grade formation spread out. It's done. Counting the previous 2 times I refined this second-grade top-grade Wu-Tu Huimu formation, my success rate in refining the formation flags and formation plates of this formation is no less than 30%. I can be considered to have barely entered the door of a second-grade top-grade formation master. With this level of formation, I should be able to try to repair the controlled token that is suspected to be a third-grade formation. The old woman looked at this scene, touched the sweat on her forehead, and her face was happy. She muttered a few words to herself. And this old woman is Ling Pengyun, the strongest formation master of the Ling family. As early as 3 years ago, her formation reached the second-grade top grade. But at that time, it was just a touch. It took another 3 years, until today, she officially upgraded the formation to the second-grade top grade. Then, she waved her hand to put away the 12 formation flags and formation plates in front of her, and took out a token with no breath and a black surface from the storage bag, and performed the formation secret technique revealing patterns on it. Suddenly, countless dense and connected small array patterns appeared on the surface of the black token. However, if you observe carefully, you can see that at least 30% of those small cracks are broken. Ling Pengyun saw this scene and frowned. With the improvement of the array, I feel more and more that this token is extraordinary. This token was the array control token that Lin Fan, the beast-taming genius guest of the Ling family, gave her to repair the array pattern and the third-level array 10 years ago. After coming to her senses, Ling Pengyun began to use her good array skills and various array secrets to slowly repair the broken small array patterns on the token. At first, Ling Pengyun repaired those array patterns slowly, often taking half an hour to repair one. But as time went on, she became more and more proficient in repairing array patterns, and her speed became faster and faster. It only took half an incense stick to repair one. After half a year, the countless small array patterns on the black token had all been connected. Then the black token flashed with spiritual light, and an aura belonging to the third-level formation controlled token spread out from the token. It took 8 years to upgrade the formation, and another half a year to repair this token. It took 8.5 years, and finally it was done. Ling Pengyun's wrinkled face raised a touch of excitement. Immediately, she left the cave, controlled a flying boat to fly away from Lingxiao Island, and went to the Spirit Beast Island where the Ling family specially raised spirit beasts. As soon as she entered the Spirit Beast Island, a middle-aged man who looked very sunny and gave people a very comfortable feeling, accompanied by 2 men and 1 woman, 3 children who looked about 10 years old wearing Ling family Taoist robes, riding a fairy crane in the foundation building stage, came to greet her. How did fellow Taoist Ling have time to come to my Spirit Beast Island? The middle-aged man was a little confused about Ling Pengyun, a busy man of the Ling family, coming here, so he asked jokingly. This middle-aged man is none other than Lin Fan, the beast tamer who sits on the Spirit Beast Island for the Ling clan. In the past 10 years, with his good beast taming talent, he has upgraded his beast taming from the first grade lower level to the first grade upper level, becoming a first grade upper level beast tamer. The fairy crane at the foundation building level that he sat on was not the fairy crane king of the Ling clan, but was cultivated by the beast tamer Lin Fan alone in recent years. This crane entered the foundation building level only last year. Now, the fairy crane's cultivation level is at the first level of the foundation building level, making it the second fairy crane of the Ling clan to enter the foundation building level. At the same time, this crane is also Lin Fan's natal spirit beast. Last year, he entered the foundation building level with the help of this natal spirit beast, and then fed back his spiritual power, which enabled him to break through to the middle stage of the foundation building level. The 2 men and 1 woman, 3 children who sat on the back of the fairy crane with Lin Fan, shouted to Ling Pengyun respectfully at this moment. Great-grandmother Pengyun. These 2 children, 1 boy and 1 girl, were members of the clan who had been found to have spiritual roots and the talent for controlling beasts in recent years. Therefore, they were sent by the clan to practice controlling beasts with a guest official Lin Fan. They belonged to the Li generation among the 6 generations of the Ling family, Yun, Xiao, Peng, Chang, Wan, Li, so Ling Pengyun, the elder of the Peng generation, was called great-grandmother. The Li generation was the generation that was extended downwards by the Ling family several years ago. The 3 of you go take care of the spiritual beasts on the island. I have something important to ask fellow Taoist Yi. Ling Pengyun did not directly answer the question of the guest official Lin Fan, but called the 3 children away first. After the 3 children left, Ling Pengyun took out the repaired token and showed it to Lin Fan, the owner of the token. After Lin Fan saw it, his expression was immediately overjoyed and he quickly praised Ling Pengyun. It was right to ask you to repair this token. You are indeed the best of the Ling family formation. You repaired this token 1 or 2 years faster than the 10 years we agreed on. Ling Pengyun didn't care about the compliment, but just said lightly, "Doi, now that this token has been repaired, we can set off to follow the formation aura remaining in this token and look for the third level formation, okay?" Lin Fan's idea coincided with his, and he said with a smile, "Of course." After saying that, Lin Fan returned to the Spirit Beast Island and handed over the chars on the island to the 3 Ling family members with the name of Li on the island. After finishing this, he followed Ling Pengyun and left this place. Half a month later, Yam State, a desolate land at the junction of Jiayamang Lake and Jinjiao Grassland. A flying boat stopped here. There were 3 people on the flying boat, and the one who controlled the flying boat was Ling Pengyun. The other 2 were Ling Pengyun and Lin Fan. Before the 2 searched for the third level formation, considering that the formation they were looking for was too high grade, they informed the clan about it to avoid danger. The clan leader Ling Yanhuang happened to be refining a furnace of third level spirit gathering pills, and it would take at least half a year or a year for him to come out of seclusion. Ling Pengyun happened to have nothing to do, so he accompanied them on this trip. Ling Pengyun heard Ling Pengyun, who was holding the third level formation controlled token, call to stop, and his eyes swept across some barren mountains and wastelands below, but he didn't find anything strange. He then asked Ling Pengyun a question. "Pengyun, is the third level formation we are looking for this time here?" Ling Pengyun heard the question, looked at the token in his hand that was flashing black spiritual light, nodded slightly, and replied, "According to the token, the formation is indeed nearby, but we need to go deeper into the ground before we can see the third level formation." Ling Pengyun and Lin Fan, who were on the same flying boat, were delighted. Immediately, the 3 of them jumped off the flying boat, landed on the ground, and used the second level magic of Earth Escape to escape deep into the ground. Just when the 3 of them went nearly 10,000 feet deep into the ground, they were suddenly blocked by a formation that exuded the aura of a third level top grade. As for the situation inside the formation, the 3 of them could not see clearly because it was obscured by the formation. Seeing this, the 3 of them did not care, but were delighted. This time they came here to find a third level formation. I didn't expect it to be a third level top grade defensive formation. I don't know what is inside this formation that is worth setting up a rare third level top grade formation here. Ling Pengyun looked at the third level top grade formation in front of him with a little surprise and muttered to himself curiously. Ling Pengyun and Lin Fan, who were beside him, were more and more happy, and even laughed out loud. This opportunity was earned by the 2 of them. The high-level formation controlled token that Lin Fan had obtained in his early years. Ling Pengyun repaired the token and then found this place. The third level top grade formation in front of him is worth 900,000 spiritual stones on the market. If this formation has formation tools, its value will increase again. The 2 of them share this wealth, and I am afraid that they can try to explore the realm of Jinden. Thinking of this, Lin Fan, who is an outsider, trembled slightly, and looked at Ling Pengyun and Ling Pengyun with a wary look. However, when he thought of the powerful strength of Ling Pengyun, the ancestor of the Ling family, the wariness in his eyes disappeared immediately. He was only at the foundation building stage, and facing the Jinden. Even if he was on guard, he was not the opponent of Ling's ancestor in one move. At this moment, Ling Pengyun, who had suppressed her joy, also regained her former demeanor as a formation master. She soon realized that the aura of the third grade top grade formation in front of her was very different from that of the formation controlled token in her hand, with only a slight similarity. This incident also caused Ling Pengyun's face to rise again. She also pointed at the third grade top grade formation blocking the road and said to Ling Pengyun excitedly, "Mina, there is only one restriction related to this formation in the token I repaired. That restriction only has the effect of entering and exiting this formation, and has no effect of controlling this formation. 9 out of 10, there is another third grade formation arranged in this formation." Ling Pengyun heard it, his eyes became brighter, and he muttered to himself, "Someone actually arranged 2 third grade formations here. It seems that there is a big secret here." After coming to his senses, he immediately said to Ling Pengyun, "Pengyun, use the token quickly and take me in to see what's going on inside." Ling Pengyun took action immediately after hearing this, but just as she was about to use the token, she suddenly thought of something. Her face became solemn, and she said with a hint of fear, "Mina, we don't know the origins of the 2 third level formations here. It's too dangerous for us to rush into the formations. How about we go back to the family to find Grandpa Yunhong and explore this place again? Ling Pengyun heard this, but didn't care. He replied with a touch of confidence on his face. It doesn't matter. If there were someone in this formation, I'm afraid we would have been attacked long ago. How could they let us come here? Besides, although this third-grade upper-grade formation that stopped us is of high grade, it looks weak. This formation has either been severely damaged or there is not enough spiritual power to keep it open. No matter what the reason is, the power of this formation can only exert 20% of its power when it is in full victory, which is at most comparable to the power of a third-grade lower-grade formation. I am 100% sure that I can break this powerful formation with my force and protect your safety. Enter the formation now, so that we can avoid accidents. Thinking of Ling Pengyun's powerful strength, Ling Pengyun gradually felt at ease. She also transferred a spiritual power into the newly repaired formation-controlled token in her hand, and then hit the token on the third-grade upper-grade formation in front of her. The next moment, the place where the token touched the formation trembled slightly, and a small gap just big enough for a person to pass through also appeared. Ling Pengyun, the Jindan, was the first to escape inside, followed closely by Ling Pengyun and Lin Fan. Chapter 548, the third-level beast-taming alchemy inheritance and the third-level teleportation array. After Ling Pengyun entered the formation, he began to look around. The space inside the formation was not big, only about 100 feet, in a circular shape, with relatively simple decorations, and low-level fluorescent beads emitting bright light inlaid on the top. Apart from that, there was no sign of life here. Ling Pengyun was a little surprised to see this scene. He thought this place would be the cave residence of some Taoist predecessor, but he didn't expect it to be the scene. Although it is not the cave residence of the predecessor, fortunately, the third-level upper-grade formation arranged here is very valuable, and there is also an unknown third-level formation. There is also a third-level lower-grade spiritual vein deep in this place. This trip is also a great gain. After coming to his senses, he fixed his eyes and looked at the center of the underground space, his eyes flashing slightly. It seems that the third-level formation in the formation is located there. However, why does the aura of that formation look a bit like a teleportation formation? Could it be? Thinking of this, his eyes lit up, and he immediately called out to Ling Pengyun, who was holding a token to control a formation. Pengyun, can the token in your hand control the third-level formation that is hidden deep underground and has not been activated? Ling Pengyun said with a smile on her face. The aura pointed by the token in my hand is exactly there. It should be the control token of that formation. After saying that, she pinched her fingers and injected a spiritual power into the black token in her hand. Formation up. I saw that on the ground in the center of this underground space, a series of rune patterns suddenly appeared, and finally gathered into a half-zang-wide circular formation. However, in this circular formation, more than 80% of the formation pattern seemed to have been deliberately destroyed. Seeing this scene, Ling Pengyun could no longer remain calm, and a touch of emotion appeared on his face. It is indeed a teleportation array. Judging from its aura, although it has been damaged, it has not been completely destroyed. I think the person who destroyed it is not a formation master and is not familiar with the teleportation array. As long as we find a third-level formation master afterwards, it should not be difficult to repair it. And the grade of this formation is probably the third-level upper-grade realm. The person who can set up this formation must have an extraordinary background. Thinking of this, a hint of doubt came to my mind again. But this place, why did the original owner set up a teleportation array entrance and exit in this place with only one third-level lower-grade spiritual vein? And it is a single-person teleportation array that is not worth it. Could it be that this array is a secret or deliberately left by those old-fashioned Jindan forces or Yuanying realm forces to escape? You know, the lowest grade of a teleportation array is the third-level realm. Even if you want to set up a third-level lower-grade teleportation array, the cost is at least equivalent to the cost of setting up a third-level upper-grade ordinary formation, which is about 900,000 spirit stones. To set up a third-grade teleportation array, the cost is at least 2.5 million to 3 million spiritual stones. This value is much higher than the total value of the monster materials obtained by the Ling family when they destroyed the 200,000 monsters of the Jindan monster clan and the swamp giant crocodile clan in the early years, and then refined into spiritual objects by various artists and sold. Perhaps, if the Ling family's family assets are emptied, It is possible to build such an array. The single-person teleportation array, as its name suggests, can only teleport one person. Moreover, the cost of setting up this array is not much different from that of a normal multi-person teleportation array. It is for this reason that few forces in the world of immortal cultivation will set up such a single-person teleportation array. Only those big forces with too many spiritual stones and nowhere to spend will set up this kind of formation as an escape route hidden in the dark. The Yuanying sect Kanglan Baha'i sect has several such single-person teleportation arrays hidden in the dark, but the grade of those single-person teleportation arrays is at least 4th grade. Ling Pengyun has heard about this from his fellow senior sister Wang Ying. The single-person teleportation array also has an advantage. Because there is no pressure to transport multiple people during teleportation, the teleportation distance of a single-person teleportation array of the same level is twice or even several times farther than that of a multi-person teleportation array, depending on the materials used. The 3rd level superior multi-person teleportation array can teleport a maximum distance of 600 to 9 million miles. The 3rd level superior single-person teleportation array can teleport a distance of about 10 million to 30 million miles, which is equivalent to the 4th level inferior multi-person teleportation array. If this array is really an escape route hidden in the dark by a large force, how can this treasure land be unguarded? At least a giant and cultivator should be sent here. And how could the controlled token of this teleportation array be found by Lin Fan, who was still in the key training realm at that time? A series of doubts surged in his mind, and his eyes also looked at the Beastmaster Lin Fan not far away. The token to open the teleportation array here was obtained from this person. This also made this person very suspicious in Ling Pengyun's eyes. "Friend, have you been here before?" Lin Fan was a little confused and shook his head in confusion. "No, Elder Ling. Why do you ask?" Ling Pengyun heard this and saw that Lin Fan didn't seem to be lying. In addition, although Lin Fan had an extraordinary talent in beast control, his qualifications were ordinary and his family was not rich. He also ruled out the possibility that Lin Fan came to Yan State by taking this teleportation array. Then, his expression changed and he asked again. "You don't need to worry about why I ask you questions, just answer my questions. You will find out about the token in Penglin's hand. Tell us about it. Don't miss any information." Lin Fan's expression changed slightly. Although he didn't want to talk about it, since Ling Pengyun had spoken, he dared not disobey and answered in detail. "Decades ago, when I was still in the state of perfect key training, I was chasing a monster and accidentally broke into the barren land where Jiamang Lake and Jinjiao grasslands meet. By chance, I found the ruins of a cave in a barren mountain. Inside the cave ruins, there is a corpse of a cultivator in the foundation building period. According to my guess, the corpse's cultivation level should have been in the perfect foundation building stage before his death. As for the reason for his life and death, I guess he failed to break through the golden elixir. When I found the corpse, his death was extremely tragic. However, before the last failure of breaking through the golden elixir, this person should have tried to break through the golden elixir once or several times, and survived, because I saw some residual solidified spiritual power on the inner elixir of his corpse. According to my guess, this person should be a person of noble birth. At the beginning, the 2nd level beast taming inheritance and the 2nd level pill recipe that I sold to the nobles, as well as the token in Fairy Ling's hand that can control a certain formation, were all obtained from that corpse. He was about to stop talking when a murderous voice suddenly came to his ears. If it was before, I might still believe what you said and would not investigate further, but the cave you are looking for is related to the 2 3rd-grade upper-grade formations here. Do you think I still believe that you only got these 2nd-grade things? If you still hide it, I will use the soul-searching technique on you." Hearing this, Lin Fan felt a chill on his back and looked at Ling Pengyun, who said this. Coincidentally, his eyes met Ling Pengyun's. For a moment, countless cold sweats broke out on his body. If the clothes he was wearing were not the robes, he would have been completely soaked by now. Under the power of the golden elixir and the threat of death for those who used the soul-searching technique, he quickly put away his thoughts and dared not hide anymore. He spoke in a trembling voice. "In addition, I also found on the corpse an advanced technique that can be used in conjunction with beast taming to cultivate to the perfection of the golden elixir, as well as a 3rd-level alchemy inheritance and a 3rd-level top-grade alchemy furnace. I also found the corpse of a dragon with a cultivation level in the late foundation building stage and a beast taming bag on the body of the cave owner. The corpse was well preserved because it was in the beast taming bag. I estimate that the dragon was the spiritual beast of the cave owner, but after the death of the cave owner, it died due to the backlash of the master recognition restriction. And the beast taming inheritance was not only of the second level, it was originally of the third level, but I copied out the second level part. Now, I have hidden those things in a secluded place in the Jiamang Lake, where I traded inheritance with the nobles in my early years. After this trip, I will hand over all those spiritual objects to the nobles. He added hastily to avoid being blamed by Ancestor Ling. Ancestor, these things are not what a casual cultivator like me should own. Once I take out these spiritual objects, the nobles will probably guess that I found these spiritual objects from the ruins of the cave. I'm afraid of bringing trouble to myself, so I haven't dared to confess to the nobles. I hope the ancestor won't blame me. I have nothing else to hide. I can swear an oath to heaven with my cultivation. Immediately, Lin Fen began to swear an oath. Chapter 549, Speculations about the Teleportation Array. Ling Pengyun and Ling Pengyun, who were present, all looked very different when they heard what Lin Fan said. They had never thought that Lin Fan, who had been a guest official of Ling's family for more than 10 years and had always been famous for his beast control, actually had such a huge collection of treasures. At the same time, the two of them couldn't help but look up to Lin Fan. With such treasures, he dared to come to Ling's family as a guest official. He really had a good mentality. However, they could probably understand why Lin Fan didn't sell those spiritual objects and hide away to practice. There was only one reason: his cultivation was low. The treasures he possessed were extraordinary, and the grades were all at the Jinden level. Even if he dismantled those inheritances and only took out some first and second level inheritances to sell, it would be very conspicuous as he did decades ago. After all, in this world, few people would sell the inheritance of 100 arts. Moreover, Lin Fan had already sold the second-level beast control inheritance and the second-level pill formula to Ling's family. Afterwards, Ling's family also paid more attention to Lin Fan. As long as Lin Fan dares to sell other inheritances in Yan State, Ling Clan will know about it, and then, Lin Fan's inferiority will be clear. Of course, if Lin Fan escapes Yan State, it is also a feasible way to go to other great countries of cultivation to dismantle those inheritances and sell them to gather cultivation resources. However, Yan State is very far away from other great countries of cultivation. Even if Lin Fan can safely reach other great countries of cultivation, whether he can find a business with integrity like Ling Clan is another matter. In this world, very few people are willing to spend spirit stones to buy things from low-level cultivators. In any case, selling inheritance to gather spiritual objects for cultivation is not a safe thing. It is for this reason that Lin Fan entered Ling Clan as a guest official, intending to use the generous cultivation resources given by Ling Clan to slowly improve his cultivation, slowly comprehend those inheritances, steadily earn cultivation resources, and embark on a higher path. Make a vow to be loyal to our clan from now on, marry my Ling's daughter, and become my daughter-in-law, and you can survive. The inheritance you hand over in the future, my Lings can also give you a satisfactory reward. Ling Pengyun was excited for a while, and then he suppressed his mind. Then, he looked at Lin Fan, who looked like he was experiencing life and death. In addition, Lin Fan made a vow with his cultivation, so he believed that Lin Fan had nothing else to hide. Then, he had an idea in his mind, and he said coldly. Hearing such a good thing, Lin Fan dared not refuse, and quickly nodded and agreed, and then made a vow to be loyal to the Lings with his cultivation. Ling Pengyun was happy to see this, but he still kept that cold look on his face. In his opinion, although killing Lin Fan and using the soul-searching technique was the easiest way to obtain the inheritance he had hidden, it could also prevent the Ling family from getting the third-level beast-taming inheritance and other things from being spread. But the inheritance is something that needs to be used after all. If a third-level beast master of the Jinden realm appears in the Ling family in the future, the news that the Ling family has the third-level beast master inheritance will also be spread. Moreover, the Ling family is now strong and is not afraid of the prying of other Jinden forces. Under such circumstances, keeping Lin Fan, who has a good character and is the strongest beast master among the current family members and many guests of the Ling family, will at least have the opportunity to become a second-level upper-grade beast master if he is well trained. At that time, Lin Fan can also use the secret method of beast control to speed up the reproduction of the 1,000 spirit beasts in the Ling family's Spirit Beast Island, bringing more benefits to the Ling family. Exploitation is the kingly way. Okay, let's not talk about this matter anymore. You'd better not spread the inheritance you have obtained. If I know that this matter is spread, I will definitely kill you. Ling Pengyun said coldly to Lin Fan. Lin Fan nodded repeatedly. Seeing Lin Fan's attitude, Ling Pengyun stopped paying attention to him and instead carefully recalled what Lin Fan had just said about the owner of the cave ruins, secretly making calculations in his mind. According to what Lin Fan said, the owner of the cave he found decades ago had tried to break through the Jindan realm once or several times and survived. It seems that the owner of the cave must have had the help of a Jindan spiritual object when he tried to break through the Jindan realm. There should be no one with such an experience in the territory of Yan. In addition, Lin Fan also got the teleportation array token from the owner of the cave. From this point of view, this person is very likely to have come from the teleportation array. Considering that the owner of the cave carries a lot of inheritance, it is estimated that the force he belongs to has encountered some kind of catastrophe, so he took the teleportation array to come to the territory of Yan. But then again, the force he belongs to will give the chance of survival to the owner of the cave. I think the parents or teachers behind him must be extraordinary. Maybe the owner of the cave is also extraordinary. From the fact that the owner of the cave has a perfect foundation-building spiritual beast that can transform into dragon, and that he carries a third-level beast-taming inheritance, this person's talent is probably in beast-taming. If that person can successfully enter the Golden Core, with the various inheritances on him and the strong physique of the dragon spirit beast under his command, the probability of entering the Golden Core is also very high. It is possible that this cultivation world will have one more third-level beastmaster who can tame the Golden Core dragon. And judging from the fact that the force of the cave master can master a third-level beastmaster and alchemy inheritance, the force that person belongs to should be a Golden Core force, probably an old-fashioned Golden Core force. Thinking of this, Ling Pengyun thought about it carefully. However, he did not expect that in the past 1,000 years, any Golden Core force that mainly focused on alchemy or beast mastering in the northern wilderness cultivation world has perished. After all, those who have become Golden Core forces generally have very good foundations and will not perish easily. In addition, the third-level upper-grade teleportation array here is a single-person teleportation array, and the teleportation distance is comparable to the reachable distance of the fourth-level lower-grade multi-person teleportation array, which is about 10 million miles to 30 million miles. He also guessed. Thinking this way, the owner of the cave house that Lin Fan found decades ago should not be from the northern wilderness cultivation realm. Maybe that person is from other cultivation realms. It's just that I don't know whether that person is from the Boundless Sea cultivation realm, the Central Plains cultivation realm, or other cultivation realms. And the force that attacked the cave house owner's force is probably not strong, and is still within the boundary of the Golden Core force, otherwise the cave house owner would not have successfully escaped to this area. Even if we take a step back, the force that the cave house owner belongs to is quite smart. They actually thought of hiding the entrance and exit of the teleportation array in the northern wilderness cultivation realm, where cultivation resources are scarce. The teleportation array has been destroyed again. If the hostile forces of the cave house owner do not have a fourth-level array master, they will never be able to find this place across tens of millions of miles in their lifetime. In this way, the crisis that this teleportation array can bring is gone. However, if my ancestor Yun Hong and I can be stronger and reach the late Jindan or the perfect Jindan, we can find the teleportation crystal and find a third-level array master to repair the damaged teleportation array, and then go to other immortal cultivation worlds. By the way, we can also avenge the power of the cave owner. After this incident, my Ling family will also inherit the power of the cave owner, which can be regarded as a cause and effect with the power behind the cave owner. Thinking back, Ling Pengyun instructed Ling Pengyun and Lin Fan. During this trip, you must not reveal anything to the outside world. You must swear an oath on this matter. Ling Pengyun and Lin Fan heard it and immediately did so. Then, Ling Pengyun instructed Ling Pengyun. Pengyun, once the third-grade superior quality teleportation array here moves, it will lose contact with the teleportation array at the other end, and it will be difficult for us to use this array to go to another teleportation array in the future. Therefore, this array will remain here. The third-grade superior quality defensive array that protects the teleportation array here should also be retained. In this way, we can use the effect of this array to conceal the aura and protect the unoccupied third-grade inferior spiritual vein here, as well as the third-grade superior quality teleportation array here. In the future, you will sit here to comprehend the way of arrays, and comprehend the third-grade superior quality defensive array arranged here as soon as possible. With the help of the token in your hand that has the entry and exit restrictions of the array, you can refine an array plate to control the array. In this way, we can also control the third-grade superior quality defensive array for defense in the future. Ling Pengyun had no objection to Ling Pengyun's arrangement. She nodded and agreed immediately. Okay. Ling Pengyun then took Lin Fan away from here and went to the place where Lin Fan hid his treasures. He took all the third-level inheritances that Lin Fan had hidden. Then, Ling Pengyun sent Lin Fan back to the family and placed the inheritance he got from Lin Fan in the family. Chapter 550, Jiao Blood Pill Jiao Dragon Pill. Half a year later. Lingxiao Maturation Lake. Deep in Hongyan Island, in a cave named Hongyan, a room for alchemy was blazing with fire and rolling heat waves. However, amid the fire, there was also a strong aroma of medicine, which made people feel relaxed and happy just by smelling it. In the center of the alchemy room, a middle-aged man with irregular features, sharp eyebrows, and an invisible sense of majesty was sitting cross-legged. The middle-aged man was constantly pinching his fingers to condense a series of special spells and injecting them into the alchemy furnace in front of him, which was carried by 9-foot-long fire dragons. The fire here was spreading from the bodies of the 9 little fire dragons. At this moment, a magical scene was happening in the alchemy furnace. Invisible little fire dragons transformed by fire were constantly shuttling in the alchemy furnace, and the liquids transformed by dozens of floating spiritual objects. Whenever those invisible little fire dragons left those liquids, they would inevitably bring out a lot of impurities in those liquids. This also made the liquid become more and more pure. After an unknown amount of time, the middle-aged man pinched his hands and entered the last spell into the alchemy furnace in front of him, then he muttered a sentence. Condense the pill. The alchemy furnace trembled slightly, and 4 spiritual power fluctuations suddenly came out of it. As time passed, 3 days passed, and the 4 spiritual power fluctuations in the alchemy furnace became stronger and stronger. When the 4 spiritual power fluctuations became smooth, the middle-aged man looked happy and immediately performed a magic to control objects and lifted the lid of the alchemy furnace. 4 green pills with flashing spiritual light and exuding the aura of the 3rd level lower grade, accompanied by a strong pill fragrance, floated up from the alchemy furnace and fell into the hands of the middle-aged man. The first 3 times I refined this pill, the probability of success was 4 pills. Including this time, I have refined 4 furnaces of the 3rd level lower grade Jiling pill and succeeded in 4 pills. It seems that my success rate of refining this 3rd level lower grade Jiling pill has stabilized at about 4 pills. Ha ha ha. Great news. The Dragon Yang True Fire given by the sect is indeed the top-notch middle-level alchemy treasure fire magical power. I have only tried to refine this pill for only 20 times, but I didn't expect that my level of refining this pill has been improved to this level. Ha ha ha. The middle-aged man laughed non-stop. This middle-aged man is Ling Yunhong, who masters the Kanglan Bahesect's alchemy treasure method Dragon Yang True Fire magical power. And over the years, he has tried to refine Jiling pill for nearly 20 times, and the majority of the spiritual materials came from Bailing sect. With the foundation of the Ling family, he has only been able to refine 4 furnaces of Jiling pills over the years. As for the reason why Bailingman would help him refine Jiling again, it was also very simple. In Yan State, there was only 1 3rd-level alchemist, Yao Wang's Henren in Yao Wang Valley. However, there were many giant cultivators, and most of these giant cultivators came from those old-fashioned giant forces with deep cultural heritage. Those old-fashioned giant forces all planted Jiling grass, the main material of the 3rd-level Jiling, and every certain year, they could produce a lot of Jiling grass. For those old-fashioned giant forces, there was no shortage of spiritual materials for refining Jiling. In this way, these giant forces would naturally seek the Yao Wang's Henren of Yan State to refine the elixir. Everyone asked for the elixir, and Yao Wang's Henren refined it alone. In addition, Yao Wang's Henren originally used alchemy as an auxiliary, and he was a person who sought the great way. Most of his time was spent on cultivation, and he would only spend a small amount of time helping his fellow Taoists refine the elixir. This also made Yan State Jinden always have the dilemma of having spiritual medicine, but no one to refine it into elixir. The other great countries in the northern wilderness cultivation world also basically encountered such a thing. Under such circumstances, Bailingman would naturally be willing to sell some of the unused Joyun pill spiritual materials to Ling Yanhong, who has a high probability of becoming a third-level alchemist. This would also help to make friends with him and pave the way for him to be commissioned to refine the third-level inferior Joyun pill in the future. Ling Yanhong said to himself happily after his thoughts returned. According to my success rate of 40% and the success rate of 4 pills, my level of refining the third-grade inferior Joyun pill is pretty good. I can also spread the word that I can help people refine the third-grade inferior Joyun pill, like the third-grade alchemist Yao Wang Daoyao in Yao Wang Valley. According to the situation of third-grade pills in the Yan Kingdom's cultivation world, once this matter is spread, there will definitely be many fellow Taoists looking for me. At that time, I can use the spiritual materials they entrusted to increase the success rate of refining the third-grade inferior Joyun pill, and make a small profit. It is really the best of both worlds. Ling Yanhong looked at the 4 green pills in his hand, his face was even more happy, and he murmured. The success rate of refining pills is different from the success rate of pills. The success rate is success and failure, and the success rate is how many pills are refined after the success of refining pills. Generally, a pill can only make 5 pills. After coming to his senses, Ling Yanhong remembered something. He waved his hand and summoned 2 medicine bottles from his storage bag to divide the 4 green pills in his hand into 2. Then he stood up with the 2 medicine bottles, pushed open the door of the alchemy room, and walked into the hall of the cave. On a small table in the center of the hall, there was a young man wearing Ling's Taoist robes, who looked quiet, holding a book in his hand and flipping through it carefully, and his eyebrows also revealed a thoughtful look. When the young man saw Ling Yanhong coming, he also closed the book in his hand, bowed slightly to Ling Yanhong, and called him. Grandpa Yanhong, did you succeed in refining the Joyun pill this time? Ling Yanhong nodded lightly, and threw one of the medicine bottles in his hand to the young man, saying with a smile. It's done, these are the 4 Joyun pills I just refined, 2 for you and me. Seeing this, the young man's face raised a touch of joy. Congratulations, Grandpa's alchemy skills have improved. In time, Grandpa will be able to improve his alchemy skills to the level of the 3rd level middle grade. Ling Yanhong laughed 3 times and asked. Ha, there's still a long way to go. Pengyun, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting this time. Half a year ago, you followed Penguin and the others to follow the repaired token. Did you find a 3rd level formation? The young man was Ling Pengyun. After the formation search half a year ago, Ling Pengyun came to Ling Yanhong's cave, but at that time Ling Yanhong was still refining a furnace of Joyun Dan. Ling Pengyun didn't want to disturb him, so he sat here and waited. Seeing Ling Yanhong asking, Ling Pengyun also told him all the details of the formation search, such as finding a 3rd level top grade formation, a damaged 3rd level top grade teleportation formation, and the property of the family's beastmaster guest Lin Fan. Then, he took out all the inheritances and the 3rd level alchemy furnace he had obtained on this trip and handed them to Ling Yanhong. Grandpa, I have no use for the 3rd grade top grade alchemy furnace, so I'll give it to you. Ling Yanhong was shocked when he heard this and saw the inheritance. He didn't expect that this time when Ling Pengyun followed Ling Penguin and Lin Fan to find the formation, he would have such a harvest. This is a great opportunity for our Ling family. Ha, with these inheritances, the family has a complete 3rd level 100 arts inheritance of 4 doors. And the 3rd level alchemy inheritance is of great benefit to the family, making up for the disadvantage that the 3rd level low grade inheritance I got from the sect cannot be passed on to others. In addition to the Beast King treasure book that you got this time, which can be cultivated to the realm of golden elixir perfection, the family's golden elixir cultivation method has one more, a total of 2 doors. And I have this 3rd level high grade alchemy furnace you gave me, which is enough to improve my alchemy level again. Lin Fan, the guest official of our family, is lucky. He has such an opportunity at the mere key training stage. This boy must have a deep blessing. It's a good idea for you to recruit him into the family as a son-in-law. Ling Yanhong suppressed his shock and laughed. Counting the 3rd level beast control and alchemy inheritance that the Ling family got this time, the Ling family currently has 4 3rd level 100 arts inheritances, namely refining equipment, formation, and beast control. The 3rd level formation and the inheritance of refining equipment were obtained from the Bayun Spirit Fox clan. The inheritance of controlling beasts and refining pills were obtained during this journey to find formations. The two golden elixir techniques are the True Scripture of the Blue Sea and the Book of the Beast King. Among them, the True Scripture of the Blue Sea can only be practiced to the middle stage of the golden elixir. The operation root of the techniques for the late stage of the golden elixir and the perfect state was not directly given by the Kanglan Blue Sea sect. He and Ling Yunhong had to return to the sect after entering the middle stage of the golden elixir to obtain it at this moment. As for this technique, the Ling family can pass on the key training chapter and the foundation building chapter to the clan members. If the other clan members want to practice the techniques of the golden elixir chapter, they can only go to the sect and be restricted by the sect's high-level officials before they can comprehend it. The Kanglan Blue Sea sect did this to avoid the record of the golden elixir chapter of the True Scripture of the Blue Sea, which contains the core method. After all, there are many profound secrets recorded in the golden elixir chapter of the True Scripture of the Blue Sea. At the same time, this move can also deepen the connection between the Ling family's golden elixir and the sect. Grandpa, I also got the corpse of a late foundation building earth dragon on this trip. I plan to keep this corpse for myself. I wonder if you can help me refine some Jiao blood pills and Jiao transformation pills with the remaining flesh and blood, as well as its blood and blood essence from this corpse. Ling Pengyun agreed with what Ling Yunhong said. Then, he took out a Jiao dragon corpse with yellow scales all over its body, fierce appearance, and a body size comparable to that of an ordinary foundation building perfect realm monster, nearly 20 feet in size, but only exuding the aura of the late foundation building stage. The refining methods of Jiao blood pills and Jiao transformation pills are recorded in both the superior third-level lower-grade alchemy inheritance that Ling Yunhong obtained from the Kanglan Bahe sect and the third-level alchemy inheritance that he obtained this time when searching for the formation. Although it is difficult to pass on the third-level lower-grade alchemy inheritance that Ling Yunhong obtained from the sect, in order to benefit the family, he has already informed the clan leaders of some of the names of the first-level and second-level elixirs recorded in his inheritance, as well as the effects of those elixirs. If the leaders need them, they can come to him to refine them. The main effect of Jiaoxa pill and Jialong pill is to increase the probability of the monster transforming into a dragon, but the effects are different. The main ingredients of Jiaoxu pill are usually the ordinary flesh and blood of the dragon, so this pill is only effective when the Jiaohu pill is completed. The main ingredient of Jiaohu pill is the most precious Jialong blood essence from the dragon, so this pill is extremely helpful for transforming into a dragon. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.